Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was demigod, and had secret harem with Anabeth Godess? Part 1. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Anabeth POV. Yesterday, Rachel had repeated the prophecy that, along with Percy's disappearance 3 days ago, indicated that the prophecy had begun. I'd called a meeting with the cabin leaders to brainstorm ways to find Percy. Last night I had a dream that seemed to come from Harem. Repeating the answer lies with the boy with the lightning scar. You must go on a search. The problem? He didn't trust Harem. Right now, Silena and Beckendorf were kissing passionately. But the Stolls seemed determined to make Clarice explode with just her voice and wit that day. Every time she narrowed her eyes slightly, her lips would rise in perfect sync. Clovis de Hypnos had his head resting on the table, snoozing away. To my dismay, it reminded me of the first time I saw Percy, who also dozed off with a yawn. A wave of tenderness washed over me. Then an endless sadness crept in. One thing was clear. Percy was 1,000 times more handsome than Clovis. Michael, you seem to have inherited his father's talent for haiku poetry. I knew this because Thalia and Percy had mentioned him. I confirmed this by watching him head to a corner of the room and read aloud from his haiku notebook with great enthusiasm. Lou Ellen was playing I Have Your Nose with Miranda Gardner from Demeter. But in reality, Lou Ellen had magically disconnected Miranda's nose, and Miranda was trying to get it back. The rest only spoke to each other. I stared at Percy's empty seat and realized this was the way we were headed. No progress meant no more seeing Percy. Before I could stop them, tears streamed down my face. Rachel, who had been by my side, gave me a comforting hug. The next one to notice was Clarice. I knew she understood me in some ways, but it still bothered me that anyone else saw me crying. Clarice bent down and pulled a knife from her boot. She swung her arm backward for momentum, then plunged the blade into the table. All right, a bunch of clowns. Does anyone have any idea what this prophecy might mean? Clarice asked, shooting 2 birds with 1 shot. She shifted my tearful eyes away and got straight to the point. All of them, terrified, returned to their seats, turned around, and woke up. Miranda hesitantly raised her hand. By that moment, she had managed to wipe away her tears discreetly. Come on, I conceded. Well, the prophecy says, 2 great heroes cross worlds. Hey Rachel, can you repeat that? I remember thinking something when I first heard the prophecy. Rachel sneezed and repeated the prophecy in the voice of Delphi's spirit. I got goosebumps hearing her. 2 great heroes crossing worlds. A story that will affect both of them. We must unite to defeat the evil. Miranda had written the prophecy in Michael Yu's notebook, which she'd stolen from its owner. The owner was now leaning against the backrest, his face twisted in anger. Noted. Well, I was going to say that it seems we need to gather the heroes in the 3rd line, but in the 1st line it says we need to change them. I think it refers to gathering the worlds rather than the heroes. All the time, Miranda kept moving her nose while speaking, making me think of Hekezada. I hoped it wasn't a side effect of Lou's spell. I don't know. But maybe they could be dangerous together? The 2nd line could also refer to the worlds or the heroes, Michael noted, now paying attention even as he crossed his arms, though leaning against the table. It doesn't matter, declared Silena. If they're great heroes, their disappearance will affect both them and their worlds. Regarding what Miranda said last time, how could they be dangerous together? I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is that they want fame and don't cooperate with others, Lou said. He seemed to notice the murderous look in my boyfriend's eyes when he insulted him like that. So he quickly added, I don't think Percy would be like that. If he were, he'd already be a god by now, according to what I heard. But we don't know the other one. I don't think that's the case, Beckendorf interjected. It feels more like they're going to give us another Percy. Someone who's as good as Percy here in his own world must have done something big. We know Percy wouldn't have achieved all he did if he were a megalomaniac. We should trust that the other one is just as capable. Another one? Travis Stoll asked. Well, they said something like, two heroes swapping worlds or something. So if Percy left, Connor Stoll said, leaving the question hanging. We get another Percy in return, Travis concluded, finally understanding. I had a dream yesterday. I blurted out. Everyone fell silent and stared at me. The dreams of demigods are never just dreams. It was about Hera. I continued more calmly. Everyone raised an eyebrow at the name Hera. We were well aware we weren't on the same wavelength. The answer lies with the boy with the lightning scar. You need to go on a quest, he repeated. The scar boy should be the other hero, right? I refused to call him another Percy. I needed to find my Percy, and the sooner I found the boy with the scar, the sooner I would find Percy. When does the next search start? I asked as I got up and walked toward the exit. Remember those movies where the movie star walks around with people answering their questions? That's exactly how it felt for me, except I wasn't feeling like a movie star at all. Head to Armpit, Nevada in 5 minutes at 3:40, at Gleason Hedges' request. Miranda glanced at her watch. I was pumped to see Percy again, knowing the sooner I found him, the sooner I'd see him. I bolted toward the carriage with my wings on. Inside was Butch, son of the Rainbow Goddess. Honestly, Butch looked downright ridiculous bald with a rainbow tattoo on his biceps. So that's why you skipped the meeting? I asked. Gleason called and said it was urgent. He has one person, Ian LaPrairie, but says another appeared who he knows nothing about. He thinks it's the son of Hecate because it seems capable of manipulating the mist, Butch replied. I had the feeling that this so-called son of Hecate was the hero of the other world. We set off toward Armpit, Nevada. Behind me, I heard a mumbled murmur coming from one of the Stoll brothers. Do you think it literally refers to another planet, or just the information we have? Rolled the eyes. Ian POV. Finally, I had Harry Potter cornered. I'd been trying for days, but he kept slipping away. Curiously, I was actually fond of him. I didn't feel like making jokes or mocking him, though he would definitely end up with that iconic look. Harry Potter had something peculiar about him, I could tell for sure. He'd appeared out of nowhere in my bedroom 3 days prior, and after reading a letter, he claimed to have been there for 3 months, acting as my roommate all along. Yeah. I don't believe it. Harry Cantory. Now I could ask him some questions. It would have been easier to read the letter if he hadn't hidden it under his underwear. I mean, I'm being nosy, but I'm not going to check his underwear drawer. He turned around, terrified. What are you doing here, Harry? The boy carried an air of someone who'd seen it all. A man of great power yet oddly timid. A strange blend of traits. What do you mean? He stammered. He raised an eyebrow. Friend, you just popped up out of nowhere 3 days ago. You screamed like a little girl and woke me up, then read a letter and swore you'd been living here for 3 months. I don't know why, but I just don't believe you. He closed his eyes and studied me, then after a few minutes said, the only thing I remember is my name. The letter just told me I had to tell you what I said. Now I'll close my eyes. Can I read it? I tentatively asked. To my surprise, he said yes. We walked steadily but slowly down the hallway, which was kind of frustrating for my ADHD, until our room. When we got there, I saw him rummaging through his underwear drawer to pull out an envelope. He stretched out to me, but before I could reach him, the door slammed open with a thunderous crash. It's time to go, Coach Hedge shouted in a shrill voice. LaPrairie Potter. What's the hell going on with him? I snapped, furious that I hadn't been able to read the letter before he arrived. I repeated, time to got hen, unexpectedly. He yanked us from the back of the shirt collar and shoved us into the end of the corridor leading to the terrace. I wriggled free from his grip with ease. It wasn't exactly a challenge. The guy must be at least 50 or so. Meanwhile, Harry was sweating profusely as he struggled to break free from Hedge's tight grip on his hand. Harry wasn't exactly chubby, he was rather skinny, but he certainly didn't look the part of what people call an athletic type. In any case, I followed Hedge to the terrace. I was curious. When we reached the top, I saw, but what the hell is that? I screamed. Up there were 2 people. A tall bald man with a rainbow tattoo on his biceps, and a blonde girl with stormy gray eyes. Just one glance from those intense eyes silenced me completely. The girl seemed like someone you wouldn't want to mess with, and she was certain she wouldn't appreciate my jokes. She was pretty, but way too intense. But what truly stunned me was the carriage with horses behind them, winged horses. Hedge had already released Harry, who pulled his hair back, still damp from sweat. He had a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead where he usually kept his hair hidden. Brilliant now, he had a tattoo and a scar to tease about. Demonies. The girl gasped when she saw the scar. Anabeth POV. I could tell you one thing. The supposed hero didn't look like one. The first thing I noticed were his eyes emerald green. My skin went cold remembering Percy's eye color, and I stared at his hair. Black, a shade lighter than Percy's. I closed my eyes and tried to calm myself down. I opened my eyes again and focused on the details. He was a thin boy with pale skin. In some way, one might say, he was handsome. He was wearing a shirt that was completely buttoned up and tucked into his jeans. He wore round glasses. He wasn't a hero, at least not in our world. Without hesitation, I approached him with steady steps. As I walked along the path, I drew my dagger from my boot. When I reached him, I pressed him against the wall, the blade of my dagger resting against his neck. What's your world like? And where's Percy? Noticing his hand instinctively reaching into his pants pocket, I squinted at him and slid my hand into his front pocket. There was a stick inside. I pulled it out. It measured about 30 centimeters, coffee-colored and polished. Though just a simple stick, it looked pretty cool to me. Wait, what's this? I asked. I heard the boy swallowing his saliva as he kept threatening him with the dagger. I don't know. I wasn't there before, she answered with a trembling voice. I took the wand away from him to see how he reacted. At first, he seemed to have the impulse to grab it, but then he went back to his spot. He looked confused. The only thing I could think of about the wand was that it must be a magical object, and that touching it would turn it into some kind of weapon. What's your name? I asked. After briefly examining the other boy, I assumed it was Ian, the very guy Gleason had wanted us to meet. He was also quite handsome, much like the guy next door. Golden hair with a hint of chestnut, sky blue eyes, and an athletic build. Honestly, the scarred guy and Ian seemed like the last two people we could find together. Harry's POV, a question I could answer. I relaxed my shoulders. Harry Potter. Then the fiery-haired girl threw the stick she'd pulled out of my pocket. I didn't know where it was or what it was, but I had this feeling that it mattered. I managed to catch it as best I could, though in my 3 days of memory I had already deduced that I didn't have great reflexes. The blonde looked furious when I finally managed to grab the stick. But she paid closer attention when she saw me pick it up with one hand, swing it forward, and open my mouth. That was just a reaction, the blonde murmured, still seething. Is this the hero who's going to replace Percy? She exclaimed to the heavens, as if blaming him. She returned to her peculiar carriage, stomping the ground as she walked. For a moment, she seemed to consider leaving us here, but then she urged us, come on up. Bring them, Butch. They've heard it, said the bald little guy with rainbow tattoos. I'm not going up there. The girl's gonna kill me. I apologized. And he didn't even look at me, Ian retorted. Butch shook his head. Anabeth is doing well. You need to cut back on the slack. She had a vision telling her to come here and find someone with a scar. That's supposed to be the answer to her problem. Right, Potter? Ian asked. Me? I asked. See another Potter around here? He said, rolling his eyes. You've got a scar on your forehead. I touched my forehead and sure enough, there was a prominent mark there, though I could clearly discern its shape. What's the problem? I asked Butch. She's been searching for one of our campers who's been missing for 3 days. Butch said. She's going to be driven crazy with worry. She was expecting him to be here. Who? Ian demanded, letting Butch lead us to the carriage. His boyfriend, Butch said, a guy named Percy Jackson. Ian and I climbed into the carriage's rear section. Butch took the reins of the winged horses, while Anabeth adjusted a bronze navigation device. The carriage jolted violently, sending shivers down my spine. The open back compartment meant there were no seat belts to secure us. Where are we headed? Ian asked. A safe place, Anabeth declared. The only safe haven for kids like us, the mestizo camp. Half this and half that? I asked cautiously. Half god and half human. We're demigods, Anabeth replied. My mom is Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Butch here is Iris' son, the goddess of the rainbow. Ian was stumped. Is your mom a goddess of rainbows? Got any issues with that? Butch asked. No, Ian said. Rainbow. So sexist. Butch is our best horse, Anabeth said. He's got great rapport with the Pegasos. Rainbow, ponies, Ian murmured. I'm gonna take you off this car, Butch warned. Semi-deities, I said. So you think we are? Yes, Anabeth snapped firmly. I think Ian is a demigod, but you're not. Harry Potter, what do you know? Just remember his name, Ian interjected, showing pity for me. He followed the instructions from a letter. Explain, she demanded. Without hesitation, Ian complied with the instruction. He showed up 3 days ago at night screaming, but then he found a letter next to him. He opened it, read it, and told me he'd only had a nightmare. He even went out of his way to say he'd been living there for 3 months. Anabeth nodded as if she understood what was happening. Someone trusted that the fog would hide you. Harry, can I read the letter? He asked. I nodded and pulled out a letter from the back pocket of my pants. So, there, you're in the... Crouch down. Happen. He let out a frustrated cry and handed me back the letter. I swear if you don't tell me everything you've written there, he warned, I'll hunt you down until the end of time with a dagger in hand. You have dyslexia, Ian accused. Anabeth rolled her eyes. All demigods have dyslexia and ADHD. They're practically a surefire combo. Dyslexia comes from our brains being wired to read ancient Greek, not modern alphabet. Letters float off the page when trying to read them. And ADHD, you're impulsive and can't stay still in class. They're your reflexes during battles. Attention issues arise because we see too much, not just a little. It makes concentration tasks downright impossible. They also call us mestizos, he concluded. Now, Harry, if you could please read the letter. Oh, really? Cleared my throat. You're at the Wilderness Academy. You need to say you've been there for 3 months until someone comes to pick you up. Do what I tell you, complete your task, and I'll give you back your memories. Sign it as a friend. Does being a friend mean he's a man? It's not safe. It's crucial. That's the only thing we can get from that letter, Harry. Well, we're here now. We'll land at Camp Mestizo. If you want to survive, stay within the camp's boundaries. The monsters will ambush you the second they appear. Though I don't know about you, Harry. But for you, Ian, it's safe. We disembarked on a canoe near a crystal-clear lake. What's fascinating is that I could see girls smiling and waving from the lake's depths. Confused, I tilted my head back and gave them a half-hearted nod in return. Butch was the first to descend, already firmly planted on the ground. He reached out to Anabeth to help her get down. Anabeth took his hand. Then he leaped down and Butch headed to what looked like the stable, taking the pegs with him. A crowd of boys and girls between 12 and 20 years old surrounded us. Everyone kept asking Anabeth about Percy. Percy wasn't there. The crowd fell silent, but murmurs began to rise. Then she turned to us. Welcome to the Mestizo camp. 1 Megalomania. The condition marked by grandiose delusions. 1st of September, Chapter 2. 1st of September, told in the third person. 3 days ago. Hecate. The goddess murmured. Hecate. She repeated, now more insistently. What? The other goddess exclaimed irritably, having just appeared. Both were in the attic of the grand house, where the body carrying the spirit of Delphi still lay buried and resting, as it had been a year ago. I want you to bless this boy, demanded the goddess. I won't grant your blessing to whoever you choose, Hecate retorted. I need it for Percy Jackson. I won't give my blessing to Perseus Jackson. He assigned me a pitiful position in Olympus. What an insult. To defeat Kronos we must unite those worlds, or rather they will. If not, your blessed allies and Kronos united shall prevail. As you subtly hinted, you hold a seat in Olympus. We fall, you fall. I can't take away the blessing from my blessed one, because you can only take it from whoever I gave it to. I passed it down to their ancestors, who had him, Hecate declared, crossing her arms. You're right, if Olympus falls, I'll fall with him. Hand it to the boy, Hera. Then the goddess of witchcraft bent down to kiss the forehead of the one who had fought and triumphed over the Titan Kronos, a feat he would have to repeat. 2 days ago, come on, darling, follow me. At that moment, the Queen of Heaven had already stolen the boy's memories, leaving only his name and his girlfriend's. You must choose a wand. What's the point? He stammered. She didn't respond. When they left, Ollivander couldn't recall the encounter, though he had money in his hand and a note from an honorable thief who had paid. The boy also couldn't remember anything, but he carried a wand. Though not one of the recent ones, it was the first of its kind available for sale, housed in a wooden case with a glass window on the lid. A celestial bronze wand, donated by Hera to Ollivander 30 years ago, forged in the flames of Albus Dumbledore's Phoenix Fox, lay inside the box. At this moment, Hermione POV. Ron called Mathers half an hour left before the train leaves the station, and Harry hasn't arrived yet. What are we going to do? Is this a math problem? He asked, scratching his head. You're not being serious, are you? Right? We promised we'd wait here in the Muggle world. But he never showed up, I explained. I scanned the station. From this vantage point, we could see nearly everything. We were right by the entrance to the train. There lay a disheveled pile of black hair on a head. There it is. Jail chased after me, chasing Ron. Percy POV. What do you do when you show up in England with no memory, other than a name, and a suitcase? What a baton. That's something they never teach you in school. Though if you lost your memory, you wouldn't remember it, right? Exactly 30 seconds ago, I became aware of being in this place. All I can recall is that my girlfriend's name is Anabeth. I was lost in my own thoughts when I felt someone tugging at my shoulder. Suddenly, I found myself in a girl's arms. I didn't hug her because I knew Anabeth would be furious, nor did I pull her away out of fear of being rude. But I gave her shoulder a few gentle nudges to grab her attention. Do you know me? She walks away from me and sees me. Oh, she bit her lower lip, blushing. I'm sorry. I thought you were someone else. I'm Hermione Granger, and he's Ron Weasley. We were looking for Harry Potter, though you probably don't know him. He said we'd meet here, but you wouldn't believe how many problems he could get into. That's why I'm worried. Maybe we should board the train now to keep him safe and secure his spot. But again, he said he's waiting here. He spilled all this in one breath, and I think I started to fidget. Still, that didn't stop a playful smile from creeping onto my face. Hermione POV. I think I would have kept stammering if it weren't for Ron. When I hugged the boy and he realized it wasn't Harry, he got a bit jealous. He pointed to the trunk the boy was holding, which had a cage on top with a beautiful black catbird. And above the cage was a wand case. Next to the cage was another case. I studied the boy again. He didn't look like a wizard. Taller than Ron or Harry, but not as tall and lean with well-defined muscles. His messy black hair and ocean green eyes made him handsome enough. But there was this mischievous expression that screamed naughty. Someone teachers would label as troublemaking with just one glance. He seemed restless, first fidgeting with his fingers, tapping them against the suitcase's handle, then stopping to tap his foot on the floor. I thought he might be in a hurry, but he kept smiling, completely relaxed. You're a wizard, and you're going to Hogwarts. Why didn't you mention that before? Purchased. The real guy looked genuinely confused. May I ask your name? I asked kindly. He blinked. Percy Jackson. I frowned. That name sounds familiar, I muttered before settling down to think. Leaving the boy with Ron. Ron's POV. Then Percy? I asked, trying to start a conversation as Hermione paced around a column, searching for the memory of where she'd heard the name Percy Jackson. Percy me smiled. From Perseus. I believe. I have a brother named Percival, and they call him Percy. What do you want? I don't have the ability to chat with strangers on any particular topic. And why did you add the I think part? Percy shrugged his shoulders. Because that's what I believe. I could call myself Percival and not even know it. That only made me miss him more. Why? I asked, frowning. I don't remember anything. I only know my name and... He abruptly stopped mid-sentence, his face flushing red. Wait a minute, he exclaimed. And the one from my girlfriend. At that moment, Hermione returned with a smile on her face. The boy and the mother remain missing after catastrophic car crash by Eileen Smythe. A week after their mysterious disappearance, Sally Jackson and her son Percy continue to be unaccounted for. The family's 1978 Chevrolet Camaro, which had been burned, was found last Saturday in northern Long Island, with its roof ripped off and front axle broken. The car had spun around and skidded about 100 feet before exploding. The mother and son had gone on a weekend vacation to Montauk, but left under mysterious circumstances shortly after. Small traces of blood were found in the car and near the accident scene, though there was no other sign of the missing Jacksons. Rural residents reported seeing nothing unusual during the incident. The husband of Mrs. Jackson, Gabe Ugliano, claims that his stepson Percy Jackson is a troubled youth who has been repeatedly expelled from boarding schools and exhibited violent behavior in the past. While the police have not confirmed whether Percy is suspected of his mother's disappearance, they haven't ruled out possible involvement. Below are recent photos of Sally Jackson and Percy. Authorities urge anyone with information to call the following toll-free number for crime reporting. I stood there staring at Hermione, utterly stunned. I couldn't believe how I'd memorized that line, or even recited it in one breath. I looked at Percy. For a moment, it seemed he recognized him. But then his face contorted in frustration. Take it easy, they didn't convict you. I found out about it 4 years ago during summer break at my parents' place. I heard about you on TV. Both your parents are subscribers to some American channels. And then your story came up. The following year, while watching the news, I remembered your case and searched online. That's when that article appeared. And another one where he said they had kidnapped you. You were also involved in an explosion, right? I don't remember, he muttered dejectedly. Do you really not remember? She challenged. I decided it was time to step in. Hermione says she can't remember anything except her name and her girlfriend's name. Ouch! Why are you hitting me? Because if you forget your memory, you'll only remember your own name. And oh wait, you're stupid. You'd only remember the words food, water, and sleep. What? I exclaimed, utterly baffled. So, are we going to Hogwarts? Percy interrupted us. Hogwarts, Hermione corrected. I glanced at Percy with gratitude as Hermione grabbed her things and moved forward. We stayed about 2 meters behind her. How long have they been dating? Percy asked. Since the school year ended. But we live in different places. We haven't been able to get used to it yet. I get it. We're at the wall. I think you're going to Hogwarts, but I've never seen you there before, so I'm not sure. We'll take you with us, since the most likely scenario is that you're going to Hogwarts, given what you've brought. Do you mind if? I pretended to open the trunk. He nodded, letting me check the trunk. We both leaned forward, curious to discover what lay inside the trunk. Before the lid could fully open, Hermione joined us. Inside lay multiple tunics, trousers, shirts, pajama pants, and a cloak. The year's complete collection of booksome from first year along with men's underwear. Feather quills, ink, and parchment lay scattered about. A bag brimming with money, though not Muggle currency. As we lunged toward the trunk, the black owl let out a shrill cry as we drew near. We carefully opened the box, unsure of its contents. Inside lay potion ingredients, each meticulously labeled with peculiar markings. We didn't pay attention, as 2 envelopes had fallen from there. One bore the name Albus Dumbledore, proof we should carry it. The other read Percy Jackson. Hermione bent down and handed it to him. Percy opened the letter, but no matter how hard he tilted the document or his own head, he couldn't make sense of it. Why didn't he write it like the words from the vials? He muttered under his breath. Got it? Hermione asked in surprise, reaching for one of the vials to examine it. It's in Greek. She narrowed her eyes at Percy, sniffed the bottle, then handed it over. What is it? She asked. Percy paused for a moment before saying, Belladonna essence. Hermione blinked in surprise. Is that so? He pressed. Can't you read the letter? No. The letters float outside the page. Maybe you have dyslexia. A really weird kind of dyslexia. Percy shrugged his shoulders. Tal vez. I grabbed my own luggage and dashed toward the wall of train 9 3/4. And I crossed it. Percy POV. Hermione told me I had to run through the wall to get to the Hogwarts train. I did it and it felt pretty easy. This makes me think I've done way crazier things before. Ron and Hermione escorted me onto the Hogwarts train. Everyone greeted me and asked about Harry Potter. Honestly, I had zero clue who he was. At some point, a girl hugged me from behind and screamed excitedly, "Harry!" While I kept thinking to myself, "I'm not Harry." With a gentle gesture, I pulled back my arm and said, "I'm not Harry." Behind me stood a pretty red-haired girl, her freckles covering the upper cheeks and the tip of her nose. She looked playful and kept blushing, which was exactly what happened to her. "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were someone else." "I already said that." Hermione interjected. "Did you hug Harry?" The angry redhead demanded. "Did you hear that? It's not Harry." Ron rolled his eyes and gestured for me to follow him. Together we made our way to an empty compartment. "The one who hugged you from behind was my sister, Ginny. She's Harry's girlfriend. I can't imagine how crazy she'll get when she finds out he didn't make it to the train." Just as I was about to emphasize his words, the train started moving forward. Ron and I moved our suitcases to the side of the compartment, and for the first time I noticed that Ron had a cat. "Whose name is that?" I asked, tilting my chin toward her. "Pig, too." I stared at the cat owl. It was a tiny gray owl buzzing around its cage in circles. I had never seen anything so unlike a pig. "It doesn't look like a pig," I pointed out. "No, why do you call the cat a pig?" I asked him. Meanwhile, Ginny and Hermione came in with their suitcases. I noticed Hermione had a cat. "Because he's stupid," said Ginny. "His real name is Pigwidgeon." "Yeah, and that's not a stupid name," Ron retorted sarcastically. "Ginny christened him. He thinks it's a cute name." I tried changing it, but it was too late. Doesn't respond to anything else anymore. So now he's stuck with Pig. I need to bring him here because Errol, the family owl, or Hermes Percy, well, Percival doesn't like it either. Truth is, I'm not happy about it either. The pigwee fluttered around the cage with a lively, cheerful chirping. He could almost sense that Ron genuinely enjoyed this hyperactive cat. We stood in silence for a few minutes, feeling everyone's eyes locked on me, until Ginny finally broke the silence. "Percy, for that, I'm sorry. But could you pass your wand to me?" "What?" Ron exclaimed, as confused as I was by the abrupt shift in topic. Then he seemed to catch on and turned around to explain. "My sister came across an article in the magazine Corazon de Bruja about how you can tell things about someone through the wand. It seems obvious to me if the wand is what the wizard chooses." I didn't catch half of what she said, but I got the gist. "Once, Mom." Ugh, the whole idea slipped away again. I'll stretch to grab the wand, locking eyes with the owl, and I decided on her name, Jack. The first name that came to mind was Blackjack, but I stuck with Jack. "You call yourself Jack?" I said to the black cat. I opened my box to Ginny without seeing the wand first, but kept an eye on what she was doing. He glanced up at the jade-green case and then opened it. "It's made of metal," he announced. "There are no metal wands." Hermione smiled, though her smile was faltering. "I know what," Ginny said, tucking her wand into her pocket like it was some dangerous gadget. "It's metal, this shade between gold, silver, and coffee. Could it be bronze?" "Percy, do you know what that is?" "Ginny, I told you he doesn't remember." Hermione snapped. Then her eyes widened dramatically as if she just had an idea. "The element scanning charm. We can use it to detect metal or any other material." She pulled out her wand, which measured just under 30 centimeters. "Take this element 3. Does anyone have a leaf?" At the mention of a leaf, I remembered the letter with my name on it. I pulled it out from my back pocket and handed it to Hermione, thinking the wand would slash one side of the leaf. Hermione pointed her wand at my letter, but instead of leaving a soft, legible mark that wouldn't leave a trace on the other side, she burned through the entire sheet except for the word that remained unscathed. A blooming letter had been written, Bronze Celestial. "He burned my letter," I complained. "Was that your letter?" Hermione asked anxiously. "I'm sorry. I know I might have had something important about your memory. Don't remember me." It went on for a few more seconds until Ron and Ginny silenced me, noticing my discomfort. "Is Dumbledore's letter still here? Maybe he can shed some light on this." He ended there, Ginny returned my wand. My wand. Sounds strange. I could see it more clearly now. Ginny was right, it was made of some rare metal. A color blending coffee brown, gold, and silver. It was slender, and by all accounts it measured 28 centimeters. Just as I was about to put it away in its case, Hermione had instructed me to do so, warning that I might get hurt if I didn't know how to use it. The doors suddenly swung open. 2 long-haired, fiery-haired, and well-built boys appeared at the door, identical twins. Potter, they chanted in unison. Potter, Potter, where's Potter? Everyone present covered their ears in response to the shouts. God! Shut up! Ginny screamed. Harry introduced me to my brothers, Ron said, sounding regretful. Another Potter? Said the guy on the left. Just the hair. The man on the right retorted. And the eyes? But those ones here are green and blue, and the hair is darker. There's no scar. No lenses. Maybe it's not another Potter. His name is Percy. Hermione interrupted them. The twins grinned mischievously and said in unison, another Percy. I saw it coming. The twins stayed with us for the rest of the trip, and we chatted happily until the girls decided to. It was time to put on their tunics, and they went to the bathroom. But all you have to do is put on the tunic. Ron scratched his head. He and his brothers seemed just as confused as he was. We put on the tunics. Let me tell you, this is weird. I mean, he was wearing pants and a shirt underneath, but that didn't make it any less strange. In just a few minutes, we'll be at Hogwarts. Percy, Hermione called out. We've got a problem. I looked at her. You should be with the freshmen since it's your first year, but also join us because you're our age. You're about our age, right? And you still need to hand in your letter to Dumbledore. A man with an exceptionally long beard appeared behind Hermione, letting out a CRSC. It vaguely reminded me of how they portrayed Merlin. White beard, blue robe with golden stars. Though the old man behind Hermione didn't have a star-studded robe. A letter for me? He asked. It's assumed to be Dumbledore. 1. I don't care if there are no black lizards. Percy has a black lizard. Why? Because that's who Percy is. 2. For those who don't know, pig in English means pig. 3. From Latin. The text element. Introduction to the Mestizo Camp. Chapter 3 of the Exchanges. Introduction to the Mestizo Camp. In POV. The moment I stepped into the Mestizo Camp, everyone burst out laughing at me. No, I didn't fall or even trip. They just started laughing at me because they were targeting me. Even Harry joined in. Annabeth smiled. I felt something warm behind me and looked. It was a giant hand glowing, making the peace sign while putting horns on me. No, Dene, tiveitat mucho falaf. It wasn't until I looked again that I noticed a huge lump on my nose. My hand instinctively reached out to touch it. And, yes, that was a massive fake nose, bright red and clownish. He was dressed as a clown. Great job, Ian. At least now we know who your father is, Annabeth said, pulling me and Harry by the arm. Momo's house isn't designed yet, we didn't think we'd need it soon. But there's a brick roof structure with bunk beds. I'll bring you some blankets from the Great House so you can decorate it. Harry, you'll have to sleep in the Great House in one of those guest rooms. I shot Harry a glare who, still chuckling, Rachel, the Oracle will be leaving in a week, and you can sleep in her cave. Yeah, you'll be sleeping in a cave, he teased me. Know who Momo is? Annabeth asked. I shook my head. Momo is the god of humor, the embodiment of playful criticism, the art of clever banter. One day he even teased my mother. Annabeth's voice grew stern in that final sentence as she recounted the legend. One day they chose Momo as a judge in an invention competition, tasked with selecting the best one. What else could it be? I blurted out before I could stop myself. And honestly, what was my first impression of the girl? What did I not know to appreciate about my jokes? Exactly. After giving me a frosty stare, I keep going with the story. It was a contest between Hephaestus and Athena, which made it extremely challenging. Ah, and Poseidon too. Poseidon, Percy is Poseidon's son. She murmured with pain, as if she couldn't bear to forget it before continuing the story. Hephaestus created a man, which Momo mocked by saying he lacked a hatchet to swiftly access his heart and emotions. Poseidon crafted a bull, but Momo criticized its flaw. It didn't have a horn in the middle to help it gore the prey. Athena invented the house. Momo criticized the house. Anabeth seemed reluctant to admit she had criticized her mother, saying it wouldn't be easy to move it if there were troublesome neighbors or nearby wars. Your father was banished from Olympus after that insult, but he was restored on August 18th, Percy's birthday, Anabeth added. I was starting to think Anabeth had this weird obsession with Percy, though he was clueless about it. I guess that was understandable. Let's go to Casa Grande with Chiron. You know what? They should have called him up since he was 13. I guess Momo did it now because he got his place back. As we made our way to the big house, I surveyed the sprawling grounds. The compound was massive, featuring a forest and a lake, and even strawberry fields. I chuckled to myself before humming the Beatles' Strawberry Fields Forever. Anabeth rolled her eyes, while Harry looked utterly bewildered. When we got to the grand house, I was kinda annoyed because along the way I came across someone who was laughing at me. Go to Chiron, Anabeth said before shoving me inside the house, slamming the door behind me. Seconds later, she followed me. Harry's POV. Wait here, Anabeth declared clearly before following Ian inside the house. I got left out. A girl walked by, screaming, Lou, Ellen, you twisted my nose. You little brat. I love you so much. Now, she took a breath to shout again, but she saw me. She seemed surprised for a moment, but then she regained her composure and came closer to me. Chico de la Cicatriz, he said. I was hoping not everyone would recognize me by that nickname. The girl had strawberry blonde hair, unlike Annabeth's platinum hue. Her golden locks turned lemon green at the tips, fading to that color just 20 centimeters from the roots. She had freckles on her cheeks and nose tip with eyes that chestnut-colored. And yes, she had a slightly askew nose. Still, she was pretty. I'm Harry Potter, I'll correct myself. Miranda Gardner, daughter of Demeter. She introduced herself. She's been the leader of the cabin for 2 months now. She approached me at a leisurely pace. Then what's your world like? He asked. I rolled my eyes. I don't know. I can't remember anything except my name. I'm tired of people suggesting I have another world. I heard Miranda mutter something like, a good mechanism to ensure peace. So you think Annabeth only told you about the situation halfway through? He asked softly. What's the situation? I asked, confused. Miranda paused for a moment. Didn't he tell you anything? I shook my head. I'll tell you. Harry, over the past 5 years, Percy has uncovered evidence that Titan Kronos sought to reclaim his dominion over the world. During the second week of August, we all fought monsters from his army. Percy even battled 2 Titans in that single battle. The gods couldn't help us because they were battling Typhon, the father of all monsters. But Percy led us to protect Olympus. We pulled it off by a hair's breadth. And on the final day of the struggle, we returned. Until that day, our oracle, who gave us prophecies for our quest, had been a mummy for half a century. That day, not only was Percy finally declared to Anabeth, but Rachel, Percy's friend, became the new oracle and recited the new great prophecy. Miranda raised a piece of paper she held in her hand and shook it in front of my face. I'll read it to you. 2 great heroes crossing worlds. A bond that will bind them both. To unite them is the way to defeat the evil. Tonight, Annabeth had a dream telling her that the scarred boy was the answer, and she needed to embark on a quest. You know how it goes, cryptic phrases always make sense to us demigods. According to Annabeth's dream, and the dreams of demigods are never just dreams, and the prophecy you would be the hero of another world. I was trying to soak up the information, but Miranda kept talking, so I ended up thinking it wasn't that big of a deal. All I needed was to replace someone who defeated a Titan. How does that work? I used to think I was a hero in my own world, as Miranda said. I didn't have trouble believing it, but I wasn't a hero. If you saw me walking down the street, you'd just see an ordinary guy. What really stood out was my scar and eyes, though my hair and glasses hid them, respectively. On the way to the great house, which Annabeth had called it, I'd seen boys wielding knives, swords, and bows crafting weapons in canoes with moves so flawless they could have been from a movie. But let's be really wasn't exactly some hero. I couldn't do what they did. You can do other things. A voice whispered in my mind. Miranda leaned toward a plant on the windowsill. The plant seemed to lean toward her, and it really looked like it was whispering to her. Suddenly, Miranda stood up as if the flower had just shared something significant. Seeing me staring at her, she shot me a sarcastic glance. "You know, daughter of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture," he said as if sharing a joke. "I'm talking to the plants." When she didn't laugh, he added, "Anyway, I have to go, Anabeth's coming." And just as unexpectedly as it had appeared, it vanished. I wondered if Demeter was also the goddess of disappearance. I doubted it. Flowers and invisibility? Not even. As Miranda said, 10 seconds later Anabeth appeared. She was riding a half-horse with Ian. "Wow!" I exclaimed as I leaped off the porch of Casa Grande, where I'd been sitting all day. The man there wore a tweed jacket, with thin coffee-colored hair and unkempt beard. Oh, and where should legs be? He had the body of a horse. He was a centaur. The centaur scrutinized me before silently disappearing with Ian into the strawberry fields, leaving me utterly bewildered. "Did Miranda explain everything to you?" Anabeth asked when the other two left. "Parpedi sorprendido. You know what? Coming all the way from afar to Miranda is a good girl, but she can't keep her mouth shut. She's good at keeping secrets, but she's super talkative." She led me into the grand house and guided me through a narrow corridor that made one feel claustrophobic. There were 3 doors, 2 on the right and 1 at the far end. Anabeth leaned against the frame as they entered through the front door. The room featured a cozy bed draped in a thick white quilt, a mirror-topped vanity I wouldn't approach, and a dark wooden wardrobe. "Only 2/4 of guests," Anabeth said. "Most stayed in Hermes' cabin when there were no appointments, but now everyone's booked. And since mortals can't enter without Chiron's permission, well, we don't have visitors. There are only 2 rooms just in case. The bathroom is the back door. What else? Oh, and when you hear the conch call, you must leave the house and follow the crowd. I'll send you a change of clothes. Tomorrow you can pick more at the camp store. If someone with a suspicious look tries to snatch you up, don't take it. They're from Hermes' cabin and could be Momo's kids. They're known for their pranks. Dinner's 2 hours away, so chill out. Don't be scared if Rachel shows up. It's probably the spirit of Delphi who told her you were here." Anabeth sighed. "I hope you're a hero, Harry Potter. Merging 2 worlds is dangerous. It's like enemies by nature. That's why they were separated in the first place. Someone made a huge leap to swap them between Percy and you. This means the danger ahead will be even worse." With that cheerful remark, Anabeth left, and I understood what Miranda meant by a good mechanism to ensure peace. My memory was erased, so I couldn't speak of my past life, and they could attack me. I suppose the same thing had happened to Percy too. I glanced at the bed and stretched out on it. A nap would do. I realized I couldn't stop laughing at the sight of Ian dressed as a clown. That horseman had caught me off guard. He might need a spoonful of his own medicine. Me dormied. Ian POV. "So there's only one Momo's son?" I asked, trying to start a conversation with the man. Horse. Walking with a silent man-horse was a bit creepy, and he'd been silent since we saw Harry. Now he was staring at the strawberry fields with a vacant look. Chiron? Chiron turned me around. "Ah yes, we know nothing about Momo's children. If it weren't for Anabeth, who's well informed about the legends, no one would have recognized his mark. Not many people know about him." He looked at me more intently. "I don't think he'd ever recognized you as his son. You'd have arrived here and left without knowing who your father was. I believe he probably did everything possible to keep you hidden, to make you think you were just another kid. His name isn't very honorable, the god of jest, banished from Olympus. No, if they hadn't returned it, you'd had a rough time here, probably ending up like all the other children of minor deities." Took me a moment to process the information. "Did they treat me badly?" I asked. "No, but you'd have stayed in Hermes' cabin all along, knowing you weren't supposed to be there." Chiron led me to an empty plaster structure containing just 2 beds, 2 washstands, and a separate room that looked like a bathroom. "During your stay here, you can fix it. I'll have someone bring you some clothes, and tomorrow you can pick something yourself. When the conch sounds, it's time for dinner. You'll find the dining area by following the rest of the campers." He left, and exhausted by the day's discoveries, dozed off. Harry's POV. I woke up when someone shook my shoulder. Without hesitation, I sat down and slipped my glasses on. My hand instinctively reached into my pocket, where my wand was waiting. Once again, I wondered what this protective tool would do for me. Before me stood a lovely red-haired girl with warm green eyes and a few amber highlights. She wore a red blouse and a layered floral pattern skirt. When I suddenly stood up, she jumped slightly and stepped back a bit. She stepped back until she sat down at the vanity. I'm Rachel Elizabeth Dare, he introduced himself.
Harry Potter dijo.
The other hero, he murmured, locking eyes with me. Then Rachel bent forward as if someone had struck her. She straightened up, her eyes turning green like snakes. When he spoke, his voice sounded tripled, as if 3 Rachels were speaking at once. Black hair and green eyes seek the dragon of memories in the enchanted fields blessed by witchcraft. The brave twin sister and the mixed-race lion perform their acts. His pursuit was perilous, but they knew it. Rachel gasped for air in a panic. Write it down, he snapped. Just write it down, Harry. I went to the nightstand and searched for paper. Luckily, there was some. Being good at remembering words, I managed to write it down exactly as it was. What's this? I asked Rachel when she came back. Why did you want him to be registered? It's Percy's prophecy, he replied simply. I also have black hair and green eyes, I told him. Yes, but the prophecy was Percy's. I knew I had to speak with you. Your eyes reminded me of Percy's, though not in the same shade. He's lost, and you must replace him. I was about to ask something more, but the thought fled at the sound of a snail. It's time for dinner, Rachel announced. He took my hand not in a romantic way, but with encouraging warmth, like saying I'm here for you, and led me to an area packed with tables. Originally there were only 12 tables, but with the new acquisitions from Olympus, they've been growing, Rachel explained. Percy had the idea to invite all the other gods to Olympus and their children to Camp Half-Blood. Now there are more demigods too, as he insisted they be recognized before their 13th birthday. I let Rachel talk about Percy for a bit longer, paying close attention because I needed to figure out who should take his place. I met Percy when we were 14. It was a brief encounter where I introduced myself, but he left me alone with his name. The first time I saw him fight was at school, 2 vampires. Well, they weren't vampires, they were other creatures whose names I can't recall now, but they were supposed to seduce men to absorb their energy. In the end, Percy killed one, but the other fled. The first time I saw him truly fight was in the arena of his giant. Literally, it was a giant, the half-brother of Gaia and Poseidon. While in the sand, he regained strength from the earth, for he was Gaia's son. Unbeatable on land, Percy climbed up to the skulls hanging from the ceiling, urging the giant to ascend as well, which he did. Once atop, Percy hanged him there, made a cut, and the giant began to bleed dry. He was made of sand. For thousands of years, he remained unconquered. Percy has this fighting expression where you can't tell if he's fighting for the good team or the bad team. It's baffling. Rachel spoke of him as if she would admire him greatly, and I myself began to admire him too, to fight against a giant and triumph over them. The mere act of creation seemed like an extraordinary feat to me, setting aside the colorful elements Rachel had added. Rachel led me to the 3rd table, which was empty, while many others were relatively full. Noted that Ian was alone at his table. Rachel taught me how to make an offering to the gods, whom I only told for the gods, because she said they loved the smell of fire. It smelled wonderful. She showed me that you had to whisper food into the plate for it to appear, and since I didn't know what to ask, she ordered a hamburger and fried fries. Mr. D, also known as the god Dionysus, introduced me with a dry, monotonous voice. I should tell them we have a new camper today. Henry Puller. Chiron had to correct him, and Mr. D muttered to himself, muttering curses. Annabeth stood up to add something. He's one of the prophecy boys, the other is Percy. They swapped worlds, and Harry doesn't remember anything. Percy probably doesn't remember either, I think. At the last part, she seemed on the verge of breaking down. After we finished eating, Rachel got up and cleared her throat. She had been sitting next to me at the table she explained was Poseidon's, the very table where Percy used to eat. I'm fed up with them trying to replace me with him. Today I received another prophecy, which Harry had the pleasure of witnessing. I added sarcastically, I'll read it. It's Percy's prophecy about the problem he'll face in the afterlife while Harry remains here. Though his voice might not carry the prophetic tone of a true seer, its recitation still carried profound weight. The man with black hair and green eyes hunts the dragon of memories in the enchanted fields blessed by witchcraft, where the brave twin sister and the mixed-race lion perform their rituals. Though their quest is perilous, they know it well. There was a silence. Could it be for Harry? Someone asked, identifying themselves from the cabin of Apollo, the god of medicine, music, and poetry. No, it's definitely Percy. That kind of thing feels like a sixth sense. Besides, there are no twins here anyway. That's not right, I protested from Aphrodite's table. We've got some twins here. I identified the girl as Silena Beauregard, leader of the Aphrodite cabin. They arrived last week. None of them are brave, someone from Hesepsto shouted, followed by bursts of laughter. Then what about the mestizo lion? Anabeth asked. That's a beast of Heras, along with the cow. Wait, that's Percy's prophecy. Rachel, could you give it to me? Rachel nodded and handed me the leaf. When she turned to look at me again, she choked out a scream. She took a few steps back, staring at my feet. At my feet stood a Siberian dog, black and white with blue eyes and thick fur. It stared at me before settling down in front of me, growling like it was protecting me. I noticed a purple mist swirling around the dog, glowing with a magical radiance. Everyone gasped in unison. Even Mr. D raised an eyebrow. The blessing of Hecate, Lou Ellen murmured. According to Rachel's account, she was the leader of Hecate's cabin. From what Miranda had told her, who'd magically twisted his nose. She looked at me with genuine affection, as if her mother's mere liking for him made him likable. That's Hecate's blessing, I'm certain. An arrow whistled and embedded itself in the ground right before me, vanishing the dog instantly. I turned around to find about 50 girls gathered on the side of the entrance to the camp. Is Percy lost? Have you heard about if they do reviews, the public gets updated faster? This could be a game changer for our future.
A hot picks Percy.
Chapter 4.
A hot picks Percy.
Letter to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, 50 years ago we delivered the previous prophecy to you, the previous grand prophecy, which last month we were certain was about Perseus Jackson being the hero. On his birthday, the day of the prophecy, but when it had already ended, our oracle delivered another great prophecy. There's a note inside the envelope, written right there. I imagined the first part and switched from Perseus Jackson to Harry Potter. This one won't be coming to Hogwarts this year, at least not at the start of the year. Dumbledore, I need to ask for your help. You have a swimming class. If you want, it should only be for Perseus, who's 15 years old. But we need him to discover his powers. And he won't do that unless someone forces him to get into the water at least once. He might have trouble with certain classes due to his dyslexia and hyperactivity. He has a thing for blue food. Don't worry though, I convinced Hecate to bless him. He's not just a demigod but also a full-fledged wizard. Thanks, tentiously, Hera, Queen of the Heavens. Percy POV. Dumbledore opened the envelope and read the letter. He then took out a smaller sheet from it, read it too, glanced at it for a few seconds and finally put the papers back in the envelope. He lifted his gaze and smiled at me. Great, Perseus Jackson. Looks like you'll be staying at Hogwarts this year. I was about to ask why, but he raised his hand and stopped me. We'll talk more about that later. I prefer Percy. I corrected myself, wondering how he knew my name. Maybe it was in the letter. You'll go in the canoe because it's your first year, he said. During the gathering, the other boys kept joining in, forming a tight-knit circle around us except for Hermione and Ron, who stayed by my side. There was a moment of silence as I studied Dumbledore, and Dumbledore studied me. Then, unexpectedly, he vanished again with a crack. We all blinked in surprise. You can't show up at Hogwarts, Hermione said. Apparently, pieces of information collided. Hermione began shaking her head. For some reason, she couldn't stop imagining a robot confronted with a paradox. Come on, calm down, Ron urged her. Hermione recovered, and they then led me toward the canoes. At some point my eyes collided with the carriages. There were creatures tied to the carriages. If I had to name them, they would be called horses, but they had something reptilian about them. They weren't made of flesh at all. Black hair clung to their skeletons, making every bone visible. Their heads were dragon-like, with eyes devoid of pupils, white and fixed. They had large wings with a leather-like texture that seemed designed for giant bats. Standing still, they appeared mysterious and sinister. Are those what they say? I asked. See them? Ron asked, surprised. Of course I see them, Ron. Why else would I ask? Hermione interjected. They're Thestrals, Percy. Only those who've seen death can see them. Looks like you've done it. They left me in a canoe and returned to the wagons. To be honest, I felt a bit uncomfortable there. There was a canoe for me alone, while the rest were carrying 4 11-year-olds. I felt good while we were at the lake. I dipped my hand in the water, and it seemed to surge around my fingers. I thought I saw some girls down there, just regular teens, you know? They were underwater. The journey was delightful for me. I loved the water, and it seemed to enjoy me too. The waves even appeared to flow against the canoe's course, as if they were trying to fulfill my wish. We reached the other side, and there stood a castle. Majestic and built of gray stone bricks. It was situated about 50 meters from the lakeshore. Imponent. We stepped through the doors, and inside greeted us a stern-looking woman wearing square-rimmed glasses. She wore an emerald-colored cloak, her jet-black hair neatly tied in a bun. Her eyes seemed fixed on me as she stared intently. Did he talk to Dumbledore? I asked, guessing that was why he was paying so much attention. She narrowed her eyes. Director Dumbledore. She turned to the other children. I'm Professor McGonagall. Follow me to choose your houses. That was her crisp introduction. We followed Professor McGonagall along a marked path on the stone pavement. I could hear the clamor of hundreds of voices coming from a portal to the right. The rest of the school must be there. But Professor McGonagall led us to an empty room outside the entrance hall. They gathered us there, closer together than usual, nervously scanning their surroundings while I slipped away. Welcome to Hogwarts, said Professor McGonagall. The year-opening feast is just around the corner. But before you can take your seats at the Great Hall, you must be sorted into houses. The sorting ceremony is a major event because while you're here, your house will become your family in Hogwarts. You'll study with other students from your chosen house, sleep in their dormitories, and spend your free time in the common room. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts a distinguished history and has produced remarkable wizards and witches. During their time at Hogwarts, their achievements earn points for the house, while any rule violations result in point deductions. At the end of the school year, the house with the most points receives the Cup of Home. Is a great honor. I hope you all become a source of pride for the homes you're assigned. The selection ceremony will begin in just a few minutes, right outside the school building. I suggest everyone get themselves in top shape while waiting. You never know when you might need it. For a few minutes, I felt utterly humiliated being introduced to first-year students until McGonagall arrived. She made us leave the room. We walked back through the hallway, past some double doors, and entered the Great Hall. It was an impressive dining room, yet what truly captivated me was the sky. By then it had darkened, and the stars were shining. I wouldn't trade my territory for it, but the night sky is beautiful. That thought threw me off a bit. My territory? I didn't have time to examine it because I saw a hat with facial-shaped creases placed on a stool by Professor McGonagall. A gaping gash formed near the edge, as wide as a mouth, and the hat began to sing. The hat started singing. Huh? I'm the hat selector. I've seen battles, full-scale wars. I've seen the recent victory of Hogwarts. The danger isn't over yet. I'll be assigning the new students to their respective houses. Together they'll work to eliminate the threat. You can join Hufflepuff, the realm of the loyal and just. They fear nothing in their work, embracing even the heaviest tasks. You might also fit into Ravenclaw's academic excellence and intelligence program. For them, studying is the best choice. They have sharp minds and are eager to learn. Slytherin is your go-to option, where the shrewd meet their kind. These perfectionist snakes are ambitious people who won't stop until they achieve their goals. You can go to Gryffindor, House of the Brave Knights, some impulsive ones. No one doubts the danger. The houses are divided, but they must unite. There's another world to consider that they should also connect with. Now you know your options. It's time to get to know your profile. I'll read your mind. Nothing will ever be hidden from me. Dumbledore was fuming at the hat with a glare, as if he'd said something he shouldn't have. The hat either didn't notice him or simply ignored him. I think it was the second time. Dumbledore rose from his seat and spoke. As you can see, among the first-year students is a new boy who's not exactly 11 years old. His name is Perseus Jackson. This is his first year. He'll be the first to graduate. Brilliant. Now it was Perseus. I was certain that even in my previous life I never liked my name being so peculiar. I approached, and McGonagall put on the singer's hat. Hat singer, boy? Asked the hat selector. I ducked slightly, embarrassed. No big deal. Let's see. It's tricky. Though I don't have your memories, I can sense your attitude. You could join Hufflepuff, loyal and fair. Extremely loyal. But you, while tolerating heavy workloads, seem to have more leadership qualities. You could go to Ravenclaw. Though you don't study much, you occasionally remember facts. No, it's not enough for Ravenclaw. Maybe Slytherin. You're shrewd, very shrewd, but also dull. You miss the obvious. You're someone who achieves what you seriously set out to do. But you don't take things too seriously and aren't very ambitious. Though your power is water, the element of Slytherin, it doesn't matter. Gryffindor seems the right fit. You're brave, and even though you have fears, you're ready to overcome them. The Sorting Hat paused, as if to verify if his decision was correct. Gryffindor. The farthest table welcomed me warmly with curious glances. Hermione and a girl with dark brown hair streaked with red highlights and hazel eyes created space between them. The girl beside me was pretty, but her constant gaze kept me on edge. Before I knew it, I leaned toward Hermione. I'm sorry, I said, blushing and stepping back as he shot me a questioning look. Hermione, sitting next to Ron, turned her back on me. Everyone around me kept talking except for the boy in front of me, the girl beside me, and the other girl next to him. Even those who were talking kept stealing glances at me. The girl 2 seats away from me had black hair and gray eyes that were almost lilac in color. Across from me stood the boy with golden blonde hair and blue eyes. Hi there. I'm Parvati Patil, and this is Lavender Brown, my best friend. The red-haired girl extended her hand to me. I shook her, but let her go quickly. I couldn't bring myself to do that knowing I had a girlfriend. Or so I thought. Did Annabeth even exist? She might not have existed. The thought weighed heavily on my mind. The boy standing before me waved his hand and said, I'm Seamus Finnegan. You know, a half-magic, half-human mestizo. One of those rare ones in this generation. He gave an ironic smile, as if that were a bad thing. He saw nothing wrong with being a mestizo. Where did you come from? Asked the insolent Lavender Brown. He glanced at her with slight irritation, while Seamus and Parvati shot him reproachful glances. She usually doesn't do that, Parvati started, but I cut her off. No, it doesn't matter. I don't remember anything from my life, except that I had to come to Hogwarts and Dumbledore knows something about it. My tone was harsh, but eventually turned frustrated. Parvati blinked in surprise. Parvati POV. Percy was an attractive young man with ocean green eyes, jet black hair, and fair skin. He was absolutely stunning. Parvati was taken aback when he said he couldn't remember anything before Hogwarts. Can I see your wand? I asked. Did you read that article too? Exclaimed Lavender. Seamus rolled his eyes, as if he'd heard that damned article several times that day. Percy tilted his head, as if trying to remember where he was or whether she had brought it. It was a charming gesture. His hand slipped into his robe, from which emerged a small case. You haven't used it? Seamus asked. No. JD looked at it through the case window. It was bronze. I recognized it instantly. Mom had these bronze earrings. Focus, I urged her. Parvati, this is a bronze wand, I pointed out. The case swiftly passed from Lavender to Seamus. Before long, the entire Gryffindor table had seen the strange metal wand. Yet no one dared touch it. The case eventually made its way back to Percy, who had been slapped across the face whether out of shame or fury. Percy POV. When I retrieved the wand, I slipped it back into my robe and ate hastily. I noticed Hermione had received a letter from an elf. She read it under the table. Her eyes darted in surprise as she handed it to Ron. There was a muffled murmur, and all I could make out was Harry. Then it hit me to ask who Harry Potter was. I'd heard the name so many times, yet still couldn't figure out what the hell he was. I decided to ask Hermione instead, since Parvati had Lavender by her side and I wasn't exactly on good terms with Lavender. Seamus was another option, but I felt Hermione seemed closer to Harry. After dinner, they explained that the prefects would give us the new password when we arrived at Gryffindor, where our common room was located. When all the Gryffindors were heading to the common hall, I stayed behind to keep up with Hermione. Hermione? I asked tentatively. I was wondering if you could tell me who Harry Potter is. Since they keep mentioning him so much, Hermione smiled. Of course, Percy. He sneezed. This is going to be a long story. Wonderful. Harry Potter was struck by the Avada Kedavra curse by you-know-nothing a year later. But he survived with a lightning scar on his forehead. He became a legend among wizards. Do you want the full version or the abridged one? What lasts until the common room? Asinchu. 7 years ago, I started school at the same time as Ron and I. We became friends. We discovered that the defense against the dark arts teacher was secretly working with Hutusabes, keeping him in the shadows. Before Hutusabes obtained the Philosopher's Stone for his new body, we managed to recover it ourselves. The following year saw attacks originating from a creature of Slytherin, the legendary Chamber of Secrets. Though Ginny was behind these schemes, she was merely possessed by the diary's spirit, which turned out to be a Horcrux containing a fragment of you-know-nothing's soul. Harry ultimately destroyed it using a basilisk's fangs. In our 3rd year, we faced off against the exorcists. That was also when Harry learned to create a Patronus, and more importantly, a corporeal one. In his 4th year, he participated in the 3 Magi tournament and won. Unfortunately, during the tournament, Cedric Diggory also passed away. It turned out our teacher that year had been locked up while a fake Ojoloko Moody was taking his place. In her 5th year here, she proved that you-know-nothing had truly returned. Dolores Umbridge, who had been tormenting us, finally left. In his 6th year, he discovered that Severus Snape's half-blood prince, also known as our potions master, our 6th defense against the dark arts teacher was actually a Muggle-destroying Death Eater. In our 7th year, he defeated Quidditch, and we discovered that Snape was playing for the good side. Not many died, but those who did died for a noble cause. Ron and I helped him all those years. Hermione sounded proud to say that. I would have felt the same way too, though I didn't really get every word she said. Who is Queen Tusabes? I asked the most crucial question. Lord Voldemort, he said with a shiver, the man who destroyed families, corrupted people, and the entire magical world. And a Mortifago? The Morsakers were followers of who you said, who supported him in his claim that wizards born to Muggle parents shouldn't exist, only purebloods should be allowed. I stood speechless, processing the news. They led me to my dormitory, shared with Ron, Seamus, Neville Longbottom, and Dean Thomas. To my delight, I discovered it had also been Harry Potter's room. When everyone had fallen asleep, I felt the urge to grab the pen in my pocket. It was just an ordinary pen, not like the inked bird feathers used here. I pulled the pen cap off, and where the pen had been a moment ago lay a sword matching my wand's hue celestial bronze. The blade made me instinctively want to hide it, so reflexively I pressed the pen cap against the sword tip, which instantly transformed back into a regular pencil. I was thinking about the inscription on the sword, Anaklusmos. I knew in our language that would be Riptide, too. With a Harry Potter location missing, the expectations were sky-high. Hermione POV. Here's something for Miss Hermione, Winky said, handing me a letter. It's from Headmaster Dumbledore. Without a word exchanged, he vanished. I opened the letter, curious about what Winky had brought and what Dumbledore had sent. Senorita Hermione Granger, I write this hastily because I know what I predict won't take long to come true. Soon, at some point, Perseus will be curious about who Harry Potter is. Miss Granger, you must tell him everything without holding back. In a nutshell, a prophecy has been made for him and Harry. Two great heroes are now separated by worlds of change that will affect both of them. What's more, we need to unite them to defeat the evil. Percy Jackson holds immense importance in his own world, just as Harry matters here. You and Ronald must protect him, guide him, let him make friends and become his allies. He needs to earn the trust of the wizards, for as the prophecy states, something vital is approaching, and both worlds must come together to achieve it. Before you even think to ask, Miss Granger, no, I won't tell you anything about the other world. It will reveal itself in due time. And remember, Percy has ADHD, dyslexia, and is a hero. Don't forget that and overprotect him. Treat him the way you treat Harry. Don't interfere unless he approaches you. The same goes for Ronald. Attentiously, Albus Dumbledore. The letter left me utterly baffled. I showed it to Ron, who was equally taken aback. Later, when Percy asked about Harry Potter, I flashed him a nervous grin and spilled the beans on everything. He listened intently, pondering everything. He didn't seem like the fool who mistook Hogwarts for Hogwarts. I was certain he was a hero no matter where he came from or what background he had. He was a hero. I wondered if he, like Harry, also found the attention bothersome, if people felt intimidated when speaking to him. Most importantly, what had he done to earn the title of hero? That night in my room with the chatty Parvati and the annoying Lavender, I started making a list. This list was meant to tell me what the world of Percy looked like. Asterisk Greek Lee.
Asterisco tiene dislexia.
Asterisk Tambia TDH. It seemed the water was tilting toward him. His wand is crafted from a material called celestial bronze. His name is rare. Perseus. I was missing something more. I tapped my lip with the opposite side of the pen tip. I started writing again.
Asterisco no tiene memoria.
If Dumbledore hadn't wanted to tell me, I'd have figured it out myself. After all, I already had a reason to stay close. Maybe Ron could help me out. Yes, I would have discovered Percy's world. And if he hadn't remembered it by then, I'd have told him. Though I shouldn't have interfered. That night, I wrestled with myself before sleep took over. 1. I took the test 7 years ago, but remember they're in 5th grade now. It's like Harry had been 2 or 3 years younger in his assignments. I'm sorry about that, but I didn't know how to fix it. 2. Which sounds better? Riptide or Contracorian? Riptide. N.A. Hope you enjoyed it. Couldn't update earlier because I went to my grandpa's birthday party, and my uncle disconnected the internet at night, when I was home, talking about electromagnetic waves or something like that. Okay. I wasn't there when he was rambling, but I'm pretty sure he did. Anyway, now I'm home, but even before that, the internet was down. I'll upload the next chapter as soon as I make adjustments. Bye. The Blessed One of Hecate. Chapter 5. The Blessed One of Hecate. Harry's POV. The arrow had taken the dog down, which really annoyed me. I was about to scold the girl who threw the arrow. She seemed to be the front guard and squad leader, until I saw her. She was a 15-year-old girl with black hair and sky-blue eyes. She wore a t-shirt with skulls, a black leather jacket featuring silver accents, and black jeans with chains, just like the silver hoop-shaped headband that adorned her head. He didn't seem like someone I'd want to mess with, and I wouldn't have found out firsthand. The other girls wore white t-shirts and gray camouflage pants, paired with combat boots. Then what? Percy is lost? The blue-eyed girl repeated. Annabeth was on the verge of tears, but managed to utter a feeble sigh. She tried her best to regain her composure and succeeded. The girl with the arrow approached Annabeth, and everyone forgot about my purple smoke. The girl hugged Annabeth. How did Percy come up with this idea to just disappear like that? He grunted. Thalia? Miranda called out. Percy didn't leave on his own. There was a prophecy about that, I don't know if you remember it. Is the great prophecy finally coming true? And Percy's got his hands in it too? Well, I guess I already knew that part, her tone suggested otherwise. So what was the prophecy all about again? Rachel recited it. Though she seemed to have forgotten what she was saying, it appeared she had memorized it so thoroughly that she could recite it effortlessly. Two great heroes are shifting realms. A change that will affect both of them. Yet it is necessary to unite them. To defeat the evil one, he declared with solemn tone. Is Percy one of those heroes? Thalia mused. And there was another prophecy, Rachel added. Oh no, murmured Thalia. Oh yes, Black hair and green eyes seek the dragon of memories. In the fields where the blessed are blessed by witchcraft. For the brave twin and the mixed-race lion act. Their quest is perilous, but they know it well. Thalia opened her eyes wide open. I just fell. If it's a change, who took Percy's place? The Scar Boy, said a plump chestnut-eyed figure from Demeter's cabin cheerfully. She wriggled in her seat when I shot her a glare that could have melted ice. Everyone turned to me. Thalia raised an eyebrow when she saw me. Black hair and green eyes, she murmured. Could it be him? He asked Rachel. Rachel seemed a bit tired of answering that question. Not because there are no twins here, and besides, who would be the mestizo lion? Are there twins? Exclaimed Silena Beauregard. Anyone whose god of fatherhood is the lion, said someone from Ares' cabin. To which Athena's cabin burst into laughter. What a fool. We told you the lion is Hera's beast. Malcolm, who Anabeth introduced to me, shouted at the table of Ares. Chiron intervened while Mr. D was playing with his cup, which served refreshments instead of wine. Apparently, his punishment was not to taste a single drop of alcohol for 100 years. The number Zeus reduced to 50 after the camp's victory over the Titans. Stop, Chiron shouted. This isn't some casual chat we're having here. Tomorrow at 8 sharp, the cabin chiefs will be in the boardroom. After that, everyone went their separate ways with nothing left to do. Anabeth POV. It was my second meeting in 2 days. Things were going south. Harry and Ian arrived at the same time, side by side, chatting away. They seemed to be getting along pretty well. They came in and I told them to take their seats. They had been instructed to stay here because Ian was the only occupant of Momo's cabin, and Harry for obvious reasons. They were wearing camp shirts and jeans. The ping-pong table in the recreation room, officially called the boardroom table, was occupied by Mr. D's son. Michael, you from Apollo? Michael, you from Hermes? Michael, you from Artemisa? She doesn't use her last name. And Clarice La Rue de Ares from Aphrodite. She isn't Artemis' daughter either, but Zeus, though she answers to her. Beckendorf as Hesyphius, Miranda Gardiner as Demeter, formerly Katie Gardner, though her father insisted she should go to college. Did you notice Demeter's name sounds like Gardner? Clovis Doorman as Hypnos, Butch as Iris, Ginger Fadelin as Nike. How unfair. They even beat us Olympian Athena. Since her mother was the goddess of victory deity, least almost always they were part of our team. Jane McQuillians from Teak, Ryan Osterdyke from Nyx, Aurora Jeanette from Harmony, Matthew Winchell, the chilling son of Deimos, god of terror, Gaspard Isaacson, the equally chilling son of Phobos, god of fear, Madeline Mady Crosswall, daughter of Eris, goddess of discord, and Lou Ellen O'Pearl from Hecate. Rachel, the oracle, stood beside me, while Chiron sat opposite me, steering the meeting. We'll start by discussing Harry first. We need to determine whether he's actually Hecate's son, if it's her blessing or what his true nature is, I explained. Harry was furious when he saw her speak of him as if he weren't even here, and she didn't hide it, while Mady smiled at the mention of the word. We'll discuss it. I don't think he's from Hecate's cabin, Mady said, knowing this would spark a lot of disagreements. The girl loved arguing. She knew how to start a verbal spat and would respond with clever answers using clues others left behind. She didn't mean any harm, she just enjoyed the debates, found them thrilling. But here's the thing, I ended up leaving him anyway. I wanted to hear different perspectives too. This is from Hecate, Lou Ellen declared. It might not be that way, Gaspard said. I mean, he had the dog, and that's a symbol of Artemis, Matthew added. What a fool. Artemisa only blesses girls, Thalia said, rolling her eyes. Ares also has a dog, Aurora suggested, sensing an impending conflict. Her mother was the opposite of Eris, while Harmony embodied harmony itself. Mady used that, the replacement of Percy in the cabin of Ares? I thought Percy and Clarice weren't getting along. Aurora made a face. 5 won't let the scar-faced guy into the cabin. Clarice snapped. Though sharp-witted, her father's lingering Ares persona made her vulnerable to provocation. Then why doesn't Artemisa bless the boys? Gaspard asked Thalia, his eyes still darting around. Though she kept avoiding his gaze, even though he couldn't see her fear in his father's eyes. You could tell when you looked him in the eye. Thalia kept her nose pressed against his. Because the boys are stupid, she replied, specifically referring to Matthew and Gaspard, and they immediately realized her point. Then why wouldn't Harry be welcome in your cabin if he were your brother? I'm sure he's not a god of war, Miranda said to Clarice Aries, as if it were an insult. It seemed Miranda had developed a soft spot for Harry. Well, little flower, as I said, it's impossible for the scarred guy to be an Aries warrior since he's Percy's replacement. Sure, he'll probably start playing with magic in a few days. That's easier, Clarice replied. Lou Ellen let out an anguished cry of indignation. Clarice, every deity has a vital role to play, and the abilities of their children are equally powerful, she rebuked. Ryan, who had been sensing something for Lou Ellen. Does that even make sense? Pollux interjected, though maintaining a neutral tone. Ryan blushed. I think Artemisa's just too clueless to understand them. Connor Stoll suggested about her tendency to be brave with the boys. The look Thalia gave Matthew and Gaspard had discouraged many. Thalia shot him an indignant stare. I would have expected more from a Stoll. Yes, Gaspard quipped with a smirk. Calate, Gasparin. Gaspard turned red with rage. Me lamo Gaspard. Gasparin, Thalia declared with a cheeky tone. Thalia, her name is Casper, Aurora said softly reproachingly at Thalia. Then she realized her mistake and blushed. Matthew and Gaspard shot her a glare, making Aurora flinch as Thalia wriggled out of laughter. I think Percy could be Aries' own, Travis Stoll told Clarice. He defeated your father. With fiery red eyes blazing with fury, Clarice locked eyes with him. Percy isn't of Aries, said Silena. Someone who supports me, Clarice exclaimed. Not because I can't, but he has water powers. Everyone rolled their eyes as Silena smiled, for that was her goal to make them stop fighting. What if Artemisa blesses a boy for the first time? Asked Pollux, the delusional one. Artemisa wouldn't do that, Thalia insisted. Maybe he fell for him, Gaspard suggested insolently. Oh, Matthew scoffed. Thalia's eyes darkened. She didn't do that, he said sharply. I think so, Gaspard continued. Then what about the purple haze? Lou Ellen asked. That could only have been my mother's doing, she declared. The gods can do whatever they want, Jane sneered. It was purple, Ginger pointed out. What? Butch asked. Gods aren't supposed to have colors. My mom could have done that too. Ever seen a rainbow on a woman's forehead? Ginger quipped. No, it's a scar. A male-shaped scar with lightning patterns. Don't make fun of me, Jane said. Wait a minute, Michael exclaimed. That scar looks like lightning. Could he be a son of Zeus? Didn't you hear that? Rachel demanded. It's from another world. Ergo not a demigod. Well, a blessing from Zeus. Did a lightning bolt appear behind Harry? No, it was purple mist. As Hecate is doing, Rachel replied. See? I have the oracle on my side. It's in line with Lou Ellen and me. I win, concluded Ginger, daughter of the goddess of victory. But there's still a scar shaped like a lightning bolt, Matey said, noticing the fight was dying down. Imagine the goddess of virginity falling for a mortal blessed by Hecate. Gaspard burst into laughter, Matthew joining in, then contradicting himself. That would make a great dramatic novel. Percy could be from the Ares cabin, judging by how he fought, said Miranda, who had clashed with us during the second Titanomachy. Punk wouldn't do that, Clarice shouted, using the nickname she'd given Percy. Of course. Travis, Miranda, and Ryan shouted back. Ryan had also been present at the second Titanomia as part of Hermes' cabin, since there was no Nick's cabin, which is why they hadn't marked it. 3 against 1. That's not fair, exclaimed Silena, Clarice's friend. Right, Charlie? She asked Beckendorf. Beckendorf didn't seem to have a clear answer. I think he was on the same page as Miranda. See? Silena took it as an affirmation. Okay. I really don't think Artemisa would ever fall for a mortal, Connor said. No offense, Harry. It doesn't matter, Harry muttered, trying to keep up with the discussion like Ian was doing. Then how do you explain why you blessed a boy? Matthew argued. It's because Artemisa didn't bless Harry, you two idiots. Thalia burst out, as a thunderclap echoed outside the gaming room. Harry has the blessing of Hecate, Thalia, Connor, Miranda, Ryan, Lou Ellen, Ginger, and Rachel kept repeating stubbornly, "This is the blessing of Artemisa." Matthew and Gaspard continued. "It's Zeus," Michael exclaimed. The rest kept arguing, except Aurora, who tried to calm things down, Mady, who was stirring things up, Clovis, who was asleep despite all the commotion, and Beckendorf, who watched in silence. "Stop," I shouted. "Do you want to pay attention to the facts?" Everyone fell silent and stared at me, ready to listen. Yesterday I investigated, and they believe Hecate's blessing is a kiss on the forehead from the goddess. The dog that appeared protected him from others, as if we were the enemy. "Oh!" I exclaimed when seeing several people opening their mouths. Or could it be symbolic, like he's trying to express the blessing rather than give it, like a kiss on the forehead for Hecate? This means Harry had already received the blessing from the very beginning. What's the blessing for? And why did they give it to a mortal? Miranda asked, his voice barely audible. Chiron, Lou Ellen, and I exchanged glances. "Apparently, the blessing empowers mortals," I declared. After that, we didn't argue much. We agreed that Harry would continue sleeping in the guest room and eat at Hecate's cabin. But that was all. Everyone left the game room, and I watched Michael Yu and Thalia take Harry to see if he was good at archery. They stopped cheering him on when he successfully shot a hairpiece from Michael with an arrow. Later, Michael Yu left them behind, and Thalia, with one of the jackets, took Harry to the canoes. She proved to be a disaster in that too. What about racing? He wasn't good either. The forest nymph instructor left him in the dust. I told him not to worry about it. They'd spent centuries practicing dodging gods obsessed with love. Percy had been through the same thing. Though back then, Percy was 12 years old. We tried freestyle wrestling too. But at that hour Clarice was already out there and kept insisting on training with Harry. It wasn't a fair fight. Everyone was watching us, even the newcomers, because we were all in the loop about what was happening. We tried to figure out what made us stand out. Throughout the day, I noticed that whenever I got nervous, I'd instinctively put my hand in his pocket and stroke the stick he carried. It reminded me of Percy's own unconscious gesture with his quill and weapon, that protective way of defending himself. His weapon was the wand, but I knew that wouldn't work here, at least until his memory came back. Harry's POV. I've been completely knocked down. From this morning's board meeting, where everyone started talking about me as if I wasn't even there, to now, everything has gone south for me. A tree beat me in a race. Well, not exactly a trite was a nymph, but still. Now Thalia and Anabeth were leading me to a stone amphitheater. The floor was sand, and the structure itself was circular, though there were no corners, just a seamless circle. At one corner stood a platform that looked like a stage. And at this moment, my heart nearly stopped. There was a massive rhinoceros-sized dog. It looked like it belonged at home, lying on its stomach, growling listlessly as it chewed on a mannequin's head. I did what would be considered proper, at least outside the mestizo camp. I screamed. The dog just stared at me, growled, still dispirited, and went back to chewing the mannequin with no enthusiasm. "Cherry," Thalia commanded, "it's just Percy's dog." Then she moved closer to give him a little petting. "Sad because Percy didn't come with her," Anabeth explained sadly. "He doesn't understand he's lost. His name is Mr. O'Leary." When I looked, Thalia was trying to brush her stomach against Ms. O'Leary. Now she pointed at me. "Ms. O'Leary? You see that guy over there? His name's Harry," and at that moment, the dog was already running toward me, stopped in front of me, and crouched down. Then it lay on its back, as if waiting for me to scratch its stomach like Thalia had done just moments before. I tentatively reached out to Ms. O'Leary. Within minutes, I'd already built trust with the dog, but still couldn't bring myself to leave her alone. "Great job, the game's over. Let's train now, Harry," Thalia announced, brandishing her sword. Unexpectedly, she received a blow to the forehead with her palm. Anabeth burst into laughter, as if she already knew why she was doing it. "You didn't tell me that," Thalia snapped. "I realized it when you said we were coming to the amphitheater and didn't turn around in the big house," Anabeth said. "From the arsenal," Thalia declared. "They led me to a metal shed, looking like a gardening shed. They let me in and followed me inside. Though I hadn't expected anything, what I found was completely different. The shed was packed with all sorts of weapons. Wow murmured. You've got to pick your weapon? Thalia urged. Having become my trainer and mentor Anabeth, I approached the weapons. I carefully avoided the bows and went straight for the knives. I had noticed that Anabeth usually carried one in her boot or strapped it to her hip. There were numerous pieces of various types. Most had a color ranging from silver, beige, and gold, or simply a soft golden hue. This is bronze, right? I asked. Celestial bronze. That's the only thing that kills monsters, Anabeth declared. Imperial gold does too, but it's a different story. We don't have much. Indeed, there were several pieces of gold, their surfaces gleaming with a golden luster. I took one into my hand, gripping it between my thumb and index finger while wrapping the rest of my fingers around the handle. Anabeth grasped my fingers and adjusted them to fit comfortably. You shouldn't grip the handle this way. Your grip on a knife needs to be secure but not too tight. If you grip it too hard, you might lose control of the weapon. But if it's too loose, it'll slip from your hand, he cautioned. Even after Annabeth's quick lessons, the knife still didn't convince me. The girls weren't too bothered by it, as they kept pushing me to try every blade they found. Then they started talking about swords. I don't know, Thalia argued. He doesn't have the complexions of someone who, you can use a sword. But we need to address this, Annabeth insisted. In the end, Thalia gave in and they took me to a room packed with swords. Why is there a fourth section dedicated solely to swords? I asked. Most campers use swords. No knives or bows. The archers are mostly Apollo's followers, Annabeth told me. I was presented with celestial bronze swords, and recently even some imperial gold ones. I examined the entire room. There were all kinds of swords, but they wouldn't let me touch them. Each had a label explaining their purpose. 5 could transform into bows, crafted by Hephaestus's workshop. Some were entirely made of precious stone obsidian, ruby, sapphire. There was even one vivid titanium quartz piece, a stone that appeared black from the side, yet always bore the hues of the sun. By the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a celestial bronze, though it was clad in a thin layer of obsidian. At least that's what the label said. Magiravdos, crafted from celestial bronze with a thin layer of obsidian. This artifact is guarded by a significant yet forgotten blessing from Hecate. Legend states that only another who bears Hecate's divine favor can wield its power. This sword transforms into smoke and follows its owner forever, until the day of their death. The blade turns to smoke at the owner's command. When you place your hand on the handle, it will grip your hand firmly. Then the owner must speak their wish loudly enough for the handle to hear it clearly. Don't touch it unless you're the owner. Your hand will stay there for the rest of your days. The last one was written in capital letters by hand. It had a black leather grip and a blue guard that was nearly black. The handle was also dark blue but looked like a crystal ball, unlike the guard. The trim was also blue but of the solid, dark type of the guard. Without touching the grip or blade, I pulled out the black leather sheath. The blade was black, but the onyx layer was so thin it appeared as a black leaf with a delicate golden tangerine glow. That sword was mine. Before Annabeth or Thalia could stop me, they were already screaming my name and telling me not to. I slipped my right hand between the hilt and guard. The watchband pressed against the back of my hand, neither sticking nor slipping, but close enough to keep my fingers locked in place. Then the dark blue leather straps wrapped around my fingers like a snug embrace. My hand was stuck in the sword, and I couldn't find a way to free it. 1. Hey there, my little readers, this is a lesson straight from Graceling. No Reardon or rolling here, just Kristen Cashore. Swimming classes. Chapter 6. The Exchange. Swimming class. Percy POV. Percy. Ron exclaimed, frustrated. I kept trying to get up for at least half an hour, with Seamus assisting me. My face was buried in the pillow, grinning playfully. Finally, I cracked a smile and told them I'd been awake for quite some time. Seamus and Ron let out identical annoying snorts. I took a shower in the bathroom, each room had one, and slipped into my wizard's outfit. The thought made me chuckle. I followed Ron and Seamus, both fuming over my joke, all the way to the common area. There we met Hermione and Parvati. I realized those 4 were appealing to me, but Lavender still didn't click with me. Was she just too self-conscious? I couldn't quite put my finger on it. You didn't brush your hair, Hermione said, though I already believed she was my younger sister, even though we were the same age and I was older. I pulled away from her hands when they tried to fix my hair. No, no. My hair is just completely out of control. Trust me. Hermione kept trying to comb my hair with her hands until we reached the dining room, and she was still doing it there. I made Ron sit between us, and Hermione had to abandon her homework. Dumbledore had just arrived at the teacher's table when he applauded. Students, this year will bring some changes. We've noticed that most aren't taught how to swim. Instead, they're given an anti-drowning spell. But what if one day you find yourself without the wand in the middle of a pool, and the spell wears off? I noticed most students were looking at their director with faces of what the hell, slightly turned away, as if afraid they might attack them, while a few others looked worried, wondering if it was okay. I let out a laugh, but quickly swallowed it up. Starting this year, 5th graders and up will have swimming classes taught by me, and fencing classes too, led by the world-famous Sextus Gladius Lord, also known as Lord Sextus. Now even the people who had been worried were putting on a what-the-hell face. Everyone was wondering about Dumbledore's strange behavior, though I think that was just his daily routine, and who the hell was Sextus Gladius Lord? They caught me off guard. Sextus is a recent discovery, but he's a solid swordsman and will start training from 5th year, Dumbledore said. The fencing classes will be held after his regular lessons during school hours. The swimming sessions are already scheduled in his schedule. The fencing classes will be added later. Gryffindor versus Slytherin, Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw, but not all years at the same time. 5th year on Wednesdays and Saturdays, 6th year on Tuesdays and Fridays, 7th year on Mondays and Thursdays. Time to eat. Then food appeared on every table. But absolutely all of it was blue. All the heads turned to look at Dumbledore. What the hell? Today I want blue food, Dumbledore apologized. Even the teachers looked at him strangely. The Hogwarts students looked suspiciously at Dumbledore during the meal. Personally, I enjoyed the blue food. For some strange reason, it made me feel right at home. We were enjoying our meal when a swarm of skylarks suddenly flew over us. I watched them in surprise, and the first thing that came to mind was those beautiful, wise, yet stormy gray eyes. I jumped back, and the image vanished, but I still remembered what it had been. What does the cat owl mean, Hermione? I asked, since it was what sparked my idea for the eye image. She blinked in surprise. The email means it. We get them every morning. But not everyone always gets the mail.
No, Hermione.
In symbolism, what is a cat owl? It's the symbol of Athena, Percy, the Greek goddess of wisdom and strategy, he replied. That won't do for me, I muttered, though deep down I knew I'd still do it anyway. Hermione POV, me too. Another Greek thing showing up with you, Percy, I thought. The rest of the day was pleasant. Nothing out of the ordinary except for Percy's presence and Harry's absence, which made him seem like a day that was anything but ordinary. Percy turned it into an incredibly exciting day for all Hogwarts, but especially for Gryffindor. Just seconds after our conversation about the leeches, the schedules appeared before us. We had everything sorted out except for a few elective classes. The first 4 classes were with Gryffindor students, while the 4th class was for all Hogwarts students. During McGonagall's Transfiguration class, we discovered Percy wielded the wand like a swordsman. I figured he'd be good at fencing, but in charm points, he showed no clue about spells. And when I suggested demoting him, Flitwick Professor refused to lower his rank. In the magical creature care class, Hagrid had brought a Pegasus to please his classmates. The winged creature seemed restless, refusing to approach him and growling menacingly. He's scared, Percy muttered. He's scared of Hagrid. Hagrid had introduced himself to Percy, and by that point I could tell Dumbledore had at least given him a vague explanation of the situation. How did you know? I whispered back. He just said it, he said as if it were obvious. Can you talk like a horse? I asked sarcastically. The chilling truth was he didn't respond. Percy POV. It was crazy, but I think it was true. I stared intently at the horse, trying to communicate with it. Don't be afraid, I told myself. It won't hurt you. The winged horse stared straight at me. Its body was pure white with speckles of pale gray on the hindquarters, while its wings remained white yet carried a subtle rosy tint. What a magnificent sight! What's your name? I asked. My name is Adele, the Pegaso replied in a woman's voice. Who are you? How do you understand me? He directed me a sarcastic smile. I don't know, I blurted out, drawing everyone's attention. It wasn't much of a change, since they'd already been watching us like we were the only ones staring intently at each other. Can you talk to the horse? Seamus asked. Hermione's efforts to stop Ron from asking the same question were completely pointless. Yegwa Karegi, Hagrid, a man of double the height of an average person, looked at me with curious eyes. Can you talk to the Pegaso? He asked. I nodded with utter weariness. It was going to be the rare Percy who talks to horses. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Tell him to go around her. You've already heard me out. I rolled my eyes. Hermione frowned. Haggard, I'll tell you something about you and Percy, and the rest of the class. Let's see if Percy can tell him what to do, he suggested. These tests are ridiculous. Sent by Adele. And you said it, I came back. Percy, tell the mare to lift her right front leg and kick the ground 3 times. Hermione whispered in Percy's ear, then instructed others to scatter them. When everyone finished, I said to the mare, could you do me this favor? You matter. I've never met anyone who speaks for our race, the Pegasi. I'll do whatever you tell me. He bowed and sent the message, and I thought I heard him mumble softly no matter how clueless he might be. Thanks, I thought uncomfortably. He lifts his right paw straight ahead and delivers 3 powerful kicks to the ground. Everyone was jealous when they saw her do that. Percy, can you mount the horse? Hermione asked tentatively. Why are you asking me that? I challenged Adele as I walked toward her. He let out a snort-like laugh. I've thrown around a lot. I reached her. Can I? He let out a resigned snort.
Adelante.
I climbed onto the horse. It was a pleasant ride, relaxing. But at some point Adele rode too high. Once again, I felt the air and sky weren't my domain, so I urged her to come down. Fear of heights? No, I'm scared of getting struck by lightning. I couldn't make sense of that answer, yet it felt spot on. I kept wondering how climbing too high in the sky could actually get me struck by lightning. Adele landed with a brutal punch that sent everyone who'd been watching into stunned shock. Hermione's eyes were sharp as ever. I think she was trying to figure out what was wrong with me. Me too. Hagrid began to explain, slightly flustered, the benefits of keeping a Pegasus at home, along with the drawbacks that generally applied to any winged horse, Abraxan, Ethenin, Thestral, etc., and Hippogriffs. See you tomorrow, said Hagrid as he waved goodbye. Hermione sighed. Now we're talking about swimming. What's the deal with that? I refuse to swim in Muggle swimsuits. They're so revealing. I've heard there are cases where people fall in. No. There must be some swimsuits specifically designed for wizards and witches, right, Ron? Ron denied there was any difference in swimsuits compared to Muggles. One of the few things we have in common, he mumbled, or at least a spell to keep them from falling off, and he kept talking. About swimsuits. Just that. I don't know how. We walked to the swimming pool. As they had told us, the pool room had started construction yesterday and was completed by dawn today. We needed to turn a corner before Gryffindor. We entered the swimming pool room. It looked like a gym, with tiered seating on both sides and an Olympic-sized pool at the center. At the back stood 2 doors that might have been the dressing rooms. Suddenly, Dumbledore was seated in the second row, waiting for us. I'm glad they made it. Other students entered through another door, wearing emerald green and silver ties instead of Gryffindor's scarlet and gold designs. Slytherin. From what I heard, they weren't exactly friendly. You can grab your swimsuits. They'll fit however you like. We all gathered around the swimsuit baskets. There were 2 baskets, one for boys' outfits, the other for girls. All the outfits were designed for surfers. They are new and will be for personal use for hygiene. At that moment, several proferiorane, they're going to change. It turned out the changing rooms had small private cubicles for people to change in. I quickly slipped into my swimsuit and headed to the pool. The surfboard suit fit snugly over my shorts like a regular swimwear. Honestly, I felt like I was suffocating in that other outfit. I found Ron and Hermione where they were. Hermione was wearing a one-piece women's swimsuit, while Ron had a suit similar to mine. Parvati POV. Percy had a solid build. Not like Ron's, who stood beside him without any muscle definition. I didn't approach him like I'd with any other guy. He vaguely reminded me of Harry, maybe through his hair or eyes, but I wasn't sure. That was the aura of power he possessed. He made me think of the boy who lived, and it made me wonder why. Hermione POV. Percy joined us, and seconds later, Seamus and Parvati showed up. I had a hunch these two would be Percy's buddies. Contrary to my expectations, Parvati didn't make any of her signature moves with Percy. In fact, she just stared straight at his face like I did. The only difference was that she seemed to be making a huge effort to keep her gaze locked on me. Seamus seemed curious about Percy too, but not in that way. More like he knew he was special, just like Harry, but in his own little world. Students, Dumbledore called out. Now everyone goes into the water and tries to float headfirst, of course. We all went to the pool, and we practically split it between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Ron and I stayed with Percy, but not too close, just watching him from a distance, as that was our job. Ron, I whispered under my breath. Remember what the letter said. What did Dumbledore not tell us about Percy's world? He said it specifically for you. Ron corrected himself as he tried to stay on his back in the water. We noticed Percy, who seemed to live in the water by his swimming pool behavior. He stayed on the surface, effortlessly laying flat without any issues, even crossing his ankles and putting his arms behind his head. And she was absolutely certain that it couldn't be possible. Seamus was beside him, trying to float but couldn't. Then Percy looked at him and told him to try again. And Seamus floated. I was absolutely certain it was Percy's work, whether consciously or unconsciously. Same old story, he won't tell you either. Want me to help you figure out who Percy is and what his world's all about? I shot back sharply. He wavered. We won't sweat the small stuff. Just like the past 7 years, I acknowledged. Ron shot me a playful glance. Hermione, are you ready to break the rules? I rolled my eyes and slowly walked across the pool's edge under the water's gentle sway. But Ron caught me before I could get there. We'll do it, he said, then shifted in his seat. Hey, do you like Percy? Else raised his eyebrows. No, I replied as if the question itself were amusing. And it was, Percy could never have liked me more than a brother, which is exactly how much he valued me now. Why? Well, I saw you combing his hair this morning, and I thought maybe he liked you. His voice faded away, until the end of the sentence was just a soft murmur. That won't happen, I assured him. For a few seconds I wondered what Ron would have done if he'd said yes. I erased the thought from my mind. It would have only hurt him and me. During a class break, Percy got submerged underwater for at least half an hour. During that time we only witnessed Parvati, Seamus, Ron, and me. And of course, Dumbledore. I remembered reading about the record for staying underwater without breathing for the longest duration is 19 minutes and 21 seconds. Percy lasted half an hour. And when he left, his first move wasn't to catch his breath, it was to ask, "What happened?" As he looked around us, Dumbledore gave us a meaningful look to keep the incident hidden from the rest of the class. But we soon realized we weren't the only ones who'd noticed Percy submerged underwater for so long. Lavender was there too. She immediately went to Romilda Vane. Romilda, who had once been smitten with Harry's fame and power, now looked at Percy with fresh eyes. Percy gives me an interrogative look, which I respond to with a shrug. Now I'll have to protect Percy from Romilda. Brilliant. Percy POV. When I emerged from the water, several people were gathered around me. Everyone looked at me in surprise. What happened? I asked, puzzled. Dumbledore looked at us as if saying, don't tell anyone about what happened. But the problem was I didn't know what had actually occurred. We heard a scream coming from behind Parvati. It was Lavender, who went straight to a girl with black hair and dark eyes. After they finished talking, the girl shot me an alluring glance. I then turned to Hermione and asked for her explanation. She shrugged her shoulders but locked eyes with me with a determined look. After that, I had a fortune-telling class with Ron. It was unbearably boring until the middle of the lesson. I think even then, Sybil Trelawney, the arrogant fortune-telling teacher, didn't really notice my appearance. Okay, Karen, It looks like what you were expecting is really going to happen when you're at your weakest, she said, sighing. Karen seemed to be crumbling under the mad teacher's words. What's wrong with him? I asked Ron.
No lo sé.
Trelawney stared at me with piercing eyes. She was the kind of woman you could only describe as a hippie. The teacher was extremely thin. Her oversized glasses magnified her eyes several times over, and she wore a gauze shawl with sequins. Countless string beads dangled from her long, slender neck, while her hands were full of rings and her arms wrapped in bracelets. Trelawney stared at me with piercing eyes. Then she fell into a trance-like state. Professor Trelawney's voice was harsh as she glared into the void, declaring, "Two great heroes are torn apart by fate. A force will bind them both. Yet their destiny lies in joining forces to defeat the evil one." The entire class froze in stunned silence. Those who doubted Trelawney's authority recognized this was no deception, while believers saw it as a chilling prophecy, though that latter perception held true for both factions. But Trelawney had not yet ended. This seemed like another prophecy. Black hair and green eyes seek the dragon of memories, in the fields of the blessed by witchcraft. For the brave twin and the mixed-race lion act. Their quest is perilous, but they know it well. My hair stood on end at the nape of my neck. I felt as if I had already been part of a prophecy, and that I needed to avoid any other one at all costs. "You are you, hero of another world," he said, his voice still harsh, though this time his eyes weren't blank, they were staring straight at me. Then he snapped out of his trance. He blinked rapidly, as if wondering why everyone was paying so much attention to him, but his gaze remained fixed on me. "Wow, you're the new guy, Percy Corrijo, Jackson. Dumbledore mentioned something about you, but he shouldn't have said it. You'll need to figure it out yourself." He smiled as if what he just said was completely normal before returning to class, explaining how thestrals in real life weren't bad omens, though they might appear as glass balls or teacups. I wondered how you'd tell a Pegasus from a thestral when their blurry silhouette was hidden behind a teacup. The thestrals didn't seem all that bad either. Hermione POV, black hair and green eyes chased the dragon of memories. In the enchanted fields blessed by witchcraft, where the brave twin sister and the mixed-race lion act. Their quest is perilous, but they know it well. The words kept repeating themselves. I had read Ron's paper so many times that he brought it to me. He insisted it was a true prophecy, even if Trelawney had said it herself. He claimed his eyes turned white, his voice deep and resonant. Black hair and green eyes might have been referring to Harry, but Ron mentioned that Trelawney had specified, even in her trance state, it was Percy. The playing fields of the blessed by witchcraft was undoubtedly Hogwarts. The brave twin sister, she was almost certain it referred to Parvati Patil because she had Padma Patil, a Ravenclaw twin sister, and Parvati, who was in Gryffindor, embodied the traits of courage, bravery, and honor. The mystic lion could be anyone with a muggle parent and a wizard parent, or any combination stemming from birth provided it was from Gryffindor, as that house's animal is the lion. I focused on the list that was right in front of me on my desk. Greek Lee, but he has dyslexia. Tambia TDH. It seems the water is flowing toward him. His wand is crafted from a material called celestial bronze. His name is Rare Perseus.
No tiene memoria.
Hold your breath underwater for half an hour. Master the language of horses, like Harry's parcel. On his second day at Hogwarts, he already has a prophecy. It was only the second day, and I'd already scored 3 more points on my list. Maybe I should use the word search spell in the library tomorrow. I'd have to wait until there's nobody around. Teachers don't approve of that spell anyway. I'm ready to discover that new world. And what was the Dragon of Memories? For the 19th time, I dove into the pages of the Tale of Hogwarts, this time in search of a dragon. And does anyone know who Sextus Gladius Lord is? I do, though I guess it's not exactly groundbreaking since I came up with the idea. Anyway, I wanted to let you know I plan to upload 4 chapters per month. I've edited the previous chapters, just the format, not the content. Also, if 4 chapters become too much for 1 month, I do more than just writing, but I write every day, at least a bit. The 4 chapters will be reduced to 2. I don't think that's happening anytime soon, but I'm keeping you informed. Let me know if anyone has any suspicions about who Sextus Gladius Lord is. Laughing face. The Evil Sword. Chapter 7. The Exchange. The Evil Sword. Harry's POV. Thalia and Anabeth dragged me to the game room through shoving and called another emergency meeting. The third in 2 days. The third since Percy got lost. Anabeth whispered under her breath. The first to arrive was Lou Ellen. Harry, I don't care if you're not a blessed Hecate's child or her son. You're my brother, that doesn't matter what you are. Even if you were a son of Hades, though Nico doesn't strike me as unpleasant, he's a bit creepy. I raised my hand holding the sword to silence her. Her stammering was soothing to me, but she didn't seem to be enjoying it. Ah! Lou Ellen hissed as she saw my hand on the sword, then looked at me reproachfully. You tried that sword trick, Harry. That's not how it's done. We can't remove your hand now. The rest of the cabin leaders had already arrived there. While some might have only been here for a month or so, everyone seemed to know the sword story by heart. Everyone seemed worried except for a few. Matthew and Gaspard were laughing, while Clarice remained completely indifferent. You've captured Megiaravdos, Miranda exclaimed in surprise. Maybe we could get it out by rubbing melted butter on it, suggested Aurora. This time it wasn't Mady who contradicted her, as she too was worried. Or with boiling oil, Matthew quipped. How did they come up with the idea to give it to Megiaravdos? Chiron protested, having just arrived. Any weapon, Gaspard added. Everyone started arguing about how to remove my sword hand. Gaspard and Matthew kept throwing out useless suggestions like the previous one. Unarm it with boiling oil or another cut off the hand. Others, like Aurora and Clovis, who was awake, suggested training me with the sword and leaving it where it was, pain-free. Miranda suggested that the team from Hecate's cabin should cast a spell to free her. Butch, Thalia, Silena, and the Stoll supported the idea, but Chiron pointed out that Hecate's crew had already tried it before. Has anyone ever thought that Harry might be the blessed one the legend tells? Anabeth asked softly. I was waiting for the right moment to say it, but nobody would shut up. Lou Ellen chimed in. Everyone fell silent, pondering the possibility. There's only one way to find out, Thalia said, finally breaking the silence. Harry, whisper a word to the hilt of the sword. With care not to hurt anyone, he raised his sword until the hilt was near my mouth, and I whispered, Let me go. If a sword could falter, this one did. Megiaravdos released my hand in front of the astonished leaders of the huts. Lou Ellen smiled at me, while Anabeth just kept staring straight ahead. After that, Anabeth and Thalia took me to the grand house. Harry, do you know what Megiaravdos means? Anabeth asked. No, I admitted with embarrassment. The demigods understood Greek and even some Latin phrases, while others spoke both languages fluently after a bit of Latin practice. Megiaravdos means magic wand in Greek, Anabeth said with curiosity. You have a special sword, as special as Percy's. I want to believe there's a reason for that. I had the feeling that when Anabeth said special, she meant something specific. Damn it. Anabeth spun around and stormed off to her cabin. Thalia whispered something to me before doing the same. I couldn't sleep that night, but I had to force myself to, because Thalia's threatening goodbye demanded it. It was something like you'll learn to use the sword. Come on, Potter, use the technique I taught you, Thalia urged urgently, but it was hard to focus with her shield in front of me. They were itching to run. Egida's name of her shield featured a carving of Medusa's face. It was downright creepy. You don't have armor yet, and that could be both an advantage and a disadvantage. Without it, you're lighter but unprotected. Those moves someone with armor can perform are slower but safer. Right now, that won't help much because we both wear armor, and you're not used to it, so it'll weigh you down. Every moment is a matter of life or death in our world, remember that. That was Thalia's chilling introduction before we even started using the sword, and she drew her terrifying shield. Thalia stabbed so fast that I could only stop them by stepping back. Though slow, she kept gaining ground steadily. Potter, Clarice has an electric spear. It's called Kojo. No, actually it's Mamer, but we call it Kojo. You wouldn't want to fight with an electric spear, would you? Let me tell you, daughter of Zeus, the god of lightning. I can show you. Thalia caught my attention. No, thanks, I said, barely pausing his breath. I need to train harder since I don't have ADHD, which I just discovered yesterday. It's attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Hey, if your dad's the king of gods, aren't you the queen of demigods? Thalia Rio. But that didn't make me feel any less pressured. No, but that would be awesome. My dad's actually not stronger than Poseidon or Hades. That's why they're called the three greats. I'm no more powerful than Percy or Nico. First, who is Nico? Lou Ellen mentioned him. Second, who are the three greats? And thirdly, how do you know if Percy and Nico are as powerful as you? Thalia thought for a moment. Nico is the son of Hades. He's incredibly powerful and still young. He lives almost entirely alone. But he's the life of the underworld. Never fully accepted. Hey, you're trying to distract me, he snapped.
No, no.
Well, partly yes, but I was also curious. Thalia pressed harder. The three great ones are Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, the most powerful gods. Anabeth explained from the stands where she was observing. I was trying to make sense of the information Anabeth gave me while dodging Thalia's sword. I'm absolutely certain Nico is as powerful as Percy because the first time he cracked the ground, he didn't even know he was a son of Hades. When Percy was 12 and completely untrained, he defeated the Minotaur. He still has the horn, I think, in Poseidon's cabin. Thalia and Percy are equally powerful. When Percy was 14 and Thalia was 15, they had a fight during a flag-grabbing game. Did you know that? Thalia asked, blushing. Anabeth continued as if she hadn't heard him. Thalia, more temperamental than Percy, and in the heat of the moment, gave him a push that simultaneously electrocuted him, sending him 3 meters into the air. Anabeth shot Thalia a reproachful glance, and she writhed. We'd stopped fighting with the sword. According to Malcolm, Percy looked furious when he hurled a wave from the stream straight at Thalia's face. In response, Thalia shot a lightning bolt from her spear, aiming it at Percy. Malcolm says Percy, more angry than you can imagine, lifted the entire stream with sheer willpower alone. It was pretty intimidating, Thalia admitted, her voice tinged with reproach. Percy didn't seem to have any trouble doing that. I don't know what I'd done if he hadn't let the stream spill out instead of throwing it at me. But he didn't do it on purpose, Anabeth said. No, he just let it slip because the Oracle, who wasn't a girl back then, but a mummy, had walked a kilometer to talk to Zoe. Alright then, so Percy, Nico and Thalia are equally powerful. Who is Zoe? I asked. Anabeth locked eyes with me. Her stormy gray gaze remained intense, usually filled with frustration at my failure to find Percy, or urging me to become a hero here and search for him. Now, however, her eyes held curiosity as she tried to piece together the fragments of my existence. Zoe was a hunter. According to Percy, she looked a lot like Thalia. I remember her image when I first met her about 10 years ago, but I don't recall her personality. It was Lieutenant Artemisa. She led the Caesarea with her, but she died. Now it's a constellation, Thalia added. After that, we continued with the training. The doorbell rang, signaling dinner time. Anabeth and Thalia accompanied me to the dining hall pavilion. Thalia quickly moved to Artemisa's table, while Anabeth waited, as if she knew something she had to say. I want to know which god rules over each one, I confessed. Anabeth nodded in satisfaction. My cabin is number 6, he announced. Come over after dinner, I'll give you a book summary from the perspective of a demigod. Then, like Thalia, she walked away to her table. As the blessed one of Hecate, I would eat with her cabin. I didn't know how they'd react, but I definitely didn't expect them to be so warm-hearted. I think I'd already felt this before. Hello, Lou Ellen greeted me with a smile before turning to the others. Harry is the rightful owner of Magioravdos. At the table, a total of 5 people, 3 girls and 2 boys, not counting Megisht. Yeah, really? He turned to me. Would you like to show us? She asked, her voice trembling with emotion. I felt my heart race as I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. I left her in my room, I answered honestly. What? The sword will follow you everywhere. Even if it's made of smoky, it doesn't matter. It won't lose sight of you. Call her, a girl urged, while I stared at her with a who are you? Look. Oh, sorry.
I'm Mina Beckelheimer.
Kyle Dugray, one of the boys said. One of the girls introduced herself, Lorelei Claremont said, "And this is my brother." She gestured toward the other boy, who was a couple years older than her. Jordan. Everyone froze in place, as if waiting for their last name. Claremont? Need I say that? He asked with a smile. Lindsay Vanderwood, the other girl said, extending her hand with an innocent smile. It made her suspicious. I was about to give him a hand, but Lou Ellen stopped me.
No.
Lou Ellen shot Lindsay a playful, reproachful glance, who rolled her eyes. Lindsay has a power. She can sense your emotions through touch. Every few years, a son of Hecate gains some kind of ability. This is Lindsay's. Harry pleaded. Could you please bring out the sword? How? I asked. Call her. Something like Magyaravdos appear, but more politely because the sword has a character. Magyaravdos. Come here, I whispered, lifting my hand slightly. Suddenly, I felt a weight in my palm, the weight of the sword. The straps gripped my fingers, and the scabbard clamped onto the back of my hand. It said that the sword will turn to smoke if someone touches it while its owner lives, unless the owner explicitly orders otherwise. Jordan muttered. No one knows for sure, right? Lorelei added. I looked at them and realized that while those two were siblings, they also looked like everyone else. All of them had chocolate-colored hair and dark blue eyes. I was about to ask if all Hecate's children were like that when I heard a groan coming from Nyx's table, which was practically in the shadows. From the shadows emerged 3 boys. 2 boys and a girl. They all looked about the same age. Found 2 my prize? One of them asked. He had black hair and equally dark eyes. I figured his skin must have been olive-colored at some point, but now it looked shockingly pale. Hey Nico? Michael, you asked. You scared me. Nico let out a laugh. Who are they? Silena asked. The demigods. I don't know, sighed Nico, the son of Hades. I was hoping his father would mark him when we got here. He's Nico, Lou Ellen told me. He saved us during the second Titanomia, so nobody can avoid him like they used to with the plague. I'm happy for him, it's not bad. But he still carries that deathly aura. May I ask your name? Anabeth asked as she approached the girl. The 13-year-old had black wavy hair with a red strand in her side fringe, and her eyes were dark. She looked similar to the other boy, but his hair was stiff like static, and he didn't have that other colored strand. Heather, he said, Heather McElhannon. Then what about you? He asked the boy. Adrian McElhannon responded. How old are they? Anabeth asked. Today we turn 13, we're twins, said Heather shyly. At that moment, as if Heather's words had been a signal, 2 inverted torches formed behind her and Hadrian like neon advertisements with the fewest lines. The jade-green table at Athena's desk quivered, as did several other tables nearby. Lou Ellen beside me joined in the tremor. Chiron, who had remained rooted to his spot until then, suddenly intervened, looking utterly bewildered. Heather and Hadrian McElhannon, children of Thanatos, death, he said reverently. In POV, I was utterly exhausted. All day yesterday, Ginger Faidlen and Miranda Gardiner, the daughters of the goddess of victory and the goddess of cultivation, had been guiding me through every sport at the Mestizo camp. I excelled in archery, not quite as good as expected for a son of Apollo, but still pretty solid overall. We practiced archery for half a day today, but they decided to have me train in swordsmanship instead, aiming for more direct combat experience. That day they had taken me to the forest for training. Meanwhile, I was told about the famous Percy Jackson, the intense Anabeth chase, and the previous Titanomia. Apparently, Percy fought against 2 titans and emerged victorious. There are 2 versions of how Percy defeated Cronus at the camp. Legend has it that his sword strikes against Cronus were so swift and varied that he struck Luke's body, the container of Cronus, at its Achilles' heel. The other version, the real one of Anabeth, is somehow more heroic. Pass the knife to the betrayer so he can fit it into his Achilles' heel? Trust your enemy? Percy did that when he realized he couldn't fit the knife himself. At Luke's request and encouraged by Anabeth, Miranda recounted. I wondered what Harry would have done to replace someone who defeated 2 titans and a god. Because Harry had to take his place, as Ginger told me. The day we defeated the titans and their monstrous hordes came with another prophecy. Just like the first one, we thought it would take 70 years to come true. but now it's happening right on schedule. The prophecy speaks of two worlds exchanging heroes. One must be Harry, the other Percy. Percy accomplished great deeds in this world, so we conclude that Harry also made significant contributions. So far, we've noticed you're connected to Hecate, and you can't remember anything. The prophecy's other half speaks of how the two worlds must unite to defeat a villain. We believe Chiron knows more than he reveals, as he has remained silent in recent times. Discussions, he said. As if he knew the answer but shouldn't reveal it. Jinger dropped the phrase. We've been lost for ages. But now Rachel keeps insisting this prophecy belongs to Percy. Harry needs to make us trust him, something that'll prove his worth. Just like Percy's mission in the afterlife. They don't remember anything, Miranda stated. I believe those who altered them intentionally wanted this outcome. Otherwise, knowing their world's nature, they might feel compelled to fight. I was sitting alone at my desk, Momo's desk. No one spoke to me. Let me be clear. I'm not usually the kind of person who pays attention, but this time it just kept coming to me. So I ended up cracking a couple jokes. I'm not sure if the lack of attention is good or bad. A hiss can be heard coming from Apollo's table. Suddenly, 3 boys emerge from the shadows. A girl with black hair sporting a red bang in front, another boy with black hair, and a third boy also wearing black hair but sporting an aviator jacket. Found 2, my prize? The aviator-jacketed boy said with a salute. Hey Nico? Asked Michael Yu, the leader of the Apollo cabin. You scared me. Nico burst into laughter. Who are they? Silena, the leader of the Aphrodite cottage, asked. The semi-gods. I don't know, Nico, son of Hades, sighed, as Ginger and Miranda had told him. I was expecting that when we arrived here, his father will mark them. May I ask your name? Asked Anabeth, the leader of Athena. Heather, said the girl with the red hairpiece. Heather McElhannon. Then what about you? He asked the boy. Adrian McElhannon responded. How old are they? Anabeth asked. Today we turn 13, we're twins, Heather said shyly. Then a reverse torch appeared over Heather and Hadrian. Several terrified gasps erupted around the tables. Chiron, who had remained silent until now, exclaimed in astonishment with reverent tones. Heather and Hadrian McElhannon, children of Thanatos, death itself. Anabeth POV. Feeling a bit confused, I processed the information. I had recognized the inverted torch when I saw it. Just like the rest of my cabin and several other leaders. He was the symbol of Thanatos, the god of death. No one had ever known that the god had children. And there was no prophecy foretelling something as monumental as the landowner of Hades having offspring. Although they didn't announce Momo either. It's also important to note that Momo is definitely not the same as Thanatos. Soon after dinner, Chiron summoned the leader of each cabin, convening the 4th council since Percy's disappearance. There had been, to figure out what to do with the children of Thanatos, also known as death. The campers turned a blind eye to Percy's continued disappearance and the reappearance of the children of death, doing their best to get back to bed. I tried to ignore those facts as I walked toward the common room. Who would have guessed that? Well, I don't have much to say today, but here's my message. See the little box under this chapter? That's where the reviews are made. Asterisk indirectly. Indirectly asterisk. Great. Let's keep in touch. The Sword Professor. Chapter 8. The Exchange. The Sword Professor. Hermione POV. The Memory Dragon is an ancient Hogwarts legend. In essence, the tale revolves around a dragon that absorbs any memories of those nearby, even if they've been erased or removed through some means. Once upon a time, there was a multicolored dragon. Unlike those whose colors started at the head and ended at the tail, this creature could transform its hues at will. During its first 2 centuries of existence, the dragon couldn't control its coloration, but by the start of its 3rd century, it mastered the ability to choose its appearance at will. While there are many theories about the dragon's true color, most agree it was black. It is also said that the dragon could speak any language, using memories of the person it had received to communicate with them. The dragon dwells beneath Hogwarts, absorbing the knowledge of its students. This being that sees all memories, even those forgotten, waits for the moment when it's most needed, when others need it most. The legend of the Dragon of Memories was compiled and written by Albus Dumbledore, a former Hogwarts student and current director of the school. There was a section of legends, and within it, the legend of the Dragon of Memories. I found it at 1 in the morning, but that didn't stop me from rushing out of my room at full speed and climbing up to join the boys, all the way to Ron and Percy's room. At his door, I've never wanted anything more than Harry's invisibility cloak right now. As I wondered where it was, I entered Ron and Percy's room. I cursed the doors creaking and silently made my way to Ron's bed. I grunted when I tripped and said, "Lumos to light my wand." I moved closer until I was right in front of Ron, covered his mouth, and pinched his arm. He opened his eyes wide like a startled fish, ready to scream, but then he froze, staring straight at me. "Why do girls get to sleep in the boys' rooms?" She grumbled. "We're more reliable." That was my blunt reply. I convinced Ron out of bed to the living room where I showed him the book and opened it at the legend page. Ron whimpered when he saw the book. "Hermione, are you waking me up at this hour just to convince me to read?" He began. Rolled the eyes. "No, silly, that's the legend. Remember Trelawney's prophecy? She talked about the Dragon of Memories. This is the legend of the Dragon of Memories." He had finished the book, but when he saw how many words there were, he gave up reading and asked me to summarize it. Sure, it was late, but he could read. Still, I gave you the legend summary. The memory dragon is a black dragon that can change colors. It possesses the ability to recall any memory of anyone who approaches it, even if the memories have been erased or hidden. It dwells beneath Hogwarts. Ron blinked in surprise. "That could help Percy remember," he said. "Sure, but I can't say it unless he asks me," I cried. "That's what Dumbledore said in the letter." I opened my eyes. "I can use hypnosis to tell you to ask me." "Hermione, that's not right." Ron frowned at me. I realized things were off when Ron corrected me. "I miss Harry so much," I admitted. "It feels strange here without him." Ron gave me a hug. "We've known each other for 7 years now, and we've supported each other through every single one of those years. We've been there for him when he's down, and he's been there for us when we're struggling. He'll come back." The letter had mentioned he had a mission to fulfill, just as Percy does here. Ron comforted me. I took a deep breath and tried to keep myself calm. "It's time to sleep," I said. "It's late." Percy POV. "Percy, I swear, one day I'll wake up and pee on you," Seamus shouted in frustration. Ron had given up a while ago. I trusted Seamus would keep his promise, but I didn't get up. At least not until Hermione came to do it. It turned out Ron hadn't actually given up gone to find his half-brother. "Percy," he called me Hermione. Hermione didn't shout to wake me up, but kept shaking me and calling out my name. She never tired of it. I grunted in response. "Wake up." I didn't respond. "Percy, I'm done," I grumbled, "but you bet." I almost felt Hermione's smile when I gave in, and then she was gone. I quickly changed and ran to Seamus in the cafeteria. Ron and Hermione never showed up anywhere, but I didn't give them much importance. "Hello," I greeted, still half asleep. "Hello," he replied cheerfully, delighted that Hermione had managed to wake me up. His expression turned serious. "Percy?" He murmured with his mouth closed, chewing away. "What do you plan to do about the prophecy?" I had already thought about it. First, I needed to figure out who the Dragon of Memories was. Second, I had to find out who the Brave Twin and the Mixed-Breed Lion were, though I already had a vague idea about the latter two. Maybe Parvati Patil and Seamus Finnegan? I still didn't know it was the Dragon of Memories. Maybe just a legend? In Transfiguration class that day, I managed to turn a matchstick into a needle, something wizards can only achieve at 11. But McGonagall, who never seemed to celebrate birthdays, said it was too quick for my second wizarding day. When we left Transformations, I asked Hermione about the legend, and she seemed thrilled to share her answer. The Dragon of Memories is a dragon that changes colors, can sense the memories of anyone nearby, even those erased, and dwells beneath Hogwarts. It's a legend, but could it be true? That's what the prophecy implies. He looked as if he'd said something he shouldn't have, then turned around and ran off. He didn't stay away from me for long, since we had the next class together, but she was acting normal by now. At Encantamientos, I learned several spells, and Flitwick said my way of casting them was on par with my own. I picked up pronunciation effortlessly, especially those with Greek or Latin roots, which made up the majority of them. The Magical Creatures Care Program once again proved exceptional. Today I'm introducing you to a thracer. A thracer is a winged horse with a skeletal body, reptilian facial features, and scaly wings resembling those of a bat, Hagrid explained. They're extremely rare and are considered one of the most dangerous creatures by the Ministry of Magic. They are unwarrantedly regarded as omens of misfortune and aggression by many wizards, since only those who have witnessed death and fully understood its meaning can perceive them with their gloomy, decaying, and spectral appearance. As you've learned in Professor Trelawney's class, these are merely negative predictions on teacups or crystal balls during divination, not in real life. When Hagrid spoke about animals, he sounded different and focused entirely on them. More definitely, they can be trained and mounted, making them a viable alternative to brooms, operators, transporters, and other modes of transportation. Once tamed, they become remarkably diligent and can swiftly take their masters wherever they desire. The Ministry of Magic advises against owning a thestral unless for the most experienced wizards, as it may become an illegal activity. Now, who can see Tenebris, the thestral beside me? Hagrid was holding onto the trestle with a strap. The trestle, like everything else we'd seen last time, was something between a horse, a reptile, and a bat. But I wasn't scared. I raised my hand, along with a few others. Hagrid looked at me cautiously. Percy, can you talk to Tenebris? My gaze wavered, but in the end I turned my eyes to Thestral and gave it a shot. Darkness? I asked. Percy Jackson, Tenebris smiled. If Thestrals can smile. The centaurs have spoken of you. You never get straight answers from astrologers, but I can tell you you're important just like that boy Harry Potter. There was a message they asked you to deliver. You're not the hero, and they insisted you specify this message pertains to your past life, not this one. They also said you'll return with Anabeth. How do you know that? I demanded. Didn't you hear? The centaurs told me. Perseus? He called out as I turned away. Why are you so important? Unconsciously, I grabbed my pen and pulled out the cap. This Thestral knew it was me and didn't think to mention it. I'd have told him myself. The class erupted in jealousy over my actions, for like 1,000,000 times in 3 days. Honestly, Percy, watch that sword. Hagrid spoke to me as if it were dangerous. Pissed me off, probably saw it as some insignificant little thing. Wait, what? I asked defiantly. The winged horse was at its full capacity, whispering secrets I couldn't grasp. Then there was Hagrid, the giant. He seemed downright dangerous. Percy, Parvati called out, snapping me back to reality. I looked at her, and she seemed genuinely scared. I turned around, having just passed the Forbidden Forest shores, now heading toward Hogwarts. The thought of the lake made me abruptly change course. Hermione POV. Percy's face carried that unsettling expression. It wasn't easy to compare him to the little bumbling guy I met on day one. Though truth be told, he wasn't exactly a fool either. Percy instinctively tucked the sword into his pocket, and to everyone's surprise, it did fit perfectly. Then he headed toward the lake. I wondered how it felt like one moment was so crazy and the next just empty content. Felt like the ocean, wild and uncontrollable. We all watched in silence as Percy walked away, while from where Hagrid had said the Thestral was located, a playful snort came out, like he was laughing at Percy. Honestly, I thought Percy should be thankful we didn't have this Slytherin class. Seamus POV. Someone should go after him, Parvati told me. For the past 3 days, Parvati and I have been spending more time together, which annoys Lavender because we both wanted to find out who Percy really is. Knowing what was at stake, I told Parvati, Percy has a girlfriend. What? He asked, looking horrified. I grinned playfully. Yesterday I asked Ron what he knew about Percy. He said Percy had dyslexia and ADHD, and that he couldn't remember anything except his girlfriend's name. I explained with a smile. Parvati let out a snort of annoyance. After a moment to digest the fact that Percy had a girlfriend, she said, then maybe we should go together. We asked Hagrid for permission to quickly follow Percy, and he agreed. We followed Percy's path, which we last saw him heading toward the river. When we arrived, we saw him sitting at the far end of the lake, something truly astonishing given its 2-meter depth, where it's nearly impossible to stay still. We waited and waited for an hour. He didn't come out to breathe, and we knew he wasn't a wizard since he wasn't wearing a bubble helmet and didn't know enough to handle the brachia gas. He left the place an hour after we found him. He seemed surprised to see us there, and he was dry. Dry? Yes, his tunic was dry, and I assumed the rest was too. You're parched, Parvati said foolishly. He looked at himself in surprise. Yes. No one asked questions, and everyone went straight to their own classes. After all, Percy seemed in a much better mood than before. Percy POV. I did everything I could to ignore the lake incident. I just got out of it and was completely dry. I really wanted to live up to the expectations Harry Potter had for me, but not turn into some weird creature. I skipped the time swimming event during my stay at the lake, and in Trelawney's divination, I ignored him as I should have done on day 1. He entered the Department for Defense Against the Dark Arts. Instead of the monotonous professor from yesterday, Professor Ferguson from the Ministry of Magic, as he introduced himself, there stood a woman. She was tall with chocolate-colored hair braided with golden ribbons, wearing a white buttoned blouse that shimmered like oil on water when she moved, subtly shifting colors as she swayed. We sat down, and she introduced herself. Good morning, Gryffindors. I'm Haroldine de Seuss, though you might call me Teacher Haroldine. I prefer not to use my last name, she said with a mysterious smile. Professor Ferguson has decided to take a vacation, so I'll be stepping in for him for a few months. Since yesterday was his first class and he's been busy setting rules for the classroom, I'll be teaching this session to get everyone acquainted with me. Who starts? We spent the rest of the class together, and when we left, I couldn't help but wonder how strange Professor Haroldine was. The next class was Muggle Studies. Though I couldn't recall any of my past experiences, I understood the Muggle perspective. I laughed with Hermione, who was also from the Muggle world, laughing at the wizard's viewpoint. We finished class, but it wasn't the last one of that day. A voice from nowhere told us all 5th graders had to go to the cafeteria. It was time for the sword class. I walked with Ron and Hermione, my classmates from the class, to the school cafeteria. When we arrived, I barely recognized them. They hadn't changed much, just removed the tables and added a deck by the living room. But it was different. On the wooden floor stood a man wielding his sword with practiced movements. Though his silver hair suggested he was in his 50s, his physique belied his age. His well-honed skills and agile posture spoke volumes about his youthful vigor. When he saw us, he smiled. I felt like I knew him, but couldn't recall the memory. My brow furrowed as I struggled with my lost memory. Now that you know what we didn't notice yesterday. In total, all 4 houses had around 100 students in their 5th year. Hello, students.
I'm Sextus Gladiuslord.
Just call me Sextus. I won't waste time learning your names. If we ever meet, I'll ask you to introduce yourselves. I'll learn them all this year. Now let me explain the armor parts we'll use. The breastplate, he lifted a metal piece fitting around the torso, and the greaves. And the helmet, he lifted a helmet. Put them on. They should fit your body. You can take off the tunics if it gets hot. We approached some metal containers filled with armor, greaves, and helmets. Mysteriously, I put them on effortlessly. Within 20 minutes, everyone had figured out how to put on their armor and grabbed a sword from the wall. I grabbed one of those, but it didn't feel right in my hand. I tentatively slipped my hand into the cloak on the wall's corner and pulled out the quill. I removed the cap and the sword emerged. Riptide stood out among all the blades by its color. Yet Sextus didn't seem surprised by my sword. Does anyone know anything about fencing? He asked, locking eyes with me. Everyone looked at me, having seen my sword in Magical Creatures' Care. You, Sextus said, still looking at me. Without intending to hold me back, I stepped forward and climbed up one side of the platform. I think you know something about swords, judging by your stance, Sextus said softly. What's your name? Percy Jackson. Percy Jackson. He pronounced my name as if it were some kind of magic word, like when wizards cast a powerful spell, which seemed rather strange to me. Without warning, he attacked. My instincts took over, and my body reacted as if I'd done this 1,000 times before. His sword aimed for my neck, but I deflected it with mine. Sextus didn't give up. We began circling each other while he attacked. I defended. Then I struck, catching him off guard. With a swift wrist flick, I deflected his blade so violently that it slipped from his hand through my maneuver. Once again, my co-workers were grumbling. I've been through the toughest trial of my life, Sextus muttered. It was a different language, but I understood it. I shouldn't have known, but I did. He said, "You've improved since last time. Would you recognize me?" I replied in the same language. "Do you know me?" was my question. Sextus gave a cryptic smile before turning to the rest of the class. "Mr. Jackson seems to be a better swordsman than I am," he said with a smile. "Does anyone want to take on him?" A boy with platinum blonde hair and pale gray eyes stepped forward. His hands were behind his back as he walked with his chin lifted. Slytherin, definitely a ridiculous Slytherin in armor, but still Slytherin after all. "I'll do it," he said. Sextus grinned at him teasingly. "What's your name?" "Draco Malfoy." "Then onward, Mr. Malfoy," Sextus urged, giving a comical bow to Malfoy. The Slytherin grabbed one of the swords from the wall and leaped onto the platform. The moment he landed, he pounced on me, hoping to catch me off guard. Well, they said I had ADHD, something about hyperactivity. So I reacted quickly and effortlessly. With a few swift motions, his sword fell, and I flashed a smug grin across my face. The Slytherin Malfoy drew his wand in fury at the humiliation, ready to cast a spell at me. I reacted instantly, shouting, "Expelliarmus!" Malfoy's wand flew through the air, and Sextus caught it mid-air. He looked furious. "What spell did you plan to cast, Mr. Malfoy?" he demanded. "Or was it a curse? I heard you were a muggle last year and only stayed here by Dumbledore's mercy and Harry Potter's intervention. If you want to squander that chance, just let your wand back into this dining hall during my class hours." He turned to me. "Good strategy, Mr. Jackson. I've heard Expellus is always a good spell in battle. It leaves the enemy weaponless. However, I prefer there to be no magic in my classroom." He has a pardon because it was self-defense. He turned to Malfoy. "Unlike Mr. Malfoy, who will clean his armor and swords without a trace of magic. And the shields too, all for a month." Malfoy glared at Sextus but lowered his gaze before the boy did. He couldn't understand why Dumbledore had forgiven him for helping Voldemort, yet he had done it. Knowing about his past, he remained suspicious of the boy. I wondered what would happen if someone discovered my past that I had never known. If they too would start suspecting me. Probably. I mentioned this in a previous chapter, but I'll reiterate it. I'll aim to upload 4 chapters per month, though if things get too busy, it might drop to 2. I don't see that happening anytime soon, but no promises. Let me know what you think. Change and beyond. I always wanted to write that. LOL. The Sons of Death. Just to let you know, I'll probably upload another chapter in 2 days, then another day after that, followed by 2 consecutive chapters. A bit confusing. There will be at least 4 chapters by the end of this month or early next month. Enjoy your reading. Chapter 9, The Sons of Death. Heather POV. Nico kindly led my brother and me to what looked like a game room. He was one of the few who didn't give me a look of fear, along with a blonde girl named Anabeth and a green-eyed guy in glasses whose name I couldn't recall. All I wanted was to sleep. That crazy day had been enough. Discovering I was a demigod. Monsters attacking me on my birthday. Nico appearing out of nowhere. And worst of all, learning I was the daughter of death itself, the most literal of all senses. Hadrian had been hugging me. She'd grown a few centimeters taller than me a year ago, and she shot hateful glances at everyone who looked at us with fear, which didn't help, except for Anabeth and Nico, who watched us with concerned eyes. He didn't look at the green-eyed boy either, because he hadn't noticed him. Many tried to ignore us or treat us the way they assumed they treated other campers, but they seemed nervous. Nico, who was about the same height as Hadrian, gently nudged us through the door. "Don't be afraid. They're semi-divine too, but like everyone else, they get nervous when death is mentioned. Don't get angry, though I know they'll protect you with their lives." I calmed down when he came after us. I barely blinked when I spotted a centaur on the table. Took me just 1 day to get used to it.
Welcome, I'm Kyren.
The activities director of the Mestizo camp and the camp director since this morning, he said with a weary tone. "What?" Anabeth exclaimed. "Mr. D left?" Chiron nodded with a weary expression. His father called him back to Olympus. This is getting better every day, Anabeth murmured. The rest of the table seemed equally shaken. Percy? Nico asked, his eyes scanning the room as if searching for someone. Annabeth's factions adopted a monotonous stance, designed to serve as armor, as if she were about to burst into tears. It's lost, he reported. Lost? He asked, frowning. A girl with black hair and blue eyes, someone who looked like a punk or emo, whatever that term is, who had been scrutinizing us curiously, said, yes. 4 days ago, according to the prophecy, he was swapped with that guy from there. He pointed at the green-eyed boy. The man had messy black hair, fair skin, and a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Harry Potter, is the prophecy coming true? Nico asked gravely. Everyone nodded solemnly in agreement. Anabeth let out a trembling sigh and turned to us again. Heather, Hadrian, what did Nico tell you? Let's think about it. Nothing. He just told us we're demigods and that we should come to the Mestizo camp to learn how to fight monsters. And he told us about the main gods of Olympus, my brother added. Many at the table grunted, muttering something that included principles and fools. Then came the thunder outside the camp, yet still close by. Those who had been bellowing now crouched back into their seats. Watch your words, Chiron cautioned. Then do you know who Nico's father is? Anabeth pressed on. Nico shot her a piercing stare, and Anabeth tried to retaliate with her own moves. But let's be real. The girl's stormy gray eyes were just as intimidating as Nico's dark, deep ones that sent shivers down my spine. I kept wondering, would Nico have been this intimidating without those eyes? Nico sighed and turned back to us. My father is the king of the underworld, and I am the son of Hades. He frowned. I thought he was death. No, he's the king of the dead, but death is Thanatos, Nico corrected. He's the landowner of Hades. Thanatos only takes care of keeping souls in the underworld. Chiron looked at us with a warning, as if he wanted to correct us by asking, just one? But that doesn't mean he can't kill people. To keep souls in the underworld, he has this kind of magnetic pull over them that makes them obey him. It's not that different from Aphrodite, Silena, he said, glancing at a girl whose eyes seemed unable to settle on any color. Silena tilted her head, lost in thought. Could be. Aphrodite was the goddess of love and beauty, and it seemed that some of her children possessed the power of persuasion. Annabeth sighed. Nico, I think Heather and Hadrian should stay in your dad's cabin. We don't have a cabin for Thanatos because we wanted to finish our existing ones first. They were quite a few. We need to get Momo's cabin done quickly now that he's got a resident. Nico raised his eyebrows. Momo? Momo, the god of humor, the embodiment of playful criticism, the art of clever mockery, said a blond boy with blue eyes with bitter sarcasm. The buffoon. Boony bears, said a girl with chestnut eyes and matching hair. That could be fodder for future arguments. I thought I heard her mutter something about it. A girl with blonde-brown hair shot him a reproachful look. Nico, Anabeth called out, do you agree? Huh? Oh right, let them stay in my cabin. Would you mind telling me what's going on? I'm kinda lost, and I heard someone whispering about the prophecy of Percy to the campers. Annabeth Asensio, yes. Hadrian, Heather, does anyone want to stay and listen, or are they tired? Sleep, she murmured, dozing off. I'd rather stay, said Hadrian, speaking more to me than to Annabeth. I shot him a dirty look, but didn't say anything back. Miranda, would you mind taking Heather to Hades' cabin and giving her some clothes? Miranda, a blonde girl with freckles who instantly struck me with her green-tinted hair ends, led me to a store inside the camp. She pulled out a blue and violet checkered pajama pants and a tank top. We didn't chat, but neither of us was nervous. She was calm with me. He left me in a cabin. It was made of black stone, with a skull on the door and green fire torches flanking it. The cabin of Hades, Heather said with a smile. Have a good night. I stepped into the cabin and noticed 2 separate sections inside, one for boys and another for girls. I figured. The boys' section was clearly his, as he had photos stuck on a bed. I quickly slipped into my pajamas and approached Nico's bed to examine the photos. There were 3 images. One of a young Nico with a girl about 2 years older, who looked like his sister. Another of him with a boy sporting ocean green eyes and wild black hair, his skin glowing with healthy cream tones, leaning against the other's shoulder like friends. Their faces curved slightly upward, their eyes holding secrets. Nico seemed to see him as his own brother through the way they looked in the photos. On the other side stood the girl Anabeth with the black-haired blue-eyed punk-obsessed girl, and the guy with ocean green eyes, Nico. Nico again seemed to be with his family when he was with them. I rolled onto my bed next to the girls, tucked under a plush quilt with black outer fabric and purple lining. I fell asleep almost instantly. Hadrian POV. When my sister and Miranda left, Annabeth explained to me what was happening, or had happened in recent years, keeping me fully informed. I discovered that Percy Jackson, the boy I thought I'd only seen or heard about on TV, was a hero who rarely lost. A battle, the son of one of the three greats. A week before August 18th, a battle erupted in New York while the entire city lay asleep. Percy defeated the Titan Kronos with the help of other demigods and Artemis, sheaves of arrows. But on August 18th, Percy's 16th birthday, another prophecy emerged. 3 days later, it was revealed that Percy and the green-eyed boy at the corner were also part of this scheme. Harry Potter. Then what's your world like? I asked Harry, since the prophecy said 2 heroes would switch worlds. Harry doesn't remember anything, Annabeth interjected, and we think Percy doesn't either. Nico had been silent for some time when they began discussing the second prophecy. Are you getting sword training? He asked Harry. The boy nodded. Come on, Hadrian, it's time to sleep, Nico said with a playful tone. I was about to fall asleep, but I'd never admit it, so I kept going, grateful. We reached Hades' cabin, where I found Heather sleeping in what Nico called the girls' side. I promised myself to tell him everything tomorrow, and then I went to bed. Annabeth POV. With all the chaos of the Death God's children arriving, I forgot to hand Harry the book. I looked out the window. I couldn't give it to him now. Then it hit May could give it to him tomorrow, and also pass a copy to Ian, Heather, and Hadrian. I went to bed and woke up the next day because of Malcolm. It's late, but you looked tired yesterday, so we're letting you sleep. He explained. Sophia told me to tell you I was freeing you from your cabin inspection duties. Seeing my face, he realized I'd forgotten, and a skeptical smile crept across his expression. You forgot? No problem. I'll handle that myself. He stroked my forehead with his hand, a brotherly gesture he had developed because I was his older sibling, being a year older than him. Just a little longer, he said. I was about to protest, but he cut me off, or I'll summon Clovis to cast Hypnos' curse on you. It'll be worse than the verses from Apollo's cottage. I gave him a look that was a mix of resentment and gratitude for the rest. I pulled myself up in bed and dozed off for a while longer. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in the sand. Nico, Miranda, Thalia, and Ginger were teaching Heather, Ian, Harry, and Hadrian fencing techniques respectively. To my surprise, I noticed Ginger didn't seem to fear Nico, Heather, or Hadrian at all. Harry's POV. You can't handle this sword like that, Ginger cried as she rushed to help Adrian, who was clearly having trouble wielding the blade. Harry, watch out, Thalia snapped irritably. I dodged and blocked the blow with my sword. Just a thought, but you don't seem like a very conventional instructor, I remarked. He trained me even harder after that. After seeing the training session, Annabeth handed me a short Greek mythology book and said I'd improved since yesterday. That was encouraging news. She accompanied me to the dining hall pavilion, where we moved to our respective tables. At Hecate's table, Lou Ellen and the others were waiting with curious smiles on their faces. When I sat down, no one spoke, but I could tell everyone was on edge. They must have been expecting more entertainment tonight. Chiron, who had apparently been the camp director since yesterday, caught everyone's attention. Campistas, he said, I'm letting you know there's going to be a flag capture game tomorrow. It's an old tradition, Chiron added. A friendly match we always hold when the hunters visit us. Then Lou muttered, it must be very friendly, I'm sure. Whispers of agreement rippled across our table as Artemis's desk buzzed with lively chatter. We're lost, someone named Chris, according to Mina, exclaimed at the table teak, right next to us. By the gods, your mother is the goddess of fortune. My mother, the goddess of victory, will win. Ginger interjected from the Nike table, positioned beside Teeks and diagonally opposite Hecate's. That was a short day. We didn't accomplish much. That night, I returned to the large cabin and opened the book. I discovered things about each cabin, and how even though the gods never died, they could fade away. I finished the book that same night, or rather, before bed, because by the time I finished, it was almost 3 in the morning. Me went to sleep. Anabeth POV. I wondered if I could sleep more like today tomorrow. Maybe Malcolm wouldn't wake me up either. I wrestled with whether that would be good or bad. It turned out Heather was good with the sword, while Hadrian had better with the dagger. Ginger and I trained him with the dagger until Thalia suggested he should also learn swordsmanship. So we split up our training. I focused on knife skills while Ginger took charge of the sword. Hadrian was a 13-year-old boy with jet black hair and matching eyes. He lived with his mother, who knew their father was a deity but never told them. When the monster attacked them, he was with them. His mother Serena took them city by city to avoid being tracked down by the monsters, though they were born in Los Angeles, a city that served as the gateway to the underworld. We discovered that both Hadrian and Heather possessed persuasion abilities, though Hadrian's was more overt while Aphrodite's remained subtle. But only when they were genuinely angry did they seem to use them. At least that's what Rachel said, speaking through her superhuman oracle intuition. Hadrian proved to be a protective older brother, as he was 36 seconds ahead of his little sister. I sighed. Ian showed natural flair with the bow, but just like with Hadrian's blade, they agreed that a more direct approach like the sword would also be beneficial, a point I couldn't disagree with. Momo's son hadn't started teasing the other campers yet, but he sensed it was just around the corner. He just needed to build up his confidence first. I sighed again, this time harder. Harry Potter showed no signs of remembering anything, but he seemed to be improving with the sword, still moving clumsily when Thalia attacked, yet managing to dodge or block her strikes. I had acquired a precious sword untouched for centuries that fit snugly on my arm. It was nearly impossible to lose, staying with me until my final breath, complete with an anti-theft system. A blessing for Hecate. However, the boy's behavior was strange. He couldn't pinpoint what exactly was off, but it just felt off. I needed to reclaim their memories. Even if it meant searching for them, I'd get it done. I sighed again, even louder than before, as if this could somehow free me from the weight on my shoulders. Percy remained lost in a world we knew nothing about. He suspected that those who altered them might be trying to help us fulfill the prophecy. He also suspected it was Hera, but those two suspicions didn't mesh. What kind of world was Harry from? Perhaps it was a world where the blessed of the gods would vanquish the monsters, though that sounded a bit too much like a plot twist to me. I missed Percy, my boyfriend. It had only been a few days. Someone had taken him away and replaced him with a boy who had amnesia. I wondered if Percy looked as vulnerable there as Harry does here with his wooden stick. The bar. I glanced at the bookshelf beside the cabin and, on impulse, started digging into it. I went straight to the fantasy and esotericism section. After flipping through the titles, I found one that looked promising. Mages and Bridesmaids. I opened the book at the index and came across an article about magic wands. A magic wand. Harry was a wizard. I tried to shake off the shock of accepting a theory about witches and wizards. Harry, a wizard. I let out a weak grunt. That's why his weapon could be his wand. Estupendo. When the excitement of having a track about Harry faded, I returned the book to the bookstore, leaving it among the semi-divine items, not in fantasy and esotericism, then went back to bed. The notion that Percy was in a place where wizards lived struck me as strange. I've been sighing this many times these days, thinking I needed a strategy to beat the hikers. I knew they could outdo us if we didn't have one, even though our camp had 50 more participants than theirs. I fell asleep without wishing Percy was having one of those perfect moments right now, and whispered, "I love you, Percy. I know you have to complete your mission, but come back. Please, Percy, a demigod?" Yeah. Chapter 10. Percy, a demigod? Yeah. Percy POV. I saw a girl with golden blonde wavy hair and stormy gray eyes. Those eyes were the same ones I'd seen at lunch, and I felt like I knew her. I approached her, though I knew I wasn't really there. This was just a dream. With one hand, I gave her cheek a gentle caress, but she remained completely still. She didn't feel it at all. I love you, Percy. I know you have to complete your mission, but come back. Please, she whispered to the girl I'd labeled Anabeth. I woke up drenched in sweat. The resolve I'd felt before to fulfill Trelawney's prophecy only grew stronger after hearing Annabeth's words. I would complete the mission even if it meant my last act. That final phrase, his search is dangerous, but they know it seemed to make that look almost certain. I was wide awake, so I went down to the common room after showering and changing clothes. Down there I found Parvati. I sat down beside her. Hello, I greeted her. She smiled back at me. Hello, Percy. He seemed to hesitate slightly before continuing his speech. I read a letter from Dumbledore to Hermione, but it also seemed addressed to Ron. I suppose Dumbledore didn't declare his acceptance so the couple could get together. I interrupted, but Parvati ignored me. There was another prophecy, not just the one Trelawney said. He continued cautiously, his eyes scanning me. I'll read it to you. Don't get upset. It might not be as grand as I make it out, but better safe than sorry. He cleared his throat. Two great heroes who cross dimensions. Something that, it will affect both. It is necessary to unite them. To defeat the evil one. I finished. I don't know why I knew the mysterious prophecy, but I did. Did you know that already? He asked, blushing. No, I clarified, but I think I knew it before. She nodded. At least now we know why you don't have memory, said Parvati. Asenti. The safer. You're not attacking me as far as I know, and I didn't attack them either as far as I know. Or rather, I knew better. She looked at me in surprise. Yes, that's why. Parvati POV. I was about to ask Percy how he figured it out, since he didn't seem very smart at all, though by what I saw, I had checked in class that I was good at memorizing and casting spells. I decided this would be the question to prove I'd underestimated him, so I didn't do it. I thought the aliens had kidnapped you. Seamus joked as he descended to look at Percy. Percy shrugged his shoulders. I had a dream, he explained. He hesitated before continuing, and I couldn't sleep after that. I approached him. What did you dream about? I asked curiously. She stared at me for a few seconds. With Anabeth, he murmured nostalgically. It was your girlfriend, I guessed, understanding his mood. He nodded sadly. Seamus and I exchanged glances. He seemed ready to help Percy, though he didn't know how. I doubted the boy had ever truly fallen for anyone. With gestures and meaningful looks, I urged him to take Percy to the dining room. I rushed to my room and grabbed the letter Dumbledore had given me, not stolen, but exchanged for details about Percy's escape from the lake. I went downstairs with the letter and found Percy sitting next to Seamus. I sat down beside Percy. Did you mention Dumbledore's letter to Hermione, right? Percy nodded. Here it is. Read it discreetly. I couldn't have stolen the letter, but I still didn't want him to know it was paid with Percy's secret. Percy read the letter, and his frown eased slightly until he reached the end. The letter contained nothing substantial. Thanks, Parvati. He forced a smile. I returned it with all my might. We ate quickly and then went together to the Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall was already waiting for us. I wanted to tell you, students, that Headmaster Dumbledore has compiled a list of skills you should already have mastered. Tomorrow, Friday, the teachers will swap classes to give you tests based on this list. Now that you're all in the loop, I want to explain how to turn a needle into a table. Hermione started asking how the needle's mass would balance out the table's weight, but I stopped paying attention. In the next spell class, Seamus and I joined Percy. Percy turned out to be an overall top student, especially in spells that could save lives in one way or another. I was particularly anxious about the arrival of Magical Creatures class, but after Percy's near attack on the trestle, Hagrid managed to keep any potentially dangerous creatures out of the classroom. Bored out of my mind, I ended up joining Seamus and Percy in their swimming class. We switched places. The moment Percy touched the water, and before I could catch sight of his six-pack abs, she tilted slightly toward him. It was curling around her almost imperceptibly. Hermione noticed it too. The classes went smoothly because Percy wasn't in class during the last 3 hours. We ate at the cafeteria and then headed to Gryffindor's common room to start our homework. I was sitting on a cabinet by the fireplace, which had been turned off because it was summer, when I noticed Percy across the living room, frowning over his books. It reminded me of the dyslexia mentioned in the letter. Something like he couldn't read properly, right? I approached him. Need help? I asked. Percy nodded with relief. That afternoon I showed Percy around. He turned out to be pretty good at class, though he kept himself occupied. You had to explain things quickly, but if he didn't get it, he'd get annoyed. I learned how to teach him. It's time to eat, I said as I closed a book. When the Gryffindors started leaving the room, Percy nodded. He looked tired. We went down to the dining room where everyone was already seated and eating. We made ourselves a spot between Seamus and Hermione. It might have been an accident, but during dinner, Hermione slipped Percy the meat knife across his arm, as if expecting him to recover through magic. Hermione POV. When my skin didn't regenerate, I threw out the idea that he was a muggle with magical abilities, and felt ashamed for having stabbed him with the knife. Sorry. I apologized. I grabbed a glass of water from Neville's, which was right in front of us. I soaked a fabric napkin in Neville's water. It started dripping, but I still slipped it into Percy's arm. The wound had been bleeding more and more, until I thought the cut was about to stop. When I put the dripping bandage on his arm, it didn't improve. Or at least I didn't notice until I removed the bandage. With another damp napkin, I wiped the blood from his arm. When I removed the cloth, the wound was beginning to close, but then it stopped. Percy let out a pained moan. Pass me the bloody rag, he demanded. He wiped the dripping cloth and placed it on his arm. But then he lifted it up and pressed the blood-soaked water onto his arm. As the water touched his arm, it miraculously healed right before our eyes. And I knew I had to do some research. We all ignored the incident, but I saw everyone step back a few centimeters from Percy except Parvati, who looked worried, Seamus, who seemed to be getting on Percy's good side, Ron and me, who knew he wasn't dangerous, at least not to us yet. After dinner, we returned to the bedrooms. When everyone had fallen asleep, I went downstairs. Taking a trembling breath, I made a last effort to make my way to the library. I sighed in disappointment when I couldn't make it happen. I knew there was a chance I might not succeed, but when I saw Dumbledore appear and vanish in Hogwarts grounds, and when all the books said it couldn't happen, I thought maybe it was possible after all. I just found out it's possible, at least for me. I grabbed my hooded cloak and slipped it on. While it couldn't compare to Harry's Deathly Hallows cloak, that legendary invisibility cloak, the black hue should give me a good camouflage boost. Silently, I made my way to the library. I walked past the reading rooms until I reached the book section. Alohomora murmured. The door swung open. I found it odd that the school's locks were as simple to open as a basic spell, but I ignored it and walked into the library. I took a deep breath before casting the spell. It was lengthy, and if a spell got mispronounced, unpredictable consequences could follow. Miss Feist told us in class that words from ancient languages helped create our own incantations. Modern language wouldn't have the same effect through pure suggestion, because the words wouldn't sound magical anymore. Haec sunt quara verba invenire 1. Greek for to find water. Books containing the words Greek and water came to me. Around 500 books gathered around me. I sighed and returned them to their place. I needed to narrow down my search. Here are the words to be found. Greek, water, horses. Now the only books that arrived were 7, all Greek mythology. I picked up the thickest one and put the rest back in their place. I returned to cast the spell that would take me to the page where these 3 words were stored. Poseidon, god of the sea. Poseidon is the god of the sea, storms, and in Greek mythology, the earth stirrer responsible for earthquakes. The name of the Etruscan sea god Nethans was adopted into Latin as Neptune in Roman mythology, with both being sea gods analogous to Poseidon. In the late Bronze Age Mycenaean Greece, Poseidon was worshipped in Pylos and Thebes, but was later incorporated into the Olympian pantheon as the brother of Zeus and Hades. Poseidon had many children and he served as protector of many Greek cities, though he lost the competition against Athena in Athens. A Homeric hymn was dedicated to him. Alright, Greek mythology, Greek gods. Poseidon? So Percy is the god of the sea. The initial part matches. Poseidon was a prominent municipal deity in multiple cities. In Athens, he ranked second in importance only to Athena, while in Corinth and many cities of the greater Greece region, he served as the chief deity of the city-state. In his benevolent guise, Poseidon was believed to create new islands and calm seas. When angered or ignored, he would strike the ground with his trident, unleashing chaotic springs, earthquakes, sinkholes, and shipwrecks. Sailors prayed to Poseidon for safe voyages, sometimes drowning horses as sacrifices. According to a fragmentary papyrus, Alexander the Great paused on the Greek coast before the Battle of Issus and invoked these prayers, invoking Poseidon, the god of the sea, and for this purpose, he ordered a 4-horse chariot to be cast into the waves. Poseidon was the son of Cronus and Rhea. In the oldest version, as recounted by Hesiod in Theogony, he was swallowed by. Born at dawn, he was later rescued by Zeus along with his brothers. However, in other versions of the myth, Poseidon, like his brother Zeus, escaped the fate of his brothers by being saved by his mother. She hid him among a flock of sheep, pretending to have given birth to a foal that Cronus would devour. According to Tzetzes, Poseidon's nursemaid was Arne, who denied being it when Cronus appeared seeking her out. According to Diodorus Siculus, Poseidon was raised by the Telechines in Rhodes, just as Zeus had been raised by the Corybantes in Crete. Poseidon, the king of the ocean, stands among the 3 great gods: Hades, ruler of the underworld, and Zeus, master of the skies. Below is a compilation of myths featuring Poseidon, from pages 53 to 102. I had doubted Percy was a Greek sea god, but I had to admit there were several things that aligned. The horses and how Percy spoke to them, the water that seemed to follow him, and his ability to read Greek. I hid the book under my cloak, pulled up my coat, and left the library, but a body blocked my way. "What are you doing here, Hermione?" Parvati stood before me in a tank top and pajama shorts. She had her hands on my hips, her face showing a puzzled look. "Did you follow me?" I asked angrily. Then Parvati said, shrugging her shoulders, "What did you discover?" I remembered the prophecy. Perhaps she was the brave twin I had imagined. Gradually, she had grown closer to Percy. I recalled how this afternoon Parvati had been teaching Percy things he didn't understand, yet even with his ADHD and dyslexia, he grasped them. "I think it's a demigod," I stated coldly, though I couldn't believe what I was saying. What you heard. I believe Percy is a demigod, the son of Poseidon, the Greek sea god who also created horses. "Why do you say that?" she asked a few seconds later, calmer now.
Ich glänze her.
The water favors Percy. You say it comes out dry, talks to horses, and understands Greek. Parvati, everything fits together. Why couldn't he be the son of a Greek god? Maybe you haven't realized we practice magic. But we do. Things that are impossible in the Muggle world. What if there are things we don't know about, yet people who perform them see it as just as possible for them as for us with spells? And the prophecy goes something like, 2 great heroes cross worlds, a bond that will affect both. Yet their unity becomes essential to defeat the evil. You remember it perfectly, I noted in astonishment. 2 heroes switch worlds. Percy swapped places with Harry. What did he do in his world? It's assumed he accomplished feats as grand as Harry's. We need to unite the worlds, but we don't know what we're facing. Percy must regain his memory, and then the 2 worlds will merge to fight the villain together. I sighed. Parvati. "Have you heard Trelawney's prophecy?" "Yea," exclaimed the devoted divination follower, her voice trembling with excitement. "Do you really think it's Percy's?" "See, I never trusted divination. It was a highly inaccurate art, and I didn't hide it. But according to what they said, when Trelawney delivered the prophecy, she went into a trance. I believed her. We walked in silence. I scanned the hallway, searching for anyone, though I doubted there would be anyone at this hour. I risked being spotted by Peeves, who would surely call the teachers, either Mr. Filch or the other faculty members. But I saw some eyes. I would never have seen them without the moonlight streaming through the window, casting a glow in those eyes. I couldn't tell their color, because though they glowed with the light, it didn't hit them directly. I locked eyes with the man, and he saw me. He spun around and started running. I followed him. Parvati trailed me. I raised my free hand, keeping the other one steady to keep the book from falling, and cast the jelly legs spell. "Let's go." Brats, too. I muttered to myself. Unfortunately, I had misread the spell. When I tried to cast it again, the person had already left. Who was he? Parvati asked, breathless.
No lo sé.
It's not like I could recognize his voice, because whoever it might be didn't cast any spell. Hey, Hermie? I rolled my eyes. I told you not to call me Hermie. Mione? Cabasi. If Percy were a demigod, wouldn't that be dangerous for us? I shrugged. Like us to him, I suppose. Or Harry more specifically, I replied. She nodded solemnly, and together we went up to our room. I didn't go to sleep. I walked to my desk and went over the list again. Greek Lee, but he has dyslexia. Tambia TDH. It seems water is flowing toward him. His wand is crafted from a material called celestial bronze. His name is rare. Perseus.
Asterisco no tiene memoria.
Hold your breath underwater for half an hour. Master the language of horses. Like Harry's parcel. On his second day at Hogwarts, he already has a prophecy. Dry seawater. Source. Parvati Patil. Percy Jackson might be a demigod, according to my research. Honestly, if anyone saw the list, they'd never guess I was talking about Percy. Unless you look at the last point and the title. Skills, traits, and curiosities of Perseus Jackson. 1 Haec sunt quara verba invenire equals these are search terms for finding insert your chosen words here. 2 Trembling legs. Capturing the flag. I swear. I was planning to upload the chapters yesterday as late as possible. But here's the deal, we went on a trip. Well, when I uploaded the other 2 chapters, we were already traveling, but my parents wanted to visit everyone. I already had the chapters ready, so all that was left was uploading them. Here they are. In a few minutes, I'll upload the next one. Chapter 11, Capturing the Flag. Harry's POV, up here. Miranda shouted as she came to wake me up. It's early, I complained. Right, but today we're up against the Jackets. We're going to lose miserably. We could have done better. But even so, she sobbed. After that, he urged me to change. When I did, he dragged me into the common room where everyone usually gathered for meetings, except Thalia, Heather, and Hadrian. The first was absent because she wasn't here at the moment, while the latter 2 were typically not present. Great. As you can see, Heather and Hadrian are in this war of wits. They're both leaders of the Tanit's cabin, though that cabin doesn't actually exist yet. And I know we're not at war. The last time the hunters came, we had Percy and Thalia, but I was lost and we were fewer campers. Now, we have Percy and they have Thalia, but we're more than that. Clarice and I agreed that both of us will lead the camp. Anabeth was seated at the head, while Chiron was absent. Here's the deal, we've rolled out a game plan. The cabins of Hypnos and Aphrodite will guard the banner and form the inner circle. If they reach you, you must either put them to sleep or distract them. Normally, there are no more than 2 guards for the banner, but we're not under normal circumstances. The middle circle will be the cabins of Eris, Harmony, and Iris. You must also distract them. The outer circle consists of the cabins of Hades, Deimos, Phobos, Nyx, and Thanatos. Fear them and drive them away. The cabins of Apollo, Demeter, Dionysus, Hecate, and Teak must wander through the forest with their weapons, staying close to the path between 2 landmarks. The Labyrinth Rock, their base, and the clearing where the Pasuna's Elders' Council meets, our base. They should seek help wherever needed. The cabins of Ares, Hermes, and Nike are likely ideal for carrying the banner, Ares as the god of war, Hermes as the god of thieves, and Nike as the goddess of victory. The cabin of Athena will be divided into all parts to assist. Questions? I raised my hand, feeling a bit silly. How do you play capture the flag? I asked. Anabeth looked at me apologetically.
I'm sorry I forgot to explain.
The capture the flag game involves 2 teams, usually Ares and Athena, the gods of war, each holding a flag. The other team must capture theirs. Victory is achieved when the flag crosses the border line, which happens to be the stream. I nodded, half comprehending what Anabeth had said. Silena raised her hand. Anabeth, can't we fight you guys? The rest of the campers stared at her like she'd gone mad. She'd heard that the folks in Aphrodite's cabin didn't particularly enjoy outdoor activities, but they'd tense up over the Jackets because they'd given up on love and were ready to fight. No, Silena, we need you there. Your position is critical if they manage to breach the barriers. You can leave now. Get ready, we've got 15 minutes. I turned around to leave, but Anabeth stopped me.
Harry.
You stand with us under the flag. He turned around and left me with that enlightening knowledge. Anabeth POV. Then Percy is your boyfriend? Heather asked as she helped him put on his armor. I'm about to lose my cool. What? If Percy were your boyfriend, Hadrian said. I noticed you looked more worried than the others when you talked about him. He thought you two were friends, but I think either you like him or he's your boyfriend. He gave her a smile. It's my boyfriend. We fell silent for a moment. He'll come back, he assured me.
Eso espero.
I took a deep breath before giving instructions to Heather. Very well, Heather. Deimos is the god of terror. Phobos is the god of fear. Is there a difference? She asked, puzzled. Fear is good in driving crowds into madness. But terror is more personal. Can seep into your mind, like I said. If the son of Phobos, the god of fear, sees you in the eyes, he can see your fear. His father can see your fear and drag you into your own nightmare as an illusion. You need ironclad resolve to break free from this nightmare. Aha! She replied, her voice trembling.
Ismail Tahir.
Don't worry, we've got you covered in our team. How many hunters are there? He asked. There are 60 here, I replied. But the other 15 are circling around the camp and will come to capture the flag. That would be 75 jackets against. He left the phrase hanging in the air, letting me finish it. Against 123 campers. We should thank Capture La Bandera for being held before Sunday, when the number, down to 52, said will solace from Apollo's cabin. That would mean we're out of luck. He emphasized the final word. We saw Silena, who was whispering under her breath. I'll show you if love isn't worth it. Silena muttered as she put on her armor. I'll blow them to bits. We saw Chiron recite the rules. Heroes, he declared. You know the rules. The stream is the dividing line. The entire forest is fair game. All magical objects are permitted. The flag must be raised. Prisoners may be disarmed, but not restrained or gagged. Killing or mutilating is forbidden. I'll serve as both referee and battlefield medic. Let's go. Harry POV. We were all gathered by the stream as Chiron was explaining the rules. When he finished, I checked the jackets. There were now about 80 of them, not the 50 I had when I first arrived that night. Come on. Then they all went back to their bases. Anabeth carried a flag with Camp Mestizo written on it and tucked it into the center of the open space. Cabinets, back to their posts. He ordered. The Hypnos and the Aphrodite's followers formed a circle around the banner. Then Iris, Hesyphius, Harmony, and Eris gathered around them. Finally, Tanides, Phoebus, Deimos, Nyx, and Hades completed the circle by surrounding them. The cabins of Apollo, Demeter, Dionysus, Hecate, and Tyche each sent teams containing someone from each cabin, except for Dionysus, who was the only one left. The Athena faction split up among themselves, leaving Anabeth, the Ares faction, the Nike faction, and me to carry the flag. We walked in silence, except for me. I felt as if I was stepping on every branch and dried leaf within a meter around me. Then I heard a branch snap something I hadn't broken myself. Watch out, I warned. Then some arrows came shooting toward us. They weren't aimed at us, but they whizzed past. Then one arrow came streaking through the air with a puff of smoke. Those nasty arrows they used last time, Clarice reported. Anabeth pursed her lips. Pin your nose to the ground and keep walking. Suddenly the arrows stopped. What happened? I asked, somewhat lost. Give them the calming darts from Apollo's cabin, Clarissa said with a sinister smile. Clarice, Anabeth snapped. There's nothing you can do now except win the game, Ginger remarked. Then around 30 hunters attacked us. Anabeth drew her knife and stabbed 2 with the handle, while she slashed another across the shoulder. A woman approached from behind, but I sensed her presence. I spun around and blocked her with my sword. Thalia's lessons had paid off. They were now helping me defeat her. Within minutes, all the jackets sustained minor injuries in strategic locations that would keep them out of action for a day or two, according to Anabeth's assessment. We arrived at the base where only 2 people were guarding the flag. They're waiting for us, I bet they're hiding somewhere, Anabeth deduced. Harry, you need to cast your spell. I looked at her, confused. I don't know what to do. You really do know, he declared, then launched into his attack. Out of nowhere, 20 hawks appeared. They launched an attack, and the shelters of Hermes, Ares, and Nike weren't enough. The hawks were efficient, quickly tying everyone up. It was a one-on-one battle, but most of them were older than us. Only Anabeth and I remained standing, as she, like the hunters, was remarkably efficient. Then he fell in a 4-on-1 fight. I got angry. I didn't want to lose. Suddenly, the ropes snapped and tangled around the jacket's feet. The stunned women, unable to react properly, got entangled in the cords. Before long, the jackets were secured while we held the flag. Anabeth looked at me with the knowing look of someone who knew exactly what was about to happen. Yet there was also a hint of surprise in her eyes. "All right, Harry," he whispered. We carried the flag all the way to the stream, where it magically transformed into a replica of our own flag. "Harry, how did you do that?" Anabeth asked innocently, as if she didn't know. Tanya felt like she was letting slip that she knew less than she actually did. I shot him a glare as I kept walking toward the grand house. You know it, not me. I reached into my pockets. Sometimes it felt like everyone kept secrets from me. Chiron wouldn't speak to me or acknowledge me, even though others did. As if he knew exactly who I was but chose not to reveal it. Then there was Anabeth, who had probably already figured out who I was. I could feel Annabeth's gaze fixed on my neck as she followed me until I entered the house of the Grand. Anabeth POV. I was in Hades' cabin with Heather, none of the boys present. I realized I could talk to her, and I suspected she liked Nico. "And how's Percy doing?" he asked tentatively. I found myself in the same position as most girls my age, trying to describe their feelings to friends or the guy they liked. I'd never been able to do that before. The only person who would ever let me say such things to was Thalia. But I haven't had much time to talk with her since she left as Lieutenant Artemisa, the second-in-command of the Circira. He has uncontrollable black hair and eyes as green as the ocean. 2 weeks ago he was my height, but within 2 weeks he grew 5 centimeters taller. And that's not all. I am not stopping there. He's thick-skinned about matters involving him, yet incredibly shrewd when they don't directly concern him. His fatal flaw is loyalty, and he's also unbelievably handsome. Heather stared into the void, as if trying to picture Percy in her mind. Does he look like Harry? No. Well, basically yes. Both have black hair and green eyes, but not when you look closely. Harry's hair is lighter, his eyes are more green, while Percy's are bluish-green. I was getting into an awkward position, so I changed the subject. "Do you like Nico?" Heather blushed. "No." "What?" He stammered. I smiled. "If you like it," I declared. They heard someone outside the cabin trying to open the door, but couldn't manage it. "What the hell?" Hadrian hissed. Heather let out a sigh of relief when she realized it wasn't Nico, but it was too soon. "What's going on?" Nico asked. "The door doesn't open." Heather had undergone a sudden transformation. She was no longer the sensitive girl I used to talk to, but rather a young woman who now had a man as her brother. "Long, Hadrian, this is a girls' chat," he shouted. "Go to Aphrodite's cabin for their boys' talk." Heather looked at me, Hadrian murmured, but Nico urged him to leave us alone. Heather POV. "I don't know. Maybe," I said, "he just pops up out of nowhere and acts like a superhero. A Superman who doesn't fly," Anabeth murmured, as if she understood the feeling. "And saved us from a monster. I think I like him, Anabeth, but he told us about his story, you know? He must be around 70, but his appearance is my age. He was so gentle. I was taught swordsmanship, and he was kind. He never panicked when my sword fell or made a move. He would come close to me and show me, yes, he likes me. I'm sure of it." I glanced at Anabeth. She stared into the void, and I guessed she felt something similar to my own when thinking about Percy. The dinner bell rang, signaling the time for supper. I sighed. "It's time to eat," he said. Anabeth nodded absent-mindedly. We made our way to the dining hall, where Hadrian and Nico were already seated at my table. I avoided looking directly at Nico and simply exchanged a greeting. I thanked them for the quick delivery and ordered a hamburger with fries, along with orange and tangerine juice. Hadrian had the same order. Hey, how's your day going? Nico asked. All right, we said in unison, Hadrian and I. I looked at my brother curiously. Hadrian was always the talkative one, the extroverted type. I wasn't introverted either, but I kept my words to myself except when I found someone trustworthy. Like this afternoon with Anabeth. Does anyone know where my iPod went? I asked. I was talking about my pink iPod Shuffle. Yeah, it had a small memory capacity and I wanted a red one, but that was enough for me. Mom gave it to me just 2 days before our birthday, and I still remember it today. Hadrian raised his eyebrows. Yes, I have it. He slipped his hand into my jacket and pulled out my iPod. He handed it across the table and I took it. It was inside a small black bag, the kind you close with a cord or a ribbon. I opened the bag and pulled out my iPod, then slipped the headphones on and tucked the device into my hoodie. Checking the battery, I found it was down to 50%. I kept playing tracks until I finally hit a song that really clicked with me. The opening chords of Crush 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 by Paramore. The music began to play. I murmured in unison with the singer. They taped over your mouth, scribbled out the truth. With their lies, your little spies. Doesn't you know we don't listen to music? Nico asked playfully. Nico POV. Heather wasn't complaining, I sang pretty well. The only thing that seemed odd was her singing with an iPod. I think so, Hadrian replied with a smile. Heather and Hadrian were acting a bit odd and not talking, but I figured it would take a couple of days to process that. The following days flew by. By Sunday, most of the campers had left. Anabeth stayed behind to look for Percy. Hadrian and Hayden were still attending training sessions, just like Harry, who was improving rapidly. Strange things kept happening around Harry. It was as if he wanted something and the object would obey him, like how Percy controlled water through his desires, just as I did with the earth. Thalia was fuming for a few days after we defeated the hunters, but she eventually agreed to resume training Harry after a couple of days. Adrian was a disaster with the sword, but he was quick-witted and got the blade right, so Anabeth trained him. I trained Heather, who had agility but couldn't hold the sword well because she got tired easily. Not only did strange things happen around Harry, but I also experienced peculiar occurrences surrounding Heather. Whenever he approached, I would stand there watching her hair shimmer, trying to catch a glimpse of what was happening. He kept his eyes on her, scrutinizing them while trying to coax a smile out of her. Oh, and the daughters of Aphrodite started pestering us. They lurked around every corner whenever I was with Heather, flashing those suggestive smiles that made both of us blush. Could it be that I might like Heather? I remember never having been attracted to anyone except for 2 years at Lotus Hotel where they took me in, and 9 years when they let me go. After that, they sent me to an orphanage. When I left there, I wandered through the underworld and labyrinth for 2 whole years. No, I never even had a chance to like a girl. I tossed out those thoughts. They were confusing me. Ian was trained by Miranda, who also seemed to have trouble teaching him, while Michelle Yu from Apollo's cabin trained him with the bow. Harry, Ian, and Miranda were friends, and they grew closer with each passing day. I stayed there too, searching for clues to find Percy while inevitably harassing Heather. I did everything I could to stop myself, I swear, so I kept tabs on 2 people, Harry and Heather. I followed Harry to find Percy, since he was the one taking his place, and Heather for personal reasons. The truly remarkable event occurred 2 weeks after the capture of the flag, on Monday evening during dinner, as it seems to have always been the case. Well, I know it's totally off the mark from Anabeth and Nico's character, but that's exactly how I like them. Review 3. And I know their way of defeating the winged hunters was pretty pathetic. I expect Patronum. Next chapter, Chapter 12, Expecto Patronum, Percy POV. That morning, I noticed Hermione and Parvati staring at me intently, as if trying to guess what my world was all about. It was annoying because it reminded me that I didn't even know my own world. I rushed into the swimming pool and quickly changed clothes. When I came out, I found Malfoy waiting for me. You think you're better because you know how to wield a sword, huh? He sneered. Then, I replied with a bored expression, turning to walk past him, but he stopped me. What are you trying to do? I stared at him. Cast a spell on me? Do it and leave me alone. He clenched his fist and was about to strike, but a jet of water shot out from the pool. Like a squid's tentacle, he grabbed it by the waist and carried it back to the pool. Everyone laughed, including me. I found Parvati and Hermione staring at me in shock. I jumped into the pool, choosing the side with 2 meters of depth. If I stayed at the bottom, I could barely get 20 or 30 centimeters through. When I stepped out, I noticed Parvati and Hermione's gazes on my neck. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't ignore them. The swimming class went on with Dumbledore dividing us into teams to compete against everyone. Whatever the rules were, you had to cross the pool without magic. I won every competition I entered. We had a divination session where Ron sat down with me. Today was McGonagall's exam day, and in Transfiguration we took Flitwick, in Trelawney's enchantments, in Haroldines divination, and in Magical Creatures Korea Ministry employee who seemed to appeal to Lavender and Parvati. Haroldines' class was a bit tense because she kept pestering everyone with her only the Oracle can see the future routine. Though nobody really got it, she still tried to keep the whole class engaged. We made our way to the Hall of Defense against the Dark Arts, where McGonagall was waiting. I understand that 2 years ago, when Dolores Umbridge taught this class, some of you were secretly trained by Harry Potter in this area. I will take the exam based on what Mr. Potter taught. Part 1. Each person will step forward and attack the victim with the spell Dismember, while the victim will defend against the attacker with Protect. Then McGonagall began calling out names. She would select couples, and in one of their 2 turns, both would play the roles of victim and attacker. Perseus Jackson and Seamus Finnegan. I prefer Percy murmured. Did you say something, Mr. Jackson? Nothing, just that I prefer to be called Percy, I sighed. McGonagall nodded, as if she had already memorized the answer. First, the Finnegan attacks. I took a deep breath, hoping to protect not just the name of the spell, but the spell itself. Desmaeus, exclaimed Seamus. I protect, I declared with a resolute voice. A beam of light emerged from Seamus's wand. Yet another glow enveloped me like a dome. My protective shield blocked the light from reaching me. All right, it's your turn now, Mr. Jackson. I took another deep breath, mentally preparing myself to cast another spell I hadn't mastered before. At least the protection spell worked out well. Dizzy, I exclaimed. Protect me, Seamus shouted. A blinding blue light shot out of my wand and slammed into Seamus's shield. My beam lingered there, struggling against the wall, but then a tiny spark pierced through Seamus's dome. Though brief, it was enough to leave him slightly disoriented. What happened? Lavender demanded in a shrill voice. Now I had not just 2 fixed gazes on me, but 3. The gaze of Parvati, Hermione's, and McGonagall's. Mr. Jackson just made his spell seep through Mr. Finnegan's shield. He locked eyes with us, noticing our confusion. Turning to the blackboard, he sketched a dome-shaped structure of wooden planks like a protective net. The shield isn't solid at all. If it were completely solid, we'd lose visibility and waste too much energy. These shields are like rigid dome-shaped nets, but spells don't split apart, so they can't breach the barrier. The only spell that could pass through Protego was Aguamenti, because water seeped through the openings. Mr. Jackson's spell worked like water itself. He finally looked at me. Hermione and Parvati had their eyes slightly widened, and McGonagall looked somewhat curious and intense, but we kept the class going. The second part of the exam, McGonagall said as everyone took their turns, is to create a Patronus. Mutterings. They must do this in front of the class. Mr. Jackson, just like in your first year here, your Patronus doesn't have to be corporeal turn to the students but the rest do. I discovered patron animals were mythical creatures believed to ward off Dementors. Hermione's was a otter, Ron's was a Jack Russell. Ironically, this dog breed actually hunted otters. Seamus's was a fox, and Parvati's was a Shih Tzu. Percy Jackson ordered McGonagall. I thanked myself for having mentioned my nickname and stepped forward. Jackson, what you need to do is visualize a happy moment and say, Expecto Patronum. I call you back. A protective barrier will form, McGonagall instructed. I was focused on the sensation I had 3 days ago while flying with Adele. How the wind brushed against my face, and the adrenaline rush from being in a territory that felt like it wasn't mine. Hey, Patronus, I shouted. A bluish-gray mist emerged from the tip of my wand and settled around me. As I touched it, I felt that fleeting moment of happiness, remembering my flight with Adele. Quite good for your first attempt, Jackson, McGonagall congratulated, writing something down on her parchment. The rest of the class went to teach their Patronus, and we wrapped up in just a few minutes. The Muggle Studies class was taught by Hagrid. I'd been so exhausted since yesterday that I couldn't sleep, so Parvati suggested taking a break from studying and going to the lake. I swore to myself not to get in the water again just to stay dry when I came out, but I ended up following her advice anyway. Shall we go to the lake, Seamus? Parvati asked as we walked past him. Seamus looked at us. Sure. We arrived at the lake and chatted casually on the shore about nothing specific. A couple of hours later, a crowd had gathered around us, protesting against our inaction. Are we playing real or just a challenge? Lavender suggested in her shrill voice. I decided it was a bad idea simply because Lavender suggested it, but others chose to go play, including Parvati and Seamus. Truth or challenge, Parvati? Lavender asked.
Reto.
Throw yourself into the naked lake. No nudity, Hermione declared, the self-proclaimed game's impartial referee. Lavender rolled her eyes and thought about something else. Get Percy, he ordered. I shot him a glare of annoyance.
No.
I have a girlfriend and I'm not playing, I told him bluntly. Lavender rolled her eyes again, and then she had another idea. He's a bit of a playboy, he's single and still plays the game. They both exchanged glances when Lavender suggested the idea. Though flushed, their eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if they were about to accept it willingly, if only they weren't too embarrassed. Parvati slowly moved closer and kissed his cheek, leaving Lavender slightly annoyed that she'd apparently wanted him to kiss her mouth. Out of nowhere, I started feeling cold. I was freezing and terrified. It was like I'd never felt anything before. The sensation was so intense it left me almost paralyzed. I turned around and spotted a ghostly figure with human-like features. Clad in black, it appeared to have no legs. Dementor! Lavender shouted. She wanted to run, she could see him, but she couldn't, and I reacted. Dementor. I didn't remember what it was, no one had bothered to explain it, but I remembered how to repel them. I got up and realized I'd almost reflexively pulled out both my sword and wand. I remembered the spell, but it required a happy memory. A memory I only had one chance to cast. What made me happier? The Dementor was approaching. The blue food made me feel at home. Flying made me feel alive. Those two made to feel happy. But the girl, Anabeth, made me feel alive, at home, happy and in love all at once. Anabeth, he muttered. His simple count gave him the strength to raise his wand and aim at the Dementor. Expecto Patronum, and from my direction came a massive wave of water. No, not water, it was the blue-silver energy of the Patronus spell. I already had my patron saint, and it wasn't an animal. Before I could even draw my sword, I didn't have time to take a breath. With the Dementor distracted, I thrust it straight into its gut. The Dementor turned to golden dust, golden ashes, and I, overwhelmed by the surprises and left with a hollow feeling from the Dementor, fell and fainted. Mierda, my head was throbbing, and that throbbing sensation wasn't exactly pleasant. I felt blood rushing through my temples and tried to ignore it. Struggling to open my eyes, I found a nose right in front of me. Parvati recoiled as she stood up. You scared me, Percy, he snapped. I'm the one who woke up with a stuffy nose. I protested, rubbing my head in pain. Parvati shook her head and looked at me with excitement. Percy, you summoned a corporeal Patronus the second time you ever did, and you defeated a Dementor. He congratulated me. You killed it, Percy. And Dementors are impossible to kill. He whispered the last part. I smiled weakly and drifted back to sleep, drained of energy. Hermione POV, you saw it, right? I asked Parvati as she stepped out of the infirmary. See what? He asked, feigning indifference. The patron saint, Parvati. It was a wave, not an animal, I clarified. I know, he nodded. Could have been a water creature, but Noit's just a wave. What does that mean? He asked, clutching his head with both hands. Percy POV. I was sleeping peacefully without any dreams, until the image suddenly changed from being completely dark. He hasn't fallen. Raven noted the figure of the right in the shadows. The left-wing figure stood out, a girl with jet-black hair and eyes that glowed with a vibrant orange hue. Yet her gaze would occasionally shift to a cold blue, an odd contrast since these two colors rarely matched. Though she appeared 14, her posture of crossed arms and chin raised made her look older. "I know," he said in a voice that was a mix of scoundrelly and mischief, as if he were talking to a baby rather than someone who looked threatening. She wandered around the figure, moving in and out of shadows, her head playfully glancing at the other figure as her eyes kept shifting colors. "Raven, quiet estate," he ordered. "You don't send me." Raven abruptly turned toward him. I was startled when his eyes turned ice blue, completely and without changing. "I have the favor of 4 goddesses, so I'm absolutely certain you won't give me any orders. Can you die?" "I can't, so I'll handle it," he corrected himself. "I don't believe it," Raven murmured softly, her eyes turning orange again as she playfully stared at him, like she was the cat and he the mouse they were playing. The girl spun around and, arms crossed, kept wandering around. The purpose wasn't to kill him or not to kill him. Raven continued in his soft, cunning voice as his eyes turned gray. It was to inform the wizards that their monsters no longer obey them, that they're no longer in command, that the defenses of their whimsical academy are crumbling, which will slowly erode them. They believe their enemy is dead, but now this little problem comes along. "They'll destroy him," he said, his voice returning to that playful, teasing tone I recognized, those playful yet concerned tones he always used to make me realize they were fake. "Poor souls," he added with a smile. "By the way, you shouldn't finish my chocolates or even taste them, because, let me tell you again, they're my." Raven grumbled. My perspective shifted. I was no longer in any ordinary place I'd ever been. Now I stood in a deserted square dotted with cottages. The structures stood out to me like unique specimens in a botanical garden. But one particular building caught my eye, a low gray structure built from sea rocks, their surfaces layered with crustacean shells and coral imprints. Instinctively, I moved closer to enter. I reached for the handle and turned it with my right hand. Then I opened the door. The interior was mostly empty. There were a few beds, and the space was divided into 2 sides. One of the beds was disheveled, and, on the wall hung a horn above her, with a backpack beside it. The most striking feature was the cabin's interior, a rock pool with a central spout carved like a fish head. A warm, steaming stream of salt water gushed from its mouth, creating a sauna-like atmosphere that heated the entire structure while filling it with the rich scent of sea. "What's this?" I muttered. On the pillow of the disheveled bed lay a letter. It read. The envelope had Percy in capital letters. I tried to grab it, but couldn't. My hand slipped through the pillow and dragged the letter with it. "Percy Jackson, don't even think about touching that card," I heard. I suddenly turned around, and behind me stood a woman with chocolate-colored hair. Her hair was chocolate, and she wore a white dress whose color shifted slightly with the light, like oil. "Hello, Percy Jackson." I blinked in surprise. "Hello." I looked at her again. Why can't I get the letter?" I asked, feeling uncertain. "It's not your time, Percy Jackson." "What do you mean by that?" "You must fulfill a mission." "And will my memory come back? Can you give it back to me?" I asked. "When the time comes, Percy Jackson, if you succeed in your mission. You've done a great job, that's a solid start." She smiled. "But you'll give me back my memory, right? When you've done your job," he insisted. He stomped his foot hard on the floor, visibly frustrated. "But I want her now." I heard the splashing of water and realized I was speaking like a child. But I wanted Anabeth. In my memories, she was there. I needed to be sure she wasn't just a hallucination, that she truly existed. "I'll give you a keepsake," Percy Jackson declared after staring at me for a moment. "Anabeth, do you recognize this name?" I nodded impatiently yet hopefully. If she said her name, that meant she existed, didn't she? Could the girl with golden hair and gray eyes be Anabeth? Was Anabeth my girlfriend? Or was she a friend I secretly loved? Or worse, did I have something wrong with him? All these questions about the Patronus who inspired me a memory of happy times. "Ella, it's better if I just give it to you without explaining," he decided. Then everything went dark again. It was just a second. Then I had a feeling. The memory was vague but precious. Came with certain sensations. I was certain I'd met her at a camp. The only clear memory. Annabeth's face with her blonde hair and gray eyes, the way she laughed, how she wrapped her arms around me, and when I did something stupid, she'd give me a kiss. I thought he must have kissed me so many times. Did you know? The other hero does it too. He deserves a prize. It sounded like he was convincing himself, like someone trying to treat themselves to a luxury. She vanished, and I drifted back into the dreamless void. Only when I woke up the next morning did I recognize the woman who brought back my childhood memories of her as Haroldine of Seuss, my teacher. I was distracted in class, lost in thought about Anabeth. It was amazing how many times I could revisit memories that seemed like ordinary daily occurrences, yet never grew tiring of them. My mornings at Hogwarts were productive. I excelled in many areas, but the real challenge was how easily I got distracted. Truth be told, spells and such were more about desire than mastering spell pronunciation or wand handling. They were all about willpower and determination. I used to avoid Ms. Haroldine de Seuss like the plague. Her classes turned into a living nightmare. I couldn't tell if it was all just a dream, or if she was just being dramatic, or maybe it was just her way of making me feel uncomfortable. She never really cared about me. She didn't ask questions during class, but she'd occasionally drop one in, just like the rest of her routine. Parvati taught me in the afternoons what I hadn't grasped during morning sessions, and soon Seamus joined her classes. Seamus and Parvati started coming out with me, and before long we became friends. The closest ones I ever had. We'd occasionally talk about my mission and agreed to work on it together. After all, the idea of being a twin and mixed race aligned perfectly with them. I noticed Parvati knew something I didn't, and I often caught her whispering with Hermione. But whenever I asked, she'd brush it off like it was nothing. A woman named Romilda Vane started following me and giving me chocolates and potions. Hermione kindly explained these were love filters. Apparently, Romilda had also been tailing Harry and tried to give him chocolates and enchanted potions. I tried to ignore him and kept spending time with Seamus and Parvati. The only thing I never told them was about my dreams, because the ones I had that night were so different they felt like two separate experiences altogether. I couldn't recall the first of the two dreams, as I'd forgotten it while immersed in the euphoria of remembering Annabeth, convinced she was real. It resurfaced during my early flying lessons, private sessions with Coach Hooch to avoid practicing with the first graders. Hey, I've got a villainess. Let me clarify something. The woman who talks to Percy in the part where she's convincing herself about Harry isn't actually saying he's not doing a good job. For those who have read The Lost Hero and remember what Jason means to Hera, you'll understand. For those who haven't, it's like Haroldine being Harry's responsible partner. But that's all I'll say. Well, and to clarify whether Harry is her son. No, he isn't. Harry isn't Haroldine's son.
Pede.
Can you spot it? Haroldine by Seuss? Youppi. The Prophecy of Harry. Chapter 13. The Prophecy of Harry. Harry's POV. That morning I woke up thinking about the girl. She had red hair and blue eyes, with a few freckles on her nose and cheeks. I kept replaying the memory over and over. It was actually a dream, but it was so vivid that I was certain it was a memory. Or at least that's what I wanted to believe. I remembered the dream all over again. A roaring celebration erupted from the room I entered. I was startled when people started screaming at me upon seeing me. Several hands grabbed me and dragged me into the living area. Winning, shouted a red-haired boy, who could have been the girl's brother, who came up to me, jumped around, and handed me a silver cup. Winning, 450 to 140. Winning. I looked around. The red-haired girl was running toward me. Her face glowed as she wrapped her arms around me. Then I kissed her. Everything comes to an end, leaving me with a warm yet bittersweet feeling. I never knew who the girl was, but I remember how that kiss made me feel, like I'd been waiting for this moment for ages, and it finally happened. Riesho, I got out of bed. I took a quick shower in the hallway bathroom and slipped into my jeans with the Campano Mestizo tee. Just as I was finishing up, I heard a loud bang on my door. Tock! Tock! Heather shouted from outside. I rolled my eyes but smiled. The girl was winning me over. I opened the door, but Heather was swinging a punch, so the blow landed right on my chest. Ouch! Excuse me, But you should have warned me before opening the door, Heather complained. I don't see the logic in that, I remarked as we left the big house. But Heather didn't bother to respond. We arrived at the beach where our coaches were waiting. I noticed Nico adjusting his gaze to look at Heather. Though he was her coach and had every reason to focus on her, it didn't distract many of us. Heather wasn't any better, she kept avoiding his eyes. Hello, Ian said. Hey, Miranda exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Hello, I replied. Everyone present exchanged greetings, and without further ado, we began our training. I drew my sword and started fighting Thalia. During the 2 weeks since capturing the flag, he had improved his sword skills. Now he could attack and defend without retreating, avoiding losing ground. I was deep in the struggle when I heard a growl behind me. Thinking it was Ms. O'Leary returning from the woods, I ignored it. But suddenly Thalia stopped fighting and froze, staring at something behind me. And this time, he wasn't convinced the grumbling came from Ms. O'Leary. I slowly turned around, and the dog there wasn't Ms. O'Leary. It was slightly smaller but still quite large. Not only was it more droopy, but it also had a wild, disoriented gaze. The dog of hell attacked. The dog came straight to me because it was the closest one. I'd been frozen in place while the others tried to catch my eye and quietly slipped out of the sand. Without thinking, I raised my sword to defend myself, but I was actually gaining ground. I'd only trained with Thalia before, and I didn't know how to spin or pull off those tricks. I realized I had little time left, even though I saw others approaching to help. So I decided to take the risk. Without pausing to examine the animal's claws that had scratched me, I approached it and thrust my sword as deep as I could. Its hide proved tougher than expected, but I managed to drive it in deep enough to turn the dog into golden dust. When I finished, I was nearly fainting. I fell, and after a few seconds before actually collapsing. His eyelids are twitching, said a voice I recognized as Michael Yu from Apollo's cabin. Now he's half opening his eyes, then fully opening them. Michael smiled kindly at me. Good morning. You've defeated a hellhound, a dog from hell. Ms. O'Leary was a dog from hell, wasn't she? I couldn't be sure, I just couldn't focus. What happened to me? I asked. Michael's smile faltered. Just some scratches on your arms and torso, Anabeth explained, but under normal circumstances, if you were a demigod and we'd given you ambrosia and or nectar, you'd healed yourself. The real issue is in that joint between your left arm and shoulder. Not only did he scratch it, but he actually embedded a fingernail. Not completely, and even when it turned to ashes, the nail didn't stay there. He left the sentence hanging in the air. I tried to move and felt intense pain in the spot Anabeth had pointed out, along with some milder discomfort running through my arms. Anabeth sighed. Stay put. Michael, go check the rest, Anabeth urged as she stepped out. Miranda and Ian were waiting for you to wake up, but we didn't let them in. Thalia asked me to send you greetings and apologies for being absent, but the hunters went to consult the godsonly Artemis knows what they're asking. Heather, Hadrian, and Nico are explaining what happened to Chiron, but they also told me they'd be here later. I glanced away without giving it a second thought. Harry, Anabeth called urgently. I turned to face her again. There are only 2 ways the dog could have gotten in. Either they summoned it or the barriers failed. Then Ian and Miranda came in. I looked up and saw several scratches on my arms, red but no longer bleeding. My shoulder and torso were bandaged, and I figured that. I adjusted my torso to keep the shoulder strap from slipping off. I also noticed he wasn't wearing a shirt, which made me blush. Miranda didn't notice I blushed, but Ian did and shot me a sly grin. I rolled my eyes. I was worried, Harry. Don't do that again, Miranda said coldly. Couldn't have been more confused. I didn't ask the dog to come and kill me, I protested. I know, Miranda replied. I turned to Ian for answers, but he just shrugged and didn't get Miranda's message. Thankfully, within seconds she was back to being herself and gave me a smile. It's dinner time, Harry. Come on, Ian, Miranda said, pulling Ian's arm. Put on your shirt, Harry. We'll wait outside. When they came out, I managed to slip my arm under my shirt as much as I could. My left arm was throbbing with pain whenever I moved it. I tried circling my left shoulder, but the agony just wouldn't let up. I stepped outside to find Miranda and Ian waiting for me. They stood awkwardly facing opposite directions, or maybe just silent. That was my hope. Together we made our way to the dining hall pavilion and settled into our respective tables. As usual, Ian seemed slightly disheveled at his own table. He was the only one there, while Miranda and I kept watch over him and between us. "Hello," I said, first to Ian, then to Miranda. "Hello," they both said back in unison. "How are you?" Miranda asked. I rolled my eyes and nodded. "What happened when I lost consciousness?" I asked out loud. I was about to say when I passed out, but... Well, Ian smiled as if he knew exactly what I was thinking, then answered without making a sound. "When you fainted, Anabeth asked us to take you to the House of Greatness. Thalia went to summon Michael. Apollo is the god of medicine, on his way to visit Artemisa and Nico. Meanwhile, the twins accompanied Chiron to explain what had happened. He told me. It was a long time, and I wasn't sure if I fully grasped everything he said. But I did, and it matched what Anabeth had explained to me. "Did you really defeat the devil's dog?" Mina asked. I flashed her a knowing grin and nodded. At that moment, Rachel entered the dining hall pavilion. She wore a simple headband of small white flowers, the camp t-shirt, and a skirt made of mixed fabric. As she walked around the space, her gaze met mine. She fell to her knees on the floor. When she abruptly lifted her head, her eyes glowed green, not like ordinary eyes, but the kind that light up when the oracle delivers a prophecy. And that's exactly what he did. The camp was silent as everyone stared at her. But that didn't bother the spirit of Delphi. No, I can assure you I wasn't stage fright when the prophecy came. To recover your erased memory, one of the two heroes will embark on a quest. Accompanied by the clown's children and the gardener. Travel to the source of inspiration. Guardians of the elements, ether 4 days without judgment. The 5th day begins the punishment. Are we having another prophecy, or just repeating the same one? Rachel asked, slightly disoriented, when the prophecy ended. She answered her own question. A new one, from Harry. Want to have dinner? We ate in silence. No one made a sound, and Chiron didn't try to control the situation. I was starting to form a very bad impression of him. As the camp director, he's supposed to make decisions, but so far all I've seen is Anabeth taking charge. Are we not going to talk about that? I shouted when no one responded for about 10 minutes. Many people were startled, and I was surprised, but not exactly be noticing Chiron didn't even lift his gaze from his plate. Anabeth looked at me and whispered to keep quiet, but I ignored her. Well, we already know who's going, Lou Ellen said kindly. Who? She looked at me in confusion, not knowing who she was talking about. The children of the clown and the gardener, he declared. I held back from stomping my foot like a little kid frustrated with the floor. I rolled my eyes. Who are they? I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. Miranda and Ian. Harry, she said, worried. Wait a minute. Someone from Ares's table interrupted. Why do they have to be those two? Are you even listening? Someone mumbled from Athena's table, their voice loud enough to ring through the entire pavilion before answering. Son of the clown? Or the gardener? I don't think so. When they called him a clown's son, Ian sank into his own little world. I'd do the same, I thought with a wry smile. Why would Miranda be here? Asked Pollux, the only person at the table with Denisio. She could be any other daughter of Demeter. No? Not meant to offend, Miranda. All right, Pollux, she replied in silence. The cabin of Hermes interjected. It's the one who's emotionally closest to Harry, a girl said logically. Miranda and I don't blush. But Ian looked a bit annoyed by the girl's comment. But maybe she's not the right person, suggested a boy from Eris's cabin. Unfortunately for him, the boy wasn't as subtle as Matey when it came to initiating a fight, so everyone gave him the cold shoulder for trying to stir up trouble. The boy crouched slightly and hid behind his cabin leader, Matey, who shot everyone a defiant, defensive glare. He left his legacy behind, he defended himself. Harry, would you like Ian and Miranda to come along? Chiron asked, speaking up for the first time. But Anabeth had her hand resting on Chiron's shoulder, so I figured she'd done it at his request. It's not like I could choose anyone else. I thought about answering Chiron's question, but I also didn't want to pick someone else. I'd love for them to be with me, I replied honestly. Miranda POV. I was thrilled to be going with Harry. I didn't trust he could handle it all on his own. Yeah, I know he beat a hellhound without any help and just 2 weeks of training, but ended up with an injured arm that won't heal anytime soon. Well, at our standards, Ian and Harry were playing with their food using a spoon, completely absorbed. I glanced at Harry first, then at Ian. I kept my gaze on Ian longer than usual, but I didn't give him much thought. Seriously, you're going on a hunt. Ronnie congratulated me. I know, I smiled half-heartedly. It was a major achievement to search for someone from the cabin of Demeter. Most of the time, it was the cabins of Athena and Ares that managed to get searches done. After Percy arrived, the cabins of the three greats began handling these searches as well. Anabeth announced that the cabin leaders would hold a meeting that night after dinner. I entered the gaming room and sat down next to Harry, with Ian on my other side. Noticing I was closer to Ian, I leaned slightly toward Harry to avoid any misunderstandings. Were they wrong? Weren't they? What am I doing here? Anabeth? Clovis asked half asleep, though truth be told he wasn't alone. Everyone around seemed exhausted, but Harry looked the most drained. He looked like he'd gained 20 years, and it just didn't sit right with him. We need to decide when they're leaving, Anabeth said with a serious expression. I noticed Chiron wasn't there. Harry has an injured arm, and he and Ian have only been trained for about 2 weeks. Harry suddenly jumped up. This was the second time he'd seen him explode today, first at dinner, and now again. We need to go now. I want to recover my memories. The sooner we complete the mission, the sooner I can regain my memories, he exclaimed, visibly frustrated. We all fell silent. Harry, you could die if you don't get ready. Anabeth tried to reason with him. Do you want to see Percy again? Anabeth shuddered as if a sword had been driven into her body at such a painful spot that she couldn't even scream. Then, with a voice frozen with coldness, she said, Perhaps you want to know, Harry. She pronounced the name with particular icy precision, who the guardians of the elements are. Harry fell silent. What could he do? It would have been odd to ask for the information, please. But he needed it. There was no way he could ignore Anabeth. Annabeth's features softened when she saw Harry's indecision. Harry wasn't the only one with questions about the guardians of the elements, so everyone fell silent and focused when Anabeth started speaking. Calliope, Clio, Eratosthenes, Euterpe, Melpomene, Polymnia, Thalia, Tharpiscore, Urania. Who can tell us who these are? Thalia is the deputy of the hunters, Pollux remarked, though it was pointless. But she's also one of the 9 muses, said Ryan Osterdyke from Nyx, slightly taken aback. Exactly, Annabeth confirmed with a smile. The guardians of the elements are the 9 muses. I frowned. There's no legend that says the muses are the guardians of the elements, I pointed out. No, you're right. Only the Greek world knows this secret. They've hidden this knowledge from mortals. If a human ever gained such power over an element, they'd be like a god except mortal. They'd shatter the fog. They'd expose us, and the world would go up in a kaboom. Annabeth, he called her timidly. Huh? Where can we find them? Ian voiced his exact thoughts. It was chilling. Annabeth stared at us, as if trying to decide whether we should flee that night or wait until they gave us a deadline. I couldn't tell which she wanted. A museum. I've often heard people prefer the Louvre, but they also spend time at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. It's a major museum too and conveniently located near the gods. You should check it out first, but if you're not there, you'll need to make your way to the Louvre. Paris, France. I knew if I'd been certain we didn't want to go, I wouldn't have said that until we left. But she was confused. There was a high chance we'd decide to flee under the cover of darkness. Then what about the 4 days of punishment and 5 days of penalty? The Stoll brothers asked in unison. It's been 4 days without judgment and the 5th day of punishment. I don't think that's part of the prophecies, just information the oracle deemed relevant and needed us to know urgently, Annabeth corrected. I believe these are 4 days to complete the mission. Now to the cabins, she ordered, looking weary. I headed to my cabin, where I received endless congratulations from my brothers. After changing into my pajamas, I went to bed. You might have heard this before, but the dreams of demigods are never just dreams. And that night I had a dream. Before me stood a woman with glossy black hair and warm chestnut eyes. Contrary to popular belief, Demeter's eyes weren't green but chestnut, just like mine. The woman before me was my mother, Demeter. "Hello, Miranda," he said with a slight smile on his lips. "Hello, mother." She smiled more distinctly. She had the look of a mother. Many gods assumed appearances that were more young, but my mother constantly cared for Persephone, my sister. Half-sister would have been more accurate. That's why my mother looked like a proper mother. "I came to congratulate you on your search, my daughter," he said. "But I suppose you've heard plenty of that today, so I'm not here just for that. I'm here to give you some advice." I watched her expectantly. "Don't fall for that clownish guy," he said bluntly without beating around the bush. "What?" His face hardened, but then softened. "Darling, love belongs to Aphrodite and her offspring. I'm not saying we can't fall in love, but it's a quest and your life will be in danger. When you return, there'll be time to spend with your friend. Still, I don't recommend it. Momo hasn't been welcomed into Olympus for ages, and he's never had a child. Only a few can predict how Olympus will react when he finally arrives at its gates. Will he come to your door? Momo? In? I didn't say it that way to sound skeptical. I said it because how could he possibly reach Olympus? But my mother vanished as swiftly as she appeared, leaving me with lingering doubts. If Olympus was closed, how did my mother end up here? And the cheerful thought that it wasn't wise for me to have a relationship with the son of the clown. I wondered if my reactions toward him were truly so obvious. They attack Percy in a scarecrow. Chapter 14. They attack Percy in a scarecrow. Percy POV. Percy! Parvati shouted. What? I had to stop doing that. If I kept thinking about the girl, I couldn't complete that damn mission. I couldn't even see her, which would be counterproductive. Who was Ollivander? He asked, as if expecting a poor answer. The one who wields magic wand. I retorted indignantly at the thought that he didn't know. Truth be told, he wasn't that clueless after all. Parvati's eyes swept across the room when it collided with the wall clock. She let out a choked gasp. "Oh, Percy!" She looked at me with alarm. "Your flying class." I glanced back, a bit startled. They'd told me Madame Hooch was quite strict, and I wasn't exactly dying to see her side of the bad stuff. "Goodbye," I said as I ran toward the field near the forest. In the countryside, a stern-looking woman awaited me. She had her hands on her hips and legs spread wide at shoulder height, striking a commanding pose. She was petite, with curly hair and eyes as yellow as a hawk's.
Tarde, Señor Jackson. I'm sorry, y murmured.
"All right, what are you waiting for?" he barked. "Buy the broom. Come on, quick." I examined the broom. It was old, with some straw stalks jutting out at odd angles. I looked up at the stands and saw at least 20 people staring back at us. That's exactly why private classes exist, to keep me from making a fool of myself in front of others. "Put your right hand on the broom," Mrs. Hooch said, "and say up." "Up here," I whispered. "Forgive me if I feel uncomfortable talking to the air." Thankfully, the broom sprang into action right away. "Good," Mrs. Hooch said approvingly. "When the whistle blows, kick your foot to the ground. Try to stay 1 or 2 meters above the ground." I felt a bit silly climbing onto the broom, but I did it anyway. When Hooch's whistle blew, I kicked the ground. The moment my feet left the floor, the wind went wild and whipped me around. The wind was so strong that I barely heard Hooch speak. "Down, Jackson! Lean forward!" she shouted. I caught a glimpse of the students in the stands rising several centimeters. It looked like a tornado, but no one could decide which direction to head for. I did what Hooch said, but when I leaned forward, nothing changed. I kept climbing up. Out of nowhere came a white lightning bolt that struck me. I felt the impact on my back. It wasn't the kind of celestial lightning, but rather a spell-blasting lightning. The shock made me arch my back in pain, and I couldn't even scream, only a low growl escaped me. I felt myself plummeting at high speed. "Hold your horses," exclaimed someone I recognized as Hermione. The fall dragged on longer, and the wind ceased to whisper in my ears. Instead of crashing down with a thunderous crash, I landed on the grass as if by magic, with delicate grace. I jumped up abruptly when I heard leaves crunching near the forest's edge, and there came a girl. She had jet-black hair and porcelain skin. A solid build, she was pretty. About 14 years old with eyes that glowed in a deep crimson. and I recognized her. Raven was riding a lion that was walking slowly until it stopped right in front of me, about a meter away, too close for my taste. His eyes glowed with a fiery red, yet held playful hints of orange. His innocent expression screamed the opposite. A snake coiled around his neck, an eagle clutched in his arm, and a snail nestled in his lap. Recognizing them as the 4 house animals sent shivers down my spine. "Good afternoon, Hogwarts. My name is Raven," he said with a smile that seemed almost genuine. "These are my friends." Gryffindor, she pointed at the lion she was sitting on. "Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff the serpent, the owl and the scabby, respectively. Maybe when we overthrow the world order, they could become pets," she added. "What are you talking about?" My voice sounded more confident than I actually felt. He smiled. "I was expecting you to ask that, Percy." I froze. How did I even know my name? The thought of having known it in my past life sent shivers through me. I scolded myself for saying my past life. It sounded like I'd already lost it. "Then how do you know my name?" I asked, with a hint of irritation in my voice. "I heard you lost your memory, Percy." I didn't believe it was true. She spoke to me with familiar ease, and he grew increasingly terrified. I had hoped that she would suddenly recognize me. I had been clinging to the hope that this wouldn't happen. "They've been hiding things from you, wizards," Raven declared to the crowd. "It's time to ask what." Then the lion spun around and bolted into the forest, dragging the girl and the animals along with him. "I knew you got the letter from Miss Hermione," he remarked casually, as if it were nothing. I was left speechless. Stammered. Dumbledore smiled at me with a reassuring smile. "It doesn't matter," he told me. "I knew the letter would eventually reach your hands, one way or another." "Can you tell me what I'm really like?" I asked, opening my eyes wide. "I'm afraid that's beyond my power, Percy. Playing with those forces is dangerous, and I'm not the one to do it," he said with a compassionate smile. The man couldn't speak seriously. I lost my memory, and he decided breaking the rules was bad. It felt depressing that my memory loss was so insignificant. I was struck by his gaze. He sighed with weary resignation. "Percy, you have a mission here. Eventually, when you complete it, your memories will return." "And what's my mission?" I asked. "I don't know," he admitted. "She didn't give me that information, but you've got to keep it up." "So it's a her," I protested, as if that piece of information would help me. But it didn't. Dumbledore smiled as if he hadn't been in an accident, as if I were giving him a hint. But then his expression turned serious. "I've said enough," he admitted. "Go back to your room, Percy. Your days ahead will be long." And so I did. I returned to my room, climbed the 1,000,000 steps of Hogwarts to Gryffindor's common hall, and from there, I grabbed the handle with my hand and turned it. I opened the door and immediately threw myself onto the bed as soon as I was less than a meter away from it to avoid falling. I felt something tugging at my back. I arched my spine and bent one arm to pull a package from beneath me. The package was a battered box I'd been on. I pointed one end toward myself and felt around with my fingers until I found the lid. When I opened it, there were 2 items inside, plus an envelope. The first item I pulled out was a cloth cloak. It was black, lined with velvet inside and silk on the outside. The cloak was large enough to easily cover several people. The second object was a parchment leaf. I inserted my arm into the box and pulled out the envelope, which remained at the bottom. I opened the letter. "This is just a loan between both parties, and I'm sure their owners will agree to it. Whip your wand against the parchment and say, 'I solemnly swear my intentions are not good to open the map and view the parchment.' Close it with Travesqua Realizzata, the mischief is done. Use the cloak wisely." It was a short and signed note. I wondered who owned it and who wrote it, and why not use the cloak properly. Maybe whoever wanted it hoped I'd put it on like an apron. I left him at the office and settled into bed. Though exhausted, I couldn't shake the memories of my past from my mind. I couldn't recall anything at a lit was utterly frustrating. I tried to remember so desperately that it hurt. I clutched my head with both hands and rolled on the floor, but still kept trying. Then came that moment when the pain became so intense that I had to start counting. According to my numbers, I spent 323 seconds counting until the agony finally faded away. I didn't want to get out of bed to grab the package, no matter how close it was, so I just pulled my pillow and tucked it behind my head. I fell asleep in seconds. Ron POV. I scratched my nape as I woke up. Everyone was still asleep, and I realized it was night 11 o'clock at night, late as hell. Everyone else was in bed, but Percy was lying there awkwardly. I noticed something on his desk. I moved quietly closer and saw them. A black silk tapestry lay askew, flanked by the wandering map, both bearing Harry's mark. Percy's possession of it struck me as odd, and I wondered how they'd come to possess it. And then I saw the envelope. Yes, I know I probably shouldn't have read it. I know Dumbledore would find out somehow and get a good whack in the face. But I didn't care. Silently, I picked up the envelope and pulled out the half-folded sheet to read it. This is just a loan between the two objects, and I'm sure their owners will agree. Whip your wand against the parchment and say, I solemnly swear my intentions are not good to open the map and view the parchment. Close it with Travesqua Realizada, the mischief is done. Use the cloak wisely. Though he didn't have his signature, I remembered how Dumbledore, in our first year here, left Harry the invisibility cloak of his father without leaving his own mark. Maybe it was his. The discovery of the cloak's whereabouts and the map made me think of Hermione. How I wanted to see her so I could tell her everything. Suddenly, I found myself in another room. It looked similar to my bedroom, but this one felt more feminine. I noticed a figure on each of the 5 beds. Approaching each bed, I discovered Hermione in one of them. But it was impossible to show up at Hogwarts. I grabbed Hermione by the shoulder and covered her mouth to keep her from screaming. Hermione, I whispered. Awake. Fortunately, Hermione has a light sleep. She blinked heavily. What? He muttered. Then he looked at me. I placed my hand over her mouth again to keep her quiet. Shoo. He furrowed his brow and, with a swift motion, pulled my hand from his mouth. Quit here. What are you doing? He demanded. How did you get here? He shouted, then whispered. I don't know. I was thinking about wanting to tell you what I found, and suddenly I was here. I think I appeared. Hermione turned pale. It's impossible to appear at Hogwarts. I know, but on the very first day, Dumbledore appeared at Hogwarts grounds. Wait, what? Seriously? You're right, I exclaimed, taken aback. She rolled her eyes. Usually, she confessed, I tried to show up the other day but couldn't. You and Dumbledore too. Remember how that morning the red-eyed girl said the barriers were failing? I think that's the point. There are gaps in the barriers. If we were fighting against you-knows right now, he could easily slip in. What do you think's going on? Hermione's face turned dark. I've been digging into Percy's background. Hermione, I don't think that's a good idea. She spoke with more force. I believe it's their magic that makes the barriers crumble. But, you saw his Patronus, Ron. It was a giant wave, not an animal, he added calmly. You're right, I agreed. It might be Percy causing interference with the magical barriers. Though I don't think he's doing it. A proposito. Of course he's not doing it on purpose. Hermione rolled her eyes. From what I've seen, he's got some basic logic, but he's got a keen eye and deductive skills. Not exactly brilliant, but I don't think he's out to get. You read the prophecy before. He was a hero. Ascenti. Hey, you know what? She was trying to bring up some topic. I was completely absorbed in the girls' room. It was clean, very tidy, with way more pink than I'd ever wanted. Ron. Eminencia. I kept examining the room. Felt different, in fact, it was bigger. How unfair that the girls' rooms were larger. And there were fewer people. Just Parvati, Lavender, and Ramilda. Ha, Ron, he exclaimed, whispering. What? I asked in the same tone. She raised her arms in frustration, as if begging the heavens for mercy. You're not paying attention to me. It's not true. Hermione raised her eyebrows as if she was surprised that I dared to deny it even once. It's true. It's not true. She opened her mouth, but she cut herself. I refused to play along. You weren't paying attention before, but now you will. She regretted it. Better not. If you ever want me to tell you, you'll ask. But it might have something to do with Harry's whereabouts, he muttered, leaving the idea hanging in the air. She sat down on her bed, grabbed a book from her desk, and started reading. completely ignoring me. Hermione, call me, he said, slightly embarrassed. They went through a few pages before he spoke. Hermione kept her eyes glued to the book, hair cascading down her shoulders as usual. Her disheveled locks fell loosely over her shoulder, tilting slightly as she read on. Will you tell me? I asked. She sighed with relief, as if waiting for him to finally say it.
Igatego, Ron.
2 weeks ago I went with Parvati to, and you didn't tell me that? I demanded indignantly. He shot me a spiteful glare and kept going as if he hadn't been interrupted. The library at night. I wasn't exactly with her. I should say she caught me in the act. Lucio looked as if he'd just remembered something. And we saw someone spying on us. Was that the valuable information you were talking about? I asked, disappointed.
No.
The valuable information I was talking about was that I suspect Percy is, he paused, dramatically, a demigod. I looked at her skeptically. A semi-divine being. Yes, son of Poseidon, the Greek god of the sea. Yes, she gasped in anger. Yes, that's exactly what I think. And it fits together. Once again he left it half-baked. How? I teased. Hermione smiled with satisfaction, as if that was exactly what she'd been hoping for. Did you see him in swimming class? Why was he talking to the horses? Maybe because he came out of the dry lake? Or maybe he understood Greek. Ron, that makes sense. And then again, remember? In swimming class.
I stared at her blankly.
She rolled her eyes. A tentacle-like creature clamped down on Malfoy as he was harassing Percy. We watched as Lavender moved in her bed. You must leave, he ordered, shoving me out of the room. Once outside, I headed up the stairs. I'd really like to stay with Hermione a bit longer. I hunched over the stairs and positioned my legs facing forward, bracing myself for the steps to become a ramp, which they did exactly. I'd seen how the girls' stairs reacted to the boys before. I climbed my own stairs and, exhausted, I fell asleep quickly. Running from a safe place. Yes, sus. Chapter 15. Running from a safe place. Yes, sus. Miranda POV. A stone struck my window. It felt like I'd only been asleep for 5 minutes. Yet I could see the faintest ray of sunlight piercing through from the ocean's direction. I really didn't want to get out of bed. But I knew it might be for me, and I didn't want my brothers to find out. It was meant to be for me. I knew it when I saw Harry and Ian leaning over the window, leaving streaks of breath on it. Why did they throw a stone? There's only one floor. Ian shrugged. It was all Romeo and Juliet, I remarked. Then I realized what I'd said. My face flushed red, and I even thought I saw Ian doing the same thing. Though not at all by choice. Harry seemed odd to us, but he appeared to know what was going on between us. Or at least what was happening to me when I spoke well. Should I assume we're escaping? I asked after clearing my throat. Yes, we thought this hour would be enough, but we came across a few guys patrolling, Ian replied while I was trying to escape through the window when I went to grab my backpack with all my belongings. My sword was pinned in my hair. Let me explain. It was a real floral brooch, but I wasn't dying. It was a gift from my mother for me to take charge of the Demeter cabin. Neither Harry nor Ian knew much about the shipments of demigods. From what I could tell, Harry had no reason to know this either. So the task of fetching ambrosia and nectar fell to me. It was quick. He just entered the main house like any other day, went to the nursing supplies section, and grabbed a few bags of nectar along with some ambrosia thermoses. We packed it into our backpacks and headed straight to the campsite. Felt strange. I never thought it would be this straightforward, but it was. We crossed the border, each carrying our own backpacks, and headed toward New York, or what we believed to be New York. Are there no tricks? Ian asked, sounding disappointed. No, she protested, utterly stunned. We were walking in a three-way line. In one quick motion, I shifted from Ian's side to Harry's. I know I wanted the opposite, but staying with Ian meant risking getting pushed against him. And that wasn't what we wanted, right? Yes, because that would make me feel humiliated. I was stung by Ian's hurtful gaze when I switched places. I couldn't defend myself. I'd have reacted the same way. Then we hear a shrill cry beside us. Harry's POV. 5 minutes. That's how long we stayed outside the camp before a monster attacked us. We heard a gruff cry from our left side and turned to see a lion with an eagle's head and wings. Its feathers were coffee-colored, its fur gilded, and its beak yellow. The body was that of a lion. It was enormous. I figured the fog might easily distort it into a hummer. It was a spout. For some reason, it seemed contradictory that a faucet would attack us, but in reality it was just another monster, right? It would attack. Though if you look closely, he was an animal and didn't think. He had to receive orders from someone. But it didn't matter, the faucet would still attack. My left arm was sore, but I could still fight with my right hand, the one I normally used. Come, call me Maguravdos. Miranda removed her hairpin, the semi-transparent Scottish printed piece in shades of green, yellow, turquoise, but predominantly purple, which was surprising as it didn't look artificial and left her bangs flowing freely. She pressed down on the flower's center, and it transformed into a sword. She shook her head to clear the bangs from her face and swung her bronze celestial sword, which featured a spiral pattern on the hilt for a secure grip. From her backpack, she also pulled out a bronze celestial shield. Ian pressed a button on a small tube that instantly transformed into a spear. It wasn't magic, but the ingenious engineering of Hephaestus' workshop. His arm was encased in a metallic glove, which turned into a shield when he simultaneously pressed two buttons. Another marvel crafted by the same master craftsman. Me? I couldn't use a shield for my injured arm, only the sword. The advantages of fighting without a shield vanished as my arm's weakness became apparent. My friends stood right in front of me. Both were skilled fighters with ADHD. As Anabeth explained, that condition actually helped them in the battles. Miranda had more training than we did. I felt terrible when they did it. I couldn't do anything. I was wounded, and if I tried to lead the fight, I'd end up hurting myself and leaving them with more work. So I stayed behind, useless. Miranda and Ian were skilled fighters, but the faucet only took him a minute to knock my friend down. The faucet leaned over him, but I swung my sword and hurled a stone at him. "Hey, here!" I shouted. Miranda shot me a piercing glare, but she knew she'd done the right thing by keeping Ian's monster at bay. To her dismay, that only made her confront me head-on. "You don't have to do this," I said. "I can handle this alone." She snorted. "Yes, without a shield and moving as fast as a turtle." "Yeah, I believe you." The griffin thrust its harpoon to push her aside, but Miranda brandished her sword and slashed the griffin's front leg. With a head thrust, the griffin sent Miranda flying, leaving her stranded about 1.5 meters away from me. I summoned my sword, and it materialized in my hand. Ian appeared behind the faucet, ready to attack, but the faucet bent forward. Before me, it folded its legs and lowered its head. I aimed my sword at the back of its neck, but it was too dazed to react. The faucet was bowing to me. "How strange is that?" "Harry," Ian said nervously, "the faucet is bowing to you." "Yes, I already noticed that." "I noticed it too, and my boundless solidarity compelled me to tell you." He said it with a defiant tone. I shot him a glare of irritation before he made a face. "Oops." Ian would occasionally drop off comments like that. They weren't relevant at the time, but you'd gradually get used to them. It was just part of his father's legacy. Ian grabbed Miranda from behind and helped her to her feet. "What a stupid faucet," Miranda muttered under her breath, while Ian watched with a grin. Miranda looked at me. "Kill him," he ordered, seeing I wasn't moving. But I wasn't going to kill him. It felt like he'd fought with my friends just to get close enough to me, to bend down. I wondered if he was truly just an animal, and if not, who had sent him there. "No, it's a monster, Harry. We need to kill it or it'll kill us," she said. She didn't seem to enjoy the idea of killing the faucet either, but it was the right thing to do. I wasn't going to do it. Something felt with the fauceta connection. Like my past life somehow connected to faucets. No, those faucets were monsters. That didn't stop me from turning my back on him and stroking his head. Though this left him in a vulnerable position, I wasn't worried the faucet would hurt him. Still, I kept hoping to reach his sword quickly if the monster lunged at his neck. The faucet did something that took me by surprise. It pressed its head against my hand, as if waiting for me to stroke it more, and that's what I did. Ian and Miranda stared at me like they'd just seen a ghost. Honestly, I thought that was perfectly reasonable. The faucet looked so crazy to me. As I stroked his head, I noticed a collar. It was made of brown leather, half hidden among the feathers on his head and wings. The words "aggregate, hold tight" were inscribed, followed by symbols that I assumed were the same phrase but in Greek. As I mentioned earlier, the faucet was as big as a car, so it wasn't hard to imagine someone could climb onto it. So I climbed up. I managed to get onto the faucet's handle with just one arm while carrying my backpack. "No!" Miranda gasped. "Watch out!" Ian chose to climb up beside me. Miranda grumbled slightly in annoyance, but eventually raised her arm for Ian to help her climb up. When we were all at the faucet, I said, "We've got transportation." "All right, kid," I thought about naming the faucet Sam. Sam up, and the faucet flew off. "Ah!" Miranda exclaimed. "Shoo!" Ian silenced her. I could almost feel Miranda's gaze piercing Ian, even though they were behind me. "Better keep quiet, both of you," I suggested, rolling my eyes. I felt their murderous gazes locked on my neck. I was on edge, gripping the faucet, my tension growing with each exchange of glances. The situation didn't improve. Miranda was straddling Ian behind me, while I stood between them. Glancing back, I saw Miranda clinging to Ian's chest as his hands sank into Sam's fur. "This is horrifying," Miranda screamed, her voice trembling with fear. "This is absolutely mind-blowing," Ian exclaimed over the wind. "And it's downright terrifying," he added in equal volume, grinning like a madman. The first part blew my eardrums out of my head. Personally, I loved flying. Sam responded to my movements. If I leaned forward, he would speed up, but if I leaned a bit more, he'd steer downward. The same pattern applied in reverse for backward motion and side swerves. The flight made me forget about the search we needed to conduct, and I kept circling around something that felt like half an hour, but it turned out to be much shorter. I turned back and could almost feel Miranda's nails piercing my chest, though it was just Ian's case. Miranda wore an expression of humiliation, while Ian looked in pain. She glanced down, calculating we were about 300 meters above ground, and froze, then buried her face into Ian's back. I grew increasingly certain they were into each other, and the silly smile that appeared on Ian's face only confirmed it. One thing was certain: Miranda's nails must have been hurting Ian. I gazed at the clouds. We hadn't reached them yet. If they were just a few hundred meters lower, they told me Olympus was in the Empire State Building on the 600th floor. I wondered if you could see the clouds from that spot. Would I ever catch a glimpse of them myself? Breaking free from my thoughts, Sam began to whimper, and all of us tumbled straight down 300 meters to the ground. I stopped stroking his head, not realizing I was doing it, and suddenly everything started working again. Thank God or the gods, because Miranda's almost destroying my eardrum all over again. Maybe he started falling because I stroked his head? I wondered. I stroked his head again, and Sam nodded contentedly, but he stopped stretching his wings and nestled them against my chest. "Ah!" I screamed, with Ian and Miranda joining in. I swiftly removed his hand from my head, and the faucet's wings snapped open again, though now they were angled downward. For the first time, I felt his bones pressing against my legs as I sat atop him. "It's weak," I shouted over the wind. "We need to find another way to get to the museum." I realized I'd forgotten the museum's name. I was counting on Ian or Miranda to remember it. "Sam, buddy," I whispered in his ear, "would you mind at least planning until we hit the ground?" I asked gently, feeling a bit silly. Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the faucet slightly widen its opening, and it nodded gently in response. The faucet even planned to drag us to the floor. In POV, the faucet finally hit the ground. 5 minutes ago, had it been my ADHD time, I'd been over the moon about this happening. But not so much now. And definitely not because Miranda had hugged me. It was just, I loved flying. Okay, that's a total lie. I really enjoyed Miranda hugging me, even if it was just because of the panic. Demanding it. I noticed that even after we landed, her face remained buried in my back. I didn't want her to remove it, but Harry shot me a mocking glance, "You son of the god of mockery," or something like that, and then said, "We're finally down here, Miranda." Miranda let out a startled gasp and blushed. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "It's nothing," I muttered as I returned, feeling my ears burning hot. Miranda straightened her back and strode resolutely toward Harry. How dare you just take us on a flight without our consent? She screamed furiously. We could have crashed. The faucet attacked us, and you just hop on it. Harry looked momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure and stepped away from Miranda's reach. He climbed onto the faucet that had been positioned beside a car. I wondered if they'd accuse us of parking in double rows. If so, we'd end up in a parking lot. I don't know why this thought crossed my mind. It should come as a surprise. Given our luck, this was meant to happen. Watch the scene unfold. Miranda was acting crazy, jumping around and flailing her arms to grab Harry, who was looking utterly panicked atop the faucet, though in the fog. It might have been a car. Miranda, I had this feeling that the faucet wasn't working for us. Harry began. Ah! Miranda screamed as she threw her arms into the air, desperately trying to reach Harry. I wondered if the fog would distort it into the image of a furious monkey attacking my friend. I'd make a cute monkey in any way. Wow, wait, you don't think so? I told myself. She's just your friend after all. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. I approached Miranda, who managed to reach Harry's foot where he was pulling his leg in fright. I arrived just as Miranda removed the shoe from him. I grabbed her by the waist, but when she started writhing to break free, I wrapped my arms around her arms too. This only made her twist more violently. I truly didn't want to die, plus I had to tell them about my dream.
Sueltame, Miranda exclaimed intensely.
When I think you're finally calming down, I'll do it, I vowed, pulling harder with each tug. The girl was practically a fish, so heavy to hold that she felt like a weight. Oh, he groaned slightly, leaning forward. I let out a concerned sigh and turned around to get a better look at her. What happened? I asked. She lifted her face with a smile, and I realized the grave mistake I'd made. Miranda shoved me and sent me crashing to the floor, then bolted off. Harry and I exchanged glances without a word, agreeing to follow her. I was running faster than I thought, and Harry slowly fell behind. I darted around everywhere until I found a park. There was a mother with a stroller, and a baby in it, while a child was walking around the carriage. The boy was pushing a stroller, but it seemed to be flying, somehow ending up on the mother's shoulder. She smiled at her bag and pulled out a stroller that actually had wings. It was basically a regular stroller, except for those cardboard wings with crayon-drawn stripes. The child jumped when he saw the toy and grabbed it from his mother's hands. This kid had a perfectly normal life, one that would never involve dealing with something like gods or some unknown invisible force that no one wants to talk about as its name. I shook my head and remembered my mission was to find Miranda. I scanned the park with my eyes and spotted her sitting beneath the largest, lush tree. I'm sorry, he snapped, though he knew deep down he was doing it. His knees were raised, his forehead resting on them, arms wrapped around his legs. He wore jeans as usual that day, but instead of the Camp Mestizo t-shirt, he wore a purple tank top. The color contrast in his hair made it look odd. What was even stranger were the details I learned about him, that occasionally slipped through when it seemed to come and go at the same time. Hello, I said gently, sitting down beside him. Hello, he repeated sadly. What's going on? She breathed heavily. I had a panic attack. Was it the flight? It wasn't that bad, I said, though I knew it wasn't about the flight at the faucet. Partly. I'm not particularly afraid of heights. Even when we climbed up to the faucet that attacked us, it wasn't that. I trust Harry's judgment when it comes to important matters. No, it wasn't that. I kept staring at it. He seemed to be in a trance when he answered. When I left the Collina Mestiza, it never really mattered. But, second Titanomia, that was something. I stood there with my friends fighting to protect Olympus, but never alone. Never been out of the woods alone. Don't you get what a mission means? We're on our own. At some point, the monsters will attack more vicious than the faucet. We'll have to make it to Paris, he explained with a bitter tone. They might be in New York, I said hopefully. Miranda shot me a full-on stare, the kind I'd grown accustomed to, given her far longer time in this world than I had. They're not there, and you know it. Every immortal being has its home, its place, and the muse's home is the Louvre. I furrowed my brow, noticing something for the first time. France isn't in America, I remarked. No way, Miranda snapped, rolling her eyes. I ignored her. Then why are the muses in Paris? The muses are in Paris because the most famous museum is there. The museums get their name from the muses, he explained. You know how it goes. Museo, Musa, Museo, Musa, Museo, Muso, Musrelnubu. I froze when I tried to say it too fast. Miranda Hugh. She looked absolutely stunning when she laughed, her whole face glowing with that radiant smile. You're right, they do look alike, I said. Her laughter only grew louder, but it didn't bother me. I actually enjoyed her giggles. I joined in the laughter, and when we finished laughing, Miranda said, maybe we should go back with Harry. He sprang up from the floor and shook off the dust with his hands. Disheartened yet convinced of my rightness, I rose from the floor and without hesitation took Miranda's hand, guiding her to the parking lot where Harry had been. I thought I saw her blush, and felt gratified that my presence affected her as deeply as she did me. We arrived at the parking lot, where Harry was handing out 2 hot dogs to the customer while he kept one for himself. 10, Sam, he said to the faucet, placing the hot dogs under his nose. Eat. The faucet, Sam, apparently began to open its mouth as Harry stuffed the hot dogs in. After a few quick bites, the faucet swallowed them whole. Miranda replied, lifting her gaze and, unfortunately, letting go of my hand. Could you give me some drachmas? He asked, glancing over his shoulder until he spotted a man with arms crossed leaning against a hot dog cart, glaring at him. I promised that guy I'd pay for the hot dogs, but he doesn't seem to believe me, he added sarcastically. Miranda loosened a strap from her backpack to let it dangle sideways, then pulled out a couple of coins from her outer pocket. 2 gold coins, he told Harry and placed them in his hand. These should be enough. Harry rubbed his hand and received Miranda's coins, then gave me a look that said, I know what happened, but I won't bring it up. I returned his grateful gaze. Harry stroked Sam the faucet's head before turning to follow the hot dog guy. The man reached out for his money, and I laughed when I saw him fuming when he realized there was no cash in his hand. Gold, Miranda exclaimed, glancing at the scene. Those coins are worth more than any other person could give you in dollars. In fact, we should order more hot dogs. Furious, he marched straight toward the hot dog vendor. I chose to stay put, keeping a safe distance from Miranda. She rushed over and yelled at the vendor. Her voice was so intense that even Harry had to step aside. The vendor crouched down as low as he could. I decided that no matter how stressed she was, I couldn't keep yelling at the salesperson when she raised her hand to remove her sword brooch from her hair. Miranda, he exclaimed reproachfully. What? You can't attack a mortal, I snapped, still dazed. Is this search really that bad for you? She seemed to ask the same question before throwing her arms around my neck and starting to sob against my shoulder. I wrapped my arms around her, stunned and still processing what had just happened. I vaguely realized the salesman had left as quickly as possible, and Harry took us to the faucet. Get this, he said, handing us some hot dogs. We need to recharge our batteries. Miranda took her arms off my neck and wiped away her tears. Hey Harry, could you pass me your backpack? He asked timidly. Harry smiled kindly and handed over the backpack. Miranda let out a wistful chuckle as she rummaged through her backpack. Then she pulled out a plastic bag. He had real money, he declared. Harry made a face. Miranda, he was human. You can't attack mortals. But, yes, he was a grumpy mortal, but he's still just a mortal. She sighed, but didn't argue with Harry. I know, just the pressure. I was glad she didn't explain it as thoroughly as she had with me. Let's go, Harry said. Quick, we need to keep moving forward and take Sam with us. He waited with bated breath, as if making sure we hadn't noticed his not-so-subtle reference to Sam the Tap. Miranda and I exchanged glances. We won't bring a faucet to the search, we exclaimed in unison. Harry gave us a hard look. We'll take care of it. He gave us a pleading look. I think it's tied to my past, guys. It's important. Let me handle this. I didn't want to do it. I was certain Miranda felt the same way. But I knew Harry suffered from not knowing his past, and Miranda too. Miranda let out a resigned sigh, which Harry took as an affirmation of his request. And so we keep walking until we reach the New York Museum. I know. Karila? I thought too. But seriously, word corrected me. And I even looked it up online. We skipped class. Chapter 16. We skipped class. Parvati POV. The next day, Percy, Seamus and I met in the common room. Seamus had his hair disheveled and his blue eyes sparkled. He looked absolutely stunning in the morning, I thought. We're gonna skip class, Percy warned us. Seamus and I exchanged cautious glances when Percy shot us a knowing look, one she wasn't sure she should have caught, that made me think I could have blurted out. You two are already kissing, right? Percy, we can't skip class, Seamus told Percy. Why not? Because they'll find us out. I looked at Percy sternly. There are magical barriers, Percy. Spells that will expose us. There's only one place in all of Hogwarts where we can hide. Where? Percy asked when I didn't mention the place. I pressed my lips together, refusing to say anything. You're not telling me that, Percy exclaimed angrily. I shook my head. We went to breakfast with Percy, who kept giving me irritated glances the whole way. When we got to the dining room, Percy managed to seat Seamus between us, but it seemed like he was just another reason why I was upset with him. My hand and Seamus's touched when we both reached for the bread, and I heard Percy chuckle through his teeth at the sight. Shut up, I muttered irritably. Percy rolled his eyes but fell silent. We finished eating and I said, time to go to class. Percy slumped his shoulders. You can go, he replied. I need to investigate the forest. But the spells, Seamus began. You heard what Raven said, right? Who is Raven? Seamus interrupted. Percy looked visibly nervous, as if something had slipped through his fingers. Raven, the girl with the lion, I reminded him. Percy let out a sigh of relief. A note to myself. I should ask Percy about Raven. Raven struck me as rather unpleasant, especially with that turn the world upside down comment. I was hoping Percy had nothing to do with her. You've heard Raven's warning. The barriers are crumbling, and I suspect the spells might be failing too. Remember the prophecy? We both agree. While I once trusted the divination completely, right now I'd rather do the opposite. I gotta go get her. Guess you're the twin since you're in Gryffindor, and you're the half-breed, Seamus. If I have to go alone, I'll go. With that, Percy spun around and dashed toward Gryffindor House, with Seamus and me right in his wake. Damn it, really, you hope we don't get into trouble, I told him. Me? Yeah, because you're dead as a doornail if they pull that off, Seamus added. Percy made a face but kept walking his way. Wait here, he ordered, then went upstairs to his room. This left Seamus and me alone. We found ourselves uncomfortably close. It wasn't that Seamus disliked me, he just seemed to like me too much. I thought about this before, and during these 2 weeks together we grew closer with Percy, though in different ways for me. A few days ago I finally admitted I liked him, but I hadn't made any moves because Seamus never hinted that I felt this way. Percy is a demigod. Of course, my mouth chose this as the perfect moment to announce it. What? Exclaimed. I sighed. I couldn't bring the words back to the depths of my being, unfortunately. I found out about it 2 weeks ago, I blurted out. I followed Hermione to the library, and she told me Percy might be a demigod. Wow, how come a demigod? Half human, half god. I murmured slowly. I know what a demigod is. What I don't get is how you came to the conclusion that Percy was one.
Hermione me lo dijo.
I told you so you'd keep your nose out of his business, he said. But it sounded like he was trying to convince himself. Maybe you were messing with him with all that harassment. Even so, his comment really got under my skin. Put your harassment where it belongs. He roared in anger before dashing off. There was no fixed destination. She was furious that Seamus had shattered everything I'd worked so hard to believe over the past couple of weeks. I knew I shouldn't have told him, all because of my stupid, lazy tongue. I swear I won't tell him another secret, I grunted and crossed my arms. I heard footsteps behind me and instinctively grabbed my wand. But where did you learn to run so fast? Seamus gasped, resting his hands on his knees for a moment. I shot him an angry glare and looked around at myself. We were in the forest, the only one around Hogwarts, the forbidden forest where the eerie girl with multicolored eyes had appeared and vanished. I started hyperventilating. We weren't far from the shore, at most 100 meters. I wondered how Head made it here so fast. Even 100 meters was dangerous. And that was when the barriers weren't failing. On our first day at Hogwarts, they told us not to enter the forest without permission. Classes. By now, the first lesson should have already started. And Percy? Where was he? Where did you learn to run so fast? Percy asked behind us, sending us both leaping in surprise. I watched him. He wasn't even gasping for air, completely the opposite of Seamus, who was still trying to catch his breath. During summer, Mom and Dad used to go running in the wild. A Muggle sport, I explained, deliberately ignoring Seamus, who had asked the same question. Percy made a face and looked away. Suddenly I remembered he had no clue about his summer. His memory had slipped away, and he couldn't bring it back. I'm sorry. I apologized. I didn't mean what I said. All right, he replied. I'll check if there's anything here. I hadn't thought of searching, but maybe it's a good idea. No, Seamus exclaimed, having been listening in silence. If you go, I'll go with you. I sighed without a care. I feel the same way. It wasn't my top priority, but I wanted to help Percy. I couldn't just leave those two to their own devices. They'd ruin everything. You need a brave twin sister. I do have one, but since I'm the only one from Gryffindor, I'm the brave twin sister. Percy smiled, but he seemed to want to return to us. He didn't, because he knew we'd need his help. Who else could be better than the mestizo lion and the brave twin, who were foretold in the prophecy? Seamus' POV exploded. I didn't do this on purpose. I know it was wrong to speak to Parvati that way, and I regretted it immediately. Parvati dashed off, and I chased after her all the way to the forest. I swear I won't tell him another secret, he grumbled, crossing his arms and turning his back on me. I walked toward her, feeling more awkward than ever. I'd never liked the forest before, and with no sign of it happening soon, I could only wonder what would happen next. I'll clear the path with all my might, breaking branches and dry leaves, of course. I leaned against the tree with my back pressed against it, hands resting on my knees. But where did you learn to run so fast? I gasped, catching my breath. Parvati ignored me, keeping her arms crossed and scanning the room everywhere except for me. The fact that she kept looking around became slightly annoying after a few seconds. I looked at the forest. As far as he knew, no one had ever ventured into the forest without supervision. Once, during his first year, Harry got punished and had to come in the dead of night with Hagrid. Had heard that in third year, Harry, Hermione, and Ron went to the forest, but they were the golden trio. We don't. The forest exit lay just 100 meters away, yet it felt like an endless journey. We were in the woods where monsters lurked and entry was strictly forbidden. If we had eaten a thestral, nobody would have known. Unless Percy had spotted us coming. He could have sounded the alarm. Where did you learn to run that fast? I heard behind me, which made my ass go out the door. It was Percy. Forget about the alert system, he'd be just another piece of the Sthethral's meal. I turned to look at him. His steady breathing suggested he hadn't run nearly a kilometer to get here. During summer, Mom and Dad got into the habit of running around the field. A Muggle sport, Parvati explained. I noticed she responded to Percy when he asked, but when I did, she just ignored me completely. I looked at her offended, but she kept ignoring me like there was no one else in the room. Percy made a face and looked away. Suddenly I remembered he had no clue about his summer. His memory had slipped away, and he couldn't bring it back. I'm sorry. Parvati apologized with heartfelt remorse, clearly noticing Percy's pained expression and his complete lack of memory about their summer vacation. I didn't mean to say that. All right, Percy replied. I'll check if there's anything here. I hadn't thought of searching, but maybe it's a good idea. His tone suggested we should leave, as if we shouldn't be there at all, given the prophecy of our teacher's charlatan divination, which she seemed to have been in a genuine trance while uttering it. No, I interjected. If you go, I'll go with you. Parvati hesitated to respond, but sighed resignedly and said, I do too. You need a brave twin sister. I have one, but I'm the only one in Gryffindor, so I'm the brave twin sister. I was the Muggle-mixing lion, because I went to Gryffindor and their house animal was a lion, and why only one of my parents was a wizard while the other was a Muggle. If anyone was going with him, it would be us. And if he went, someone had to go with him. Percy POV. Fortunately, I had my wand, the wandering map, and the invisibility cloak with me. I'd spotted them from the room window earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known where to look for them. We ventured deeper into the forest. It didn't seem like the safest option, but since we had no clear direction, we needed to figure out what to do by looking for clues. It shouldn't have been that hard. I was completely certain the issues were still following me. Then what? Parvati grumbled. I don't know. Percy, you signed us up for this suicidal search. What do we do now? Seamus chimed in. Parvati ignored him. She preferred not to ask. Percy? Parvati urged me. I was thinking. I hesitated but kept going. I thought we should look for a monster. What? Parvati gasped. To decide what to do, we must find a monster. What kind of reasoning is that? Seamus asked, somewhat out of character. Parvati, once again ignoring him, asked. And how did you come to that conclusion? Seamus rolled his eyes. Raven appeared here, but has she truly left? She conspired against the school and spoke of overthrowing the two worlds. If one is the world of wizards, what is the other? In any case, she must have a place near Hogwarts. Did you tell me it was a key stronghold in the battle against Voldemort, Parvati? Parvati shuddered. Don't mention his name. But yes, Dumbledore was always the only one who feared who you saw, and since he was the headmaster, even though this was the place where Mugglebusters, at least until Malfoy, rarely ventured, it remained a crucial battleground for conquering the magical world. Don't you think she'd want to keep a close watch on this place? Or anyone she works with? I asked them. And again, what's that other world like? For the first time in ages, Parvati locked eyes with Seamus. Her gaze was confident, his slightly irritated. But it seemed he didn't want to argue, afraid she'd ignore him again. Percy, Parvati called out. You should know that Hermione and I, along with Seamus. No, I'm not. That's ridiculous. Seamus interrupted. Parvati glared at him, her eyes blazing with fury and hurt. And Seamus, though I hate to admit it, we believe that. Then came a snort, like a predator tracking its prey trail. From what I knew, the 3 weeks I'd been through weren't exactly lucky in the best sense. My memory's a mess, my wand's weird, which explains why people keep giving me strange looks whenever I use it. The Dementor that attacked me, and my dreams are way too realistic. I knew my luck wasn't good, but I never realized it was this bad. I turned to see a creature with 7 heads, all hissing at us. It was a hydra. I couldn't tell you how I knew it, but I was absolutely certain of it. It had 7 necks, each with a reptilian head hanging from it. The creature's skin was tanned and weathered. Beneath each neck lay a pale patch, curiously shaped like a bib, that contrasted sharply with the rest of its body, as if the monster had gone out to tan and forgotten to take off its bib. I was curious about the way he looked at me, as if our fight with me were personal. I wondered if she'd fought before, since that's exactly how it felt. As I mentioned earlier, my luck wasn't exactly stellar. It might have been a vengeful hydra that had been holding a grudge for sending it to hell and was now back for revenge. Come back for revenge? People and/or monsters don't return, right? So where did that idea come from? You know that feeling of wanting something in your mouth but never quite getting it? That's exactly how I felt all my life. I pulled out of the rapids and grabbed my wand with the other hand. I'd need both of them if I wanted to figure out a way to kill the monster. Parvati POV. I had no clue how to slay a hydra. I was certain I'd learned all the myths. I knew you couldn't kill any monster with just one metal, but that didn't help much since there was no mention of the metal's name anywhere. But these past few weeks, I've also been delving into Greek mythology. I knew the Minotaur had poor eyesight and hearing, but an exceptional sense of smell. What's more, once he charged at his target, he had trouble changing direction. I knew there were many triads. The Moiras, those who controlled destiny. The 3 greats, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. The Furies, the tormentors of Hades. The Graces, the elderly sisters sharing an eye and a tooth. And more, but I couldn't remember the stupid way to kill the hydra. Percy had drawn his wand, just like Seamus and I, but in his other hand, he held a sword, the same one he used for fencing. Merlin will know where she got it from. Seamus cast the first spell that came to mind. Dizzy, he exclaimed. Unfortunately, the 7-headed curse had backfired, leaving only one head completely stunned. The heads were buzzing, and I was freaking out because I had no plan on what to do. Scram! Percy barked. Percy swerved left, and one of the heads hurled a jet of green liquid that streaked across his shoulder. Thankfully, It missed him. When the spray hit his torso, it started smoking and sparking. Seamus dashed behind a tree, trying to cast the stun spell on another head. Seeing the stunned heads, the remaining ones grew even angrier. I stayed put like a fool, but needed to stay still to figure out the perfect spell to kill the Hydra. "Watch out!" Seamus shouted. The tree with hydrochloric acid was collapsing from the damage it had caused. It was about to fall onto me. I let out a shrill scream. Not that I was anything special, but I didn't dwell on it. Almost without planning, I appeared beside Seamus. I didn't question why I'd been there with him or how I'd ended up in Hogwarts grounds, because I already had the answer. Hydra dies by fire, I warned. I saw Seamus raise his wand, and my sixth sense told me I was about to cast an ill-considered spell. "No!" I roared. Unfortunately, Seamus decided to cast the cutting spell on the Hydra, aiming to sever all its heads. Fortunately, I deflected the wand, so it only severed a head. The head rolled across the grass, leaving a throbbing welt that stopped bleeding instantly and began to swell like a soccer ball. Within seconds, the severed neck branched into two more, each growing until they transformed into new heads. The Hydra, already dangerous, now had 8 heads, with acid-spewing fangs and razor-sharp teeth. Genial. Seamus was struck by the gaze. Cut off the head of a Hydra, and 2 sprout in its place. I said with reproach, shouting to make sure he heard me. "Spot him," Percy barked all at once. We exchanged glances and nodded slightly, reaching an understanding without words. "Spot the crime." Each of our voices echoed in unison. The thin lines we created were enough to cut off the heads. They never grew back because it was fire that had severed them. We saved one. The forest lay ahead of us. The last of the month, folks. The Gnome's Shop of Aunt M. Chapter 17. Have you heard about Aunt M's Gnome's Emporium? Miranda POV. I'm not entirely sure how it happened, but Harry managed to convince us to take his cursed faucet with us. But that's awesome. You'll say, the faucet can help them get around. No, Sam's weak, Harry told us, his glare piercing me as I tried to climb onto the faucet. We can't even get on him. It's too hard to carry his weight. I was getting really annoyed. It was completely unreasonable to carry a faucet with us. A faucet that needed constant refueling and protection from monsters. After all, if he was so exhausted, it wouldn't help us deal with those creatures, right? I exhaled and planted a fluorescent green strand, mostly, behind my ear. Does anyone know how much is left to go? Ian grumbled. I stared at him intently. It was noon, so the direct light made it hard to discern the color of his eyes, rendering them bluish-green when they were actually sky blue. It's 54 kilometers from Long Island to Manhattan, and we're still halfway to the museum. That should be 64 kilometers, right? But we've already covered 5 kilometers less than that. Maybe 59 kilometers? 59? Ian and Harry gasped in unison. 59, I repeated, nodding my head. Let's go walking. I put one hand on Harry's back and the other on Ian's, then pushed them to keep walking. I focused on the mission. At its core, our mission, the very purpose of this quest, was to restore Harry's memories. But that wasn't the whole story. I remembered the hellhound that had attacked him, and a fragment of a line Anabeth had said to Harry before we brought him to the infirmary after the dog's assault. Either they summoned him or the barriers failed. Panicked. If that was the reason for the search, it would make perfect sense for Harry to be chosen to go. After all, that would guarantee his acceptance into the Mestizo camp. But, no, I needed to compile the ether data. I tried to recall the few details I had about ether in my mind. It was supposed to be something akin to the fifth element, a concept that held true when the Muses, as guardians of elemental forces, were said to oversee the ether. Thus, the ether itself became an element. Much like nectar and ambrosia, yet more divine in nature, it somehow became accessible to mortals. Its texture was so intimate that no one could describe it. If it tasted like nectar and ambrosia, that meant it could heal. I remember the last time there was a search to cure the Mestizo camp. The golden horn was brought to the Mestizo camp, and Thalia made her comeback. Was that the purpose of our mission? We couldn't return now, as they'd likely already noticed our absence and coming back would cause problems. I hoped Anabeth would find the answer and protect the camp. Knowing her, I probably already figured it out. Harry's perspective.
Mira Sam.
I was starving. I could hear his stomach growling right here. I wondered where he'd come from. Was he some kind of monster? Monsters ate heroes, didn't they? The thought sent shivers down my spine. I truly couldn't bear to imagine Sam devouring demigods or my friends from another life. Those I've forgotten. Another existence made it sound like he'd already lost. I had no clue who they were. Not even the red-haired girl from my dreams. I might never remember them again. Just vague memories of them, with curiosity and melancholy gnawing at me every night. I shook my head. I needed to clear those thoughts from my mind. I'd find my friends and see them again. I wondered if Sam had eaten before we met this morning. But when I handed him the hot dogs, he didn't seem to have. Now his stomach was growling. I think we should go for a walk, Seamus said solemnly.
No.
Miranda cried. What she had taught me was that she took pride in her world-sized ego, what she called respect for her principles but only her own, which kept her from asking strangers out for a walk. We have to do it, I interjected.
No.
She cried again. We'll never make it to the museum, Ian protested. It's such a long walk. If we start counting the time given by the prophecy today, I reasoned, since the search begins today, then we only have 4 days left to obtain the ether and return. I couldn't help wondering what ether could possibly be used for, its general purpose and its role in the mestizo camp. No, Miranda gasped, but her voice weakened. Ian and I locked eyes. Yesway agreed with firmness. But Miranda kept making excuses while we walked away from the trees toward the street. When it became clear she had no valid reason left, she kept making excuses again, this time trying to throw us off our guard.
No pros,
I exclaimed. Miranda furrowed her brow and crossed her arms. Ian and I started walking until we were as close to the road as possible without leaving the bank. We kept moving forward along the shore while staying close to the edge, waiting for a car to appear. In the distance, we heard the hum of a car approaching, and watched it inch closer until it was about 100 meters away. Here. Ian and I shouted, with Miranda fuming behind us. A Ferrari, once a bluish-gray hue, now faded and worn, that is to say aged, or rather antique. That's it. The weather-beaten, rusted Ferrari came to life and paused beside us. The car window rattled as it opened, and we moved closer to speak with the driver. The hostess was her. Bending over the passenger seat toward the window, there stood a woman from the Middle East. I assumed she was from that region and wore a black dress that completely covered her except for her hands. The only thing discernible through the black gauze curtain was the way her eyes sparkled, though not their color or shape. Her hands, slightly tinted with coffee-colored age, were old, yet elegant with a polished manicure. I imagined she must have been a beautiful woman at some point. Kids, this place is way out of town, the lady said. Where's your parents? We're orphans, Ian lied skillfully, but only up to that point. Then he added, we got separated from our caravan. At this point, I think I heard the lady mutter sarcastically, I've heard that before, kid, though I'm not entirely sure. Our circus caravan. The track manager ordered us to head to the nearest gas station, but we got lost. We don't know how long we've been walking. Anyway, we're lost. Can you help us reach the city? Miranda POV. Honestly, I really wanted to punch Ian right in the head. Hard. Hey there, my darlings. You need to get in, you poor souls, the lady said, just as I was about to give her a nasty look and slam the gas pedal. I let out a sigh of relief. Harry rushed into the car as if expecting the lady to dash out. I signaled Ian to come in, giving him a fake punch for his stupid lie. Ouch, murmured. Circus caravan? I muttered under my breath. I said that, yes, he retorted with a defiant tone. You can call me Auntie M, young folks, the old lady said, her voice carrying a smile, though I couldn't see her face clearly. Eam like the letter or EME like Emerson without the sound? Ian asked. Like the lyrics, dear. We fell silent for a few minutes. Within half an hour, we arrived at New York's buildings. Aunt M turned onto a deserted street and said, I live here. She had lived alone for a long time until her sisters returned. I run a garden gnome shop here, she added, but I also have a wide variety of statues. This sounded eerily reminiscent of a Greek myth, though I couldn't recall which one. That would be problematic if the woman turned out to be a monster. The moment the car stopped, I was ready to jump out, but unfortunately, the boys weren't there. Well, thanks, Andy. How much do we owe you? I asked, reaching for my backpack. No, kids. It doesn't cost money. This is a special case, right? It's my gift to these lovely orphans. 1. The lady smiled, as if she just shared an internal joke. Or perhaps I took that from her tone. Auntie M parked carefully in front of a gardening store, which, as I understand from my dyslexia, read, Motherly Mangoes of Rajdon Aladida Me. What on earth is that saying there? Ian snapped irritably. According to Emporium of the Garden of Gnomes by Aunt Eam, Harry kindly offered, aware of our dyslexia. Didn't he say it's the letter M, not Emerson without the sound? Questioned Ian. He trusted him to spot flaws in others. He blamed his father with all that jolly criticism and smart teasing, or something along those lines. Like the lyrics. My eyes widened. Medusa! I gasped. Get out of the car! I shouted. Harry and Ian, who in my opinion had been in a trance-like state, emerged from it and looked at me, questioning my actions. Do it, I pleaded. Ian and Harry tried to get out. Harry through his door, Ian through mine, which was already open for me, and they both ended up exiting through the other side. We couldn't even get out of the car. Out of nowhere, 2 women appeared. Sisters, Medusa greeted. Medusa they greeted upon their return. The 2 Gorgons were chilling grins across their faces, visibly thrilled to see their sister like they hadn't fully adjusted to having her back in their lives. Medusa's voice carried the same palpable excitement, as if she'd never stopped breathing until she saw her old self. Horripilant. It wasn't just the tone of her voice. The 2 women were downright horrifying. I couldn't find a way to describe them. They're the Gorgons, I whispered to Ian and Harry. Hi, I'm Estino. She introduced herself with an enthusiastic tone. Bino? Ian asked. Shouldn't you be able to turn us into stone? Harry asked in response. I assumed Ian had misheard the name of the Gorgona, and that Harry wasn't fully aware of the myths. How could the name Estino be confused with Bino? I'm not sure. Harry's question seemed to have touched on a sensitive issue. Ugh, heroes, said the Gorgon who hadn't revealed her name. They're like mother, always repeating the same thing. Why can't you petrify people? Her sister can do that. Sorry to disappoint you, boy. That was Medusa's curse, the most terrifying of the Medusa family. She took all the good fortune. Estino and Medusa were hurt. My mother said I was the most horrible, Estino exclaimed. I never wanted this, Uriel. Medusa protested. You still managed to get it. You totally pulled off the whole luck thing. Shut up. Medusa snapped at her sisters. As for you heroes, your names. Now, Uriel added. Ugh. Come on. Ian grumbled. Can't we just call a truce and walk away? We're 3 against 3 anyway. Can we? Estino asked. No. Medusa and Uriel shouted in unison. His name's Uriel demanded. Miranda, Ian and Harry from right to left. Harry replied curtly. The 3 of us exchanged glances and drew a wordless plan. We mentally counted to 3. 1, 2, 3. We drew our swords simultaneously. Harry called out her name. I pressed the center of my hairpin, and Ian pressed the button on his metal tube. We all had our swords, and we wanted to get closer, but we didn't do it. When someone approaches you, you instinctively step back. But when you move toward someone, they instinctively pull away. This is the fundamental human reflex. The Gorgons lurked around us. Instead of facing them and brandishing our swords as we wanted, they made us retreat. But they cornered us against the building. Let us go, and they won't suffer the consequences of their actions. I said with a firm voice, or so I hoped. There were flaws in that threat. If we could make them suffer the consequences of their actions, they wouldn't have to let us go. Only now would we get rid of them. It'll be quick, kids. My patroness wants them, Medusa said. I was hoping his boss would want us alive, since I had serious doubts about whether we could even get out of this mess. Go ahead, Uriel urged, her voice tinged with jealousy. Medusa nodded and began to remove the veil from her face. I ordered the first option that came to mind about staying here and waiting to be petrified by Medusa. Inside. What? They asked simultaneously. They heard me. Inside. Then we turned toward the building and stepped into the garden of Aunt M's gnome's shop. The place was extra strange. There was no other way to describe it. The place was filled with statues. Countless people in various poses. All life-sized. Gray stone figures with expressions of terror. Yet they looked like they were posing for a photo. At the back of the store stood a dining area. A silver bar featured a grill, soda fountain, pretzel heater, and a dispenser for cheese nachos. In front stood several steel picnic tables. I don't know why. Maybe he watched too much TV and ended up banging his head, creating this lasting association with hidden spots and tables. The thing was, the moment Ian saw the tables, he just shoved them under one and stayed there. I was stunned. That didn't make any sense. When you hide, unless you're in some stupid show, on TV you weren't hiding under that picnic table with holes for peeping, and it didn't cover anything on the sides. And back in the day, they only did that when there was a tablecloth to hide behind. What the hell's going on with you? I asked, trying to hold back the urge to slam my palm against my forehead. What? Why did you hide under that picnic table? Did you expect me to do it at the table? He asked, scratching his head. Maybe he wasn't actually acting. I was stunned by the sight. I moved closer to the counterside table, grabbed his collar from his mixed-race camp t-shirt, and dragged him behind the counter while gesturing for Harry to follow us. Harry slipped under the counter with us, and I made sure to cover Ian's mouth with my hand to prevent him from dropping a bombshell that would expose our location. He shot me a slightly annoyed look but kept my hand there. This made butterflies flutter in my stomach, though I chose to ignore them. Come on, kids, Estino crooned. I've got cheese and wieners for you all. I ventured to check the counter. Between the tables, peering under it. Ha, Ian, you'd be completely lost without me. While holding a silver tray with cheese and wieners, the part affected by my ADHD, mine was mild, not like other demigods. Asked where I'd gotten that tray from and if he truly believed we'd end up in that situation. Go away, my darlings. Medusa pleaded in a feigned sweet voice. See me for who I am, the gray-eyed woman who made this happen. She was jealous of my boyfriend, and I didn't like his son either. They destroyed me. They conspired together. For a moment I felt pity for her. She fell in love with the hatred of a jealous woman and the son of her love. Poor lady, he sent me away, 4 years ago, to a dark, shadowy place where an old woman can hardly survive. He turned irritable in his tone. Perseus Jackson, I'll take your head just like you took mine. That really hit me. I guess it shouldn't have surprised me that Percy Jackson would fight her. Not even in his first mission. And the old lady, she was a monster and could defend herself like a pro. Ian decided it was time for me to take my hand off his mouth, and he licked my hand instead. Ugh, I gasped, but managed to turn the volume down until it was practically inaudible. Did they hear that? Uriel asked. I think so, Medusa murmured. The footsteps of the Gorgons faded into the distance, and I stomped Ian's foot where it hurt most. Ouch, Harry complained. I opened my eyes wide and realized I'd stepped on Harry instead of Ian, who was beaming with pride.
I'm sorry.
When I stopped hearing the Gorgons' footsteps, assuming they'd moved too far away, I couldn't help wondering what. A monster class that respects itself doesn't check behind the counter. That one's also a classic, like the one under the table, but it's a safer classic than Ian's. We didn't realize the Gorgons had appeared on both sides of the counter until it was too late, cornering us. They'll offer you a good reward, little ones. Medusa smirked as she kept her eyes on us. They'd heard me through Harry's shrill cries and my apology. We were completely lost. They kidnapped some men and horses. Chapter 18. They kidnapped some men and a horse. Seamus POV. Well, MR.do what I want, so what now? Parvati snapped, her voice tinged with irritation. She had tucked her arms into the coat, bracing herself against the cold, and was trembling. Are you cold? I asked. In response, he shot me a look like, why are you asking such stupid questions? I rolled my eyes and paused to make sure I'd slipped on my sweater, the one I used for sleeping. This morning I hadn't showered and I knew I'd regret it by day's end, and I was still wearing the sweater tucked under my jacket. I took off my tunic and passed it to Parvati. I could tell she was hesitant to take it, just as I had been reluctant to offer it. This made me uneasy, especially with Percy watching. But he wasn't doing it. He was ignoring us, yet there was this sense that he knew what was going on and wanted to give us space. Tamala, he murmured softly. A few strands of her reddish-brown hair fell across her face, but they didn't hide her beautiful hazel eyes. Though hesitant at first, she eventually reached out and accepted my sweater. Thanks, he murmured as he slipped on his sweater. There was an awkward pause. Did anyone see where the Hydra came from? Percy asked. Parvati shot him a suspicious look. How do you know the monster's name? His face lit up. I felt a twinge of jealousy seeing that look directed at Percy. Remember something? Percy's gaze swept past Parvati before she could notice, but his look told me to stop worrying. I wasn't sure if that eased my mind. He wasn't chasing after her anyway, but it stung to know he'd caught on to my feelings for Parvati. Was it really so obvious? I kept asking myself. As Percy seemed to sense my thoughts, he gave me another look this time with a mocking tone and nodded. I made a face. No, I don't remember anything, Percy sighed dejectedly. Suddenly his mood had turned serious, didn't seem playful or even in the mood for mockery. He'd rather have been that way. Percy leaned against a tree and slid his back until he sat on the ground. I settled down with my back resting against a nearby tree, while Parvati took her seat in the space between us, forming a circle around us. From what I knew about Percy these past 2 weeks, he was clearly a natural-born leader. The reason he didn't show weakness wasn't to appear tough, but to avoid worrying others. Though well-intentioned, that was his true purpose. His negativity would have discouraged everyone around him. How bad would it be to let that tiny spark of negative emotion out, only to keep holding back so much? And how crazy is it to still go out and search for it anyway? But who was I to speak? I simply followed along. Percy sighed again. If it weren't for Parvati, I think we'd have ended up stuck in a self-pitying party. Parvati closed her eyes and made a Mohin gesture. Then she sprang up from her seat like a spring. Up here, he barked. We're not staying here waiting for this to work out on its own. Up here, I said. Percy and I exchanged glances. We nodded slightly when we heard Parvati mutter what, as she saw us doing that, but she didn't get to finish her question before Percy and I sprang up. We rushed over to Parvati, lifted her up with one arm under each of her knees and the other resting on her back. Ah, she squealed. Get me down, she demanded angrily, but Percy and I were laughing so hard we just ignored her. Until we hear something. Percy's perspective. In this forest it wasn't easy to hear. The only thing that would warn you of approaching someone was the dry leaves and branches along the path. The bad part was that these very things were also working against us. But there weren't many dry leaves or branches, though Seamus must have thought there were plenty when he accidentally trampled all around him since the ground was still damp. Given this, we shouldn't have heard anyone approaching. The fallen leaves, not yet dry, were cushioning the sound of the steps, and we shouldn't have heard the animal with legs approaching either. I say animal with legs because, as far as I know, no one has legs, and why was I so sure that what was approaching had legs? Parvati slapped my arm to make her let go, and I stopped laughing. She looked utterly shocked. Did it hurt? I'm sorry. I just wanted you to let go. I cut him off before Seamus turned green with jealousy. That's not it. I heard something. Don't you hear anything? Folks? Laid them to question. It was the distant sound of hoofbeats. Their penises. Yes, penises. Can't you hear them? I warned them. Suddenly, the sound wasn't just a faint murmur in my ear, it became the dominant presence among all the sounds I could perceive. They must hear this now, I said, agitated. Maybe just a whisper, Parvati said. Then she shook her head, brushing it off. No, it's just a suggestion. I glanced at him, slightly indignant. This isn't a suggestion. Can we even imagine hearing the sounds of legs at the same time? I don't believe it. No. You said you heard something and I believed I heard it too, but only because you told me so, he explained. I took a deep breath to calm myself down. The phrase count to 10 suddenly popped into my head. And, a second moment, a memory was within my grasp. But that second wasn't enough to fully analyze the memory. That didn't calm me down. It doesn't matter, he muttered. But we need to get out of here. as a precaution to avoid getting run over by a herd of horses. But this might just be a suggestion, Parvati suggested. All of this could be a trap, Seamus added. What? We asked in confusion, Parvati and I, at her suggestion. Yes, he clarified, maybe someone wants us to come out of our hideout and go after them. Parvati rolled her eyes. Then what's the point of hiding, genius? We were just circling around the forest, Parvati argued. Maybe they want us to get out of the woods, Seamus remarked. Then we shouldn't leave the forest, I told them, pulling them toward a large leafy tree. Let's climb, he urged. Parvati and Seamus exchanged glances. Was this how people behaved before they called it a mental institution? Well, bad luck. There wasn't a single psychiatric hospital in the area, though I couldn't be certain. Maybe there was a mental institution under a tree, or in a rabbit's burrow, or in a squirrel's nest, or... I shook my head. Clear your head, I commanded myself. We gotta climb up, I demanded. Parvati and Seamus climbed the tree with a grumpy air, reaching the luscious part where they gave me just enough time, barely enough to catch up with them before some came into our field of vision. I blinked hard to make sure what I saw was real, not just a hallucination. There were about half a dozen horsemen. Yeah, you know what I mean. Horsemen. They had human bodies, naked of course, to better match the idea of they put hallucinogens in my drink last night. From waist up and waist down, horse bodies. Naked too, but that didn't matter here. They carried paintball guns in their arms, but I had a hunch one of those bullets wouldn't end well for me. What's that thing they're bringing? Parvati asked. Paintbrushes, Seamus and I answered in unison. Remember something? Parvati asked excitedly when I answered. I needed to stop doing that. These kinds of questions made Seamus jealous, and they reminded me how little I knew about my past before Hogwarts. So, I only knew about 3 weeks of my 15 years. No, I sighed heavily, whispering to keep the centaurs from hearing. They're centaurs, I murmured. He still couldn't figure out where those answers were coming from. I noticed some had tattoos, but one stood out as particularly cliché. A heart tattooed on the bicep with the centaur's name. I couldn't read it due to my dyslexia. They seemed friendly at first, but it wasn't until Seamus muttered something that I started to suspect. Those don't look like centaurs. Centaurs are always cryptic and never seem to smile, declared, with Parvati nodding in agreement. Remember that? If the professor? He was very cryptic. Those guys seemed to take it as a joke. And he was right. The centaurs were dashing through the woods when the last one had already slipped under our tree. Then Parvati stumbled and grabbed a branch, causing the final centaur to stop mid-stride. The centaur probably shouldn't have heard that about his buddy's footprints. But he did. Did they hear that? He asked. Yes. I knew I'd heard them here, exclaimed a black-haired centaur, raising his arm like a fist and leaping lightly into the air. It was an utterly bizarre scene. In the distance, I could hear another group of footsteps approaching. Are you sure it's full, Marvin? A centaur asked the man named Marvin, who was also a centaur. I don't know. These woods are dangerous, Johnny. Marvin warned Johnny with a relaxed smile. Suddenly, there were a dozen more centaurs, and they didn't seem as friendly as the others. They were mostly identical, except for the horns on the top of their heads near the hairline almost at the facing the front. They had large bows, and each carried a quiver hanging from their back, housing hundreds of arrows. The 12-horned Anisi decided to call them that since I had no nickname for the hornless ones I'd call dry centaur surrounded the centaurs. They outnumbered them 2 to 1, and the centaurs seemed to notice, for suddenly they weren't as playful as they had been earlier. Are those horns? One of the little horns asked. I was feeling dizzy. This wasn't right. The centaurs were fine and didn't threaten each other more than when they played games. Why did the horned centaurs shoot arrows at their hornless counterparts? That just didn't add up. I felt nauseous. Now, this was bad. I started turning green from the revulsion. It literally made me sick. I thought maybe it was because I was remembering something about centaurs, a legend. I knew a famous centaur. I muttered under my breath, but the snout that asked about the smell heard me. I noticed that the more I forced myself to try remembering, the worse the pain became. They're in the tree, the little horned one warned. I told you, I heard the centaur mutter, his fist still flaring out midair just moments ago. I don't think it needs to be said that, being on both sides of the centaur, Marvin and Johnny pushed him to shut up. Even though centaurs knew this wasn't the time to be a fool. "Get down there," commanded the centaur with horns, who seemed to agree. The one I decided to call the centaur with horns that looks like he's in charge a name so long it takes 2 minutes to pronounce. Carlos pointed the bow at us and ordered the rest of the horned ones to follow suit. "Down," he barked fiercely. We didn't budge. Haganlo! Arrow pierced through the foliage of the tree, cutting through Parvati's sweater sleeve. I imagined he had also made a cut on her arm alongside it. "Ow!" she cried, her voice barely audible, but I could see tears threatening to spill from her eyes. I was worried about Parvati. I was lucky the arrow didn't pierce her, but judging by her reaction, the wound seemed worse than I'd imagined. "Get down," Carlos ordered, his voice lower but more threatening. I lowered the branches and pretended to pick up Parvati to help her down with her injured side. But Seamus shot me a look telling me to let him do it. I rolled my eyes, giving my friend a slight smirk. He liked Parvati and Parvati liked him too. The only thing was, Parvati was too stubborn to realize it. While this might not have been the ideal moment to make a move with Parvati, I just smiled and let it slide. "I don't want anyone to carry me down," Parvati grumbled, crossing her arms as Seamus assumed the same position I had used to load her down. Parvati, in another attempt to be independent by lowering the tree, adjusted to the same position as us too, but when she tried to bear the weight on his injured arm, he let out a sob of anguish. "Shoo," Seamus murmured soothingly. "I'll help you." This time Parvati, trembling with pain in her arm, let herself be carried away. I began to see them with tender affection, until I remembered she wasn't a girl and descended with them, instantly recalling the bloodthirsty centaurs beneath the tree. Instinctively, as I descended, I positioned myself in front of Seamus and Parvati. Parvati remained in Seamus's arms, seemingly wanting to stay there, but I knew this wasn't the right moment, so I stepped down from Seamus's embrace. Once on the floor, he settled into his sweater Seamus's and stepped back slightly from him. Both of them blushed furiously at the sight. "Do you need something?" I asked, trying to hide the nervousness in my voice. "We need to take you with our boss," Carlos said sharply. "And who would that be?" Parvati's perspective. The arrow pierced through the tree branches and struck my arm. It tore through my flesh, not just the limb, but also grazed my muscle. Though not life-threatening, the wound stung like a demon's bite. Though I'd never studied first aid, I knew that since my arm's muscle was torn, it couldn't be used for much. My eyes were filled with tears. The pain was unbearable. Osalis. I tried to keep it as low as possible, but apparently the horned centaurs had a keen ear for it. "Bien." His tone was more threatening than before and lower in pitch, like the growl of a predator. I was sick to my stomach obeying him, but I knew there was no other choice. We were surrounded, and they showed no hesitation in harming us. Or did they? From the myths I knew, centaurs were skilled archers, so if they wanted to hurt us, they would have shot an arrow straight at our necks or stomachs. Oh, Merlin! Maybe he didn't care about killing us and threw the arrow just to prove he could. Or maybe they weren't that good archers and actually meant to kill me. I tried to reach out to Seamus to apologize for making noise when the arrow came my way. But before I could say anything, he whispered to me, "It wasn't your fault. You couldn't stop the arrow, you didn't force it to shoot, and you couldn't dodge it either. There's not much room here." He might be reading me too well or knowing me too well. But if you think about it, even if it's the first one, the second applies too. Percy climbed down the tree trunk, planting his feet on lower branches and making sure there was a clear path to descend, with someone in his arms. And I didn't feel comfortable letting Percy carry me in his arms. "I don't want anyone to load me up," I muttered, fuming. That was a lie. I was dying to get Seamus to load me up, and Percy was about to let him go. But here's the kicker. As we were getting off the car, I leaned toward him. Then, when I reached the bottom and was totally focused on Seamus' scent, he suddenly shook me. As I opened my eyes, I caught Percy's playful grin and Seamus' utterly confused look. No. So I tried to prop up my body with one arm, the one that wasn't injured, but my foot was in such a bad position that I almost slipped. I had to use the other hand instead. That stopped me from falling, but then my arm started hurting like hell. Another sob escaped him as the pain gripped his heart. Shoo, Seamus reassured me. I'll help you. Seamus now found himself in the same position as Percy had before, cradling me in his arms. I couldn't feel happier. Well, I could have. If it weren't for the cut on my arm, I'd definitely feel better. But his scent was calming. Seamus smelled like the forest. Maybe it was his shampoo or just the fact that we'd been in the woods all morning. Whatever it was, I loved that smell anyway. Instinctively, I twisted to get closer to Seamus. When I realized what I'd done, I silently prayed he hadn't sensed it. Seeing no strange glances since I was climbing a tree and clinging to his arms, of course, without using them I edged a bit closer. Percy had stayed behind to wait for us, but with his hands, it was easy to get down. Even too easy. I could sense that Seamus couldn't have brought down the tree as nimbly as Percy. Percy settled down in front of us, as if he was shielding us from the world. Do you need something? Percy asked, his voice harsh and carrying an unnatural authority. We must take you with our patron, the hoofed centaur replied coldly. Who could that be? Percy demanded in the same tone he'd used earlier. The centaur sneered coldly. Lord Voldemort, the girl with the two-colored eyes. Chapter 19. The girl with the two-colored eyes. In POV, the Gorgons wasted no time. The moment they spotted us, they lashed out at us. I wasn't sure if it was good, but they chained me up back to back with Miranda. I figured it was bad when Harry got chained to a pillar, left far from us, making communication impossible. They can't make plans. They can't escape from us, Steno muttered. I tried moving the dolls, but the string kept scraping against them and hurting me. Don't move, Miranda hissed. Why? I asked. Why do you move my wrists when you move yours? Maybe you enjoy the pain, but I'm planning to escape instead of twisting my hands and hurting myself, Miranda said sharply. I blushed and regretted hurting Miranda. I'm sorry, I muttered, feeling embarrassed. Miranda let out a heavy sigh. Maybe I was wrong, but the sound seemed to carry a hint of regret. I'm sorry, he said. It's frustrating to be trapped by the Gorgons with no way to hide. They can attack and kill us whenever they want, they know that, and they know we know that. In this situation, we can't win. I completely identified with that feeling. Feeling powerless, I suggested gently. Yes. With Harry sitting so far away from us, it feels like they could kill him at any moment and throw everything into the trash. Miranda sighed. I don't know how we're gonna escape, Ian. We can't contact Harry, and what I've seen is they're selling us to their boss, which doesn't sit well with me. Who is your patron saint? It can't be Kronos, since as far as I know, he's male, and we just defeated him a few days ago. Just the other day we got rid of an enemy, and now we've got another. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I thought I heard a tremor in his voice. It's depressing. I felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her, even with the faintest suspicion she might burst into tears. But I knew she wouldn't appreciate it, and we remained bound. Unfortunately, I made the mistake of moving and trying to hug her, which scraped our already injured wrists. The problem is that after scraping your wrist over and over again, there comes a point where you get used to it, or maybe your body just stops feeling it. I'm not sure, but when you try to scratch the sore area again, it hurts. And a lot.
I silb Miranda. I'm sorry.
I exclaimed. Shut up. Uriel barked fiercely. Miranda locked eyes with me. We need to get out of here, she said, her voice trembling with panic at the sight of the Gorgon. They told us there's a bounty on our heads. Who put that out there? I bet it's their patron saint. But if they're after us, there must be more monsters hunting us down. Monsters? Where was Sam the faucet? Then what about Sam? I asked Murata. Who? The store's phone started ringing. I'll answer, said Estino. No. I did it. Uriel protested. Last time you did it, your own Uriel. Medusa turned to Estino. And the previous time too. Besides, this call is for me. This is my shop. But we live here too. Estino lamented. I'm the leader of the three of us, so it's okay for me to answer. Medusa blurted out the words and bolted before her sisters could say anything. Though she didn't stop them, those furious ones still trailed behind. Well, Uriel followed with fury, while Estino just kept up the chase. Suddenly, it was the perfect moment to share the dream I had yesterday. My skin went cold. I had a bad feeling about the man in my dreams. That pale-skinned, red-eyed guy was making me shudder. Hey, maybe I should tell you. Something weird happened last night. I started. Guess who's on the way, heroes? Uriel called out. By sheer luck, I was absolutely certain she was the supposed patron saint. Here's our boss, Estino exclaimed. The one who brought us back to life. Medusa and Uriel's smiles slipped away from their faces. They shouldn't have known, Medusa hissed. A clue. By the end. Miranda POV. Ian could have made a neon sign that read track and put it on his head when he shouted loudly, but if we don't hear anything. He pretended to tell me this, drawing the attention of the Gorgons, then gave them a never-before-greater wink. Harry made a face, and I think I saw him mutter, though just a glimpse. Since it was beyond my hearing, can't you be more obvious? I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought alone. What? Ian asked. He was standing with his back turned, so I wouldn't see him, but that didn't stop me from rolling my eyes anyway.
Nada, Yain. Nada, y replied.
Then it dawned on me, did you hear about that? The front door swung open. I hadn't expected the patroness to arrive so swiftly, and what was Ian trying to tell me? Through the door came the most curious girl I'd ever seen. I've encountered curious girls before, well, maybe Olympian goddesses wouldn't qualify as girls, but let's just say I've witnessed some truly bizarre occurrences. At the door stood a girl with black hair. She was petite and slender, about 14 years old, 14 years younger than me. Half her hair was tied back at the crown of her head, the rest cascading over her shoulders. Her hair was silky smooth and fine. She wore a simple black tank top paired with matching jeans, complete with combat boots with high heels. On her left wrist were several silver bracelets engraved with what she was certain were Greek characters that I was too far away to read them. The girl tucked a strand behind her ear, which made me notice her face. She had eyes, black eyes with hints of orange. No one who knew, not even someone I'd heard of. How could someone have eyes that were both orange and black? Without thinking twice, I leaned a bit more against Ian. Did you see her? I asked, slightly startled. Who? Ian asked. The girl. Oh, you didn't do that last time. What girl? The one who just walked in. Is she the patron saint? Apparently. Ian kept trying to turn around, but I kept holding him back. I could feel possessiveness. No, he wasn't my boyfriend. That cleared out jealousy and possessiveness. Unless I liked him, but I didn't like him, right? Is that right? Murmured. What? Ian exclaimed. What? Wait, nothing. I didn't say anything. I snapped back. No, you said something. What did you say? And what's the point? Why? Are you hitting me? With each pause he made, I tried to silence him by pressing my elbow against his back. It wasn't planned. I just needed him to shut up. All I wanted was to keep him from finding out, and if necessary, I'd hit him until he stopped. Ian planted his hands firmly on the floor and lifted his entire body onto it. With my arms bound to his, I had no choice but to stay beside him. His arms were longer than mine. This left me unable to bend my elbows and pull him away until he stopped asking questions. Let me move, I demanded. Do you promise not to hit me? No. Let me go now. Unless you promise not to hit me. I shot him a glare. That wasn't exactly nice treatment. Without any reason. Promise me, Miranda. I frowned. I won't hit you. Without reason, I mumbled. Very good. Good girl. He cast a deadly gaze. I'm not a dog, Ian. Now put your ass back on the floor or I won't be able to move my arms. When they let me go, that'll make the fist with the most force in human history land right on your face, I said in the sweetest voice I could muster. I could almost sense Ian making a puchero, a traditional Spanish pastry. I'd seen him do it before. It reminded me of a little kid who got denied a candy. I sighed, regretting not being able to see it from behind. I did it, he muttered to himself, grumbling. Well, I smiled, but the smile vanished the moment I heard the girl's voice. So these are the prisoners, said the girl with those terrifying bicolored eyes, her smile brightening. The creepy girl kept dragging the word prisoners into view, making it stand out. She could see Harry growing frustrated and understood why. He was far from us. They'd chained him off to safety. This meant he became an easier target for any escape attempt, and the only person they'd turn to if their plan went south. After all, he was the leader. He held the reins. We need to get out of here. That girl's creepy, I told Ian, and I was expecting to stay for the tea. He pretended to sigh. The girls will be so disappointed. I could almost see her rolling her eyes. Gardener, I'm trying to picture that. How are we gonna get out of this? I made a mohin. Hey Ian, what did I say about your? I asked, but Ian cut me off mid-sentence. Don't take it personally. What can I say? It's in my blood. I responded sarcastically. I rolled up my sleeves in annoyance. You know that's not the case. Our blood doesn't control us. Ian, if you could spare a moment of sarcasm, it would be a huge help. Ian suspirated. Okay. I'll do it, he agreed. I thought intensely and began to speak my thoughts aloud. Okay, I've got a dagger in my boot, but I can't see how to reach it. They've tied our hands together so we can't separate them. First we need to lift them up. La Prairie, use your back strength to push upward while I pull up with you. That way we'll be able to lift them. Why can't we just stand up for ourselves? Ian asked mindlessly. How can you expect me to get up when our hands are tied together? You can't. My arms would twist or I'd drag you down, I replied. Right now, push your back against mine, I ordered. It's weird, he remarked. I tried my best to ignore it. The sensation of his back against mine was so distracting that I barely noticed what he said. Stronger, Ian. I'm not made of glass. I told him when I noticed he was holding back out of fear of getting hurt. I trained at the Mestizo Campion. You won't break me easily. I thought. Now push up. It seemed like a slow crawl, but we were finally on our feet. What we needed now was to reach my boot. From the knees down, La Prairie was asked, shall we sit down again? Why did we stop in the first place, Miranda? She protested. My eyes rolled with irritation. Watch out for the fall, Ian. Let's try my dagger, I warned. We'll lower ourselves until we're on all fours back to back. Repeat, watch out for the fall. We began lowering ourselves, carefully keeping our hands together to avoid gripping the hilt. Good job. You can rest your knees to help maintain balance. When we reached the bottom, he instructed, I'll lift my knees to make it easier to get to my boot. We need to reach for my left boot. Wait, that's the right one, my left boot. My left foot. Is this it? The other left, Ian, I retorted sarcastically. You're breaking the rules. Let's just get this dagger out. I wrapped my fingers around the boot's handle, feeling relieved. Here it is. I grunted. Next time I'll put it somewhere more accessible. Now, Ian, I continued, you must cut the rope. Why me? He grumbled. Because I grabbed the knife. And what? I swear. La Prairie, you're wearing me out, I said through clenched teeth. All right. I imagined he'd be raising his hands in defense if we weren't tied up. I'm done. Calm down, woman. Put your comber where it fits, I suggested kindly. Ian snorted and deftly maneuvered his dagger. The blade lodged between my wrists, as this position offered the safest way to sever the rope without letting it slip through my fingers. In a clumsy motion by Ian, a cut formed on my wrist. The pain from the wound made me gasp, and a second later, I felt liquid sliding down my forearm beneath. Blood. I've always wondered if the blood of demigods would have a golden hue. Wouldn't the blood of gods, the ichor, be golden? Why is our blood red? Could it be bronze-colored or something like that? You cut me off, Ian, he scolded. Sorry. I didn't respond, since he was genuinely remorseful. I drew in and held my breath, focusing on the pain. A trick Katie had taught me. All right. I exhaled, forcing myself to let the air out. Noticing the pain in my voice, Ian murmured, I'm sorry. Really? I smiled faintly. All right, Ian. I know you didn't mean to hurt me. I cleared my throat. Now keep cutting, La Prairie. When I started cutting from the side of my strings at Ian, my dolls became free. Get the knife, Ian, I whispered to him. With nimble hands, Ian reached for the blade, and I adjusted it to match the position he had used to cut my cords. I shouldn't move, even though it would take me less time to cut the ropes if I could see them. There wouldn't be enough time to finish them before they notice him, I told myself. Even if you keep talking, they'll still notice, Ian muttered under his breath. Ian. He scolded irritably.
Yeah, I'm quiet.
I rolled my eyes in frustration, then finally heard the low hum of a fishing line snapping. Silent yet unmistakable. Free, he whispered. Now go after Harry. Ian, you need to distract the Gorgos, the women, and that girl. A terrible idea crossed his mind. You didn't forget your arrows, did you?
No.
He exclaimed angrily. Good. You need to shoot arrows at them. And if you can kill them, that's even better. Also the girl? He asked tentatively. Do you like it? I asked again. I have no clue where that came from. Ian gave me a strange look. No, but she's also human. She's not a monster, Miranda, said he softly. Oh, that was all I said before adding. Try not to kill her, I suppose. I'll go help Harry. I had to leave before the blush reached my face. As I walked toward Harry's pillar, I stole glances at Ian. He pulled a quiver with arrows from his backpack and slung it over his back before reaching out to grab his bow. I didn't get to see him draw the bow, as I'd already reached Harry's pillar. How did you get out? Harry asked as I moved to the opposite side of his column to cut the rope. Ian will distract them while we clear them out. We'll get rid of them with the dagger. The rope snapped, letting out an ugh. I added, and we still need to reach the museum, Harry. We can't afford to waste time. I hesitated before continuing. Did you see the girl? Shocking, he agreed with a nod. And finding Sam, Miranda, Harry recalled. Harry. I started with a wry smile. I don't think, my friend Miranda. I want to take him. Didn't you see how weak he was? He asked, standing up and dusting off his jeans. Yes, and that's exactly why. Miranda, it's, the voice of Medusa rang out, take him. I was just about to say that. Uriel protested. Let's go. Harry and I snapped in unison. Ian had managed to shoot arrows at Estino and Medusa. He turned Estino into dust with a single strike, killing her instantly. Medusa, however, didn't share the same fate. Though she had been pierced through the hand, that was all she suffered. He couldn't fight even so. With a surefire throw that ultimately missed, Ian thrust a spear into the thigh of the girl with bifurcated eyes. Though it didn't pierce through her thigh or seriously wound her leg, it was enough to keep us at bay. Yet amidst all the pain, I caught what seemed like a smug smile behind it. Job done, Harry congratulated, having struck Medusa with the edge of his sword, knocking her unconscious. I focused on avoiding the blood flowing from the girl's leg and punched Uriel in the temple. With a swift stab, Harry cleared both of them. Skillfully, despite his lack of training and an injured arm. Go on. Go away. They could kill me too, he suggested. The words slipped out of his lips like a whisper, urging us to follow his command while also hinting at stubborn defiance. It was impossible to know what he truly wanted. I can't do anything to stop them. I never believed that, but I wasn't ready to kill her. I'd never killed a demigod in the midst of a Manhattan war, and I wouldn't do it now, when I couldn't defend myself. And even if she wasn't a demigod, she was human. Not some monster, I was certain. At least not the kind that demigods kill. Couldn't kill her. And I knew Ian and Harry couldn't either. It's time to go, Harry whispered. Ian and I followed him. 2 Hidden Places. Chapter 20. 2 Hidden Places. Percy POV. I hate getting shackled. Let's be real, so who doesn't? But here's the kicker. It's 10 times worse when you've ADHD. I can vouch for that. It's like someone tickles you and you just can't stop. So when Carlos, the centaur with horns who gave orders to other centaurs with horns, tied our wrists to Parvati, and Seamus and I to the legs of a table in a cave with an odd appearance, I felt utterly frustrated. I guess I should be grateful they didn't tie us separately. Unfortunately, our luck didn't extend to our wands either. Those were snatched from our pockets. They also took my pen and sword, which really hit me hard, a less helpful resource to help me get out of this mess. Stay here, Carlos ordered. I saw Parvati and Seamus rolling their eyes, and I did the same. Honestly, how could we possibly escape? And even if we found a way, why would Carlos' words stop us? Carlos trotted off, with the rest of the centaurs following him. They had also tied up the other centaurs, the ordinary ones, without horns, and removed their quivers and bows. This action had left the centaurs feeling quite annoyed. Any ideas about how we can escape? Seamus asked. I don't know. Percy. Can't you pull that sword out of nowhere trick? Parvati asked. I rolled my eyes, because I don't appear out of nowhere, Parvati. When we were in the magical creatures class, you pulled out a sword out of nowhere. Since it didn't come from your robe or pocket, Parvati argued. Right now, I corrected myself. I pulled it out of my pocket. What do you mean? Seamus asked, but was cut off by Parvati, who said with an obvious tone. There's no room in your pocket for a sword. Seamus rolled his eyes at Parvati's interruption. It wasn't a sword before. I snapped back to both of them. Wasn't it like before? Parvati was interrupted by Carlos. Stop talking, he barked as he entered the hall. My boss is about to arrive. If you don't want me ordering them dead, you'd better behave. Carlos grinned at the thought of his rotten teeth. Or him. His smile turned cold and cruel. I think you all know my boss. Parvati POV. Lord Voldemort. Lord Voldemort. Lord Voldemort. Lord Voldemort had returned. My mind couldn't fully grasp the concept. Lord Voldemort had destroyed families, killed witches and wizards before Harry's baby stopped him. When he rose again 10 years later, Harry stopped him once more. He was supposed to be gone. Yes, he couldn't die from Horcruxes, but those were destroyed. Okay, maybe he didn't have enough humanity left to die, but wasn't it supposed that he'd become so weak that he could never truly live again? That's what they told us, at least. I believed him until I heard the centaur say his name. The centaur. This centaur was unlike any I'd ever seen before. The ones I'd encountered were never particularly friendly. In fact, they weren't. Except maybe Fenris. He was kind. We arrived at a place that looked like a cave. It was nestled at the foot of a mountain with moss covering its surroundings, so it wasn't particularly eye-catching. The centaur chief forced us in through a push. Stay here, the boss ordered. We all rolled our eyes. First, we were chained to a chair that was bolted to the floor. Second, not just one of our hands, but both. Third, how could we escape without someone stopping us first? It was impossible. Without magic wands, at least. The centaur vanished, leaving his followers in hot pursuit, dragging the hornless centaurs behind. Any ideas about how we're gonna escape? Seamus asked curiously. I don't know. Percy, can't you pull that sword out of nowhere trick? I snapped irritably. Percy rolled his eyes, just as frustrated as I was. It's not like I just appeared out of nowhere, Parvati replied sharply. When we were in the magical creatures class, you pulled out a sword out of nowhere. It didn't even come from your robe or pocket. I enthused. Right now, he corrected, I pulled it out of my pocket. What do you mean by that? I interrupted to say the obvious thing. There's no room in your pocket for a sword. Seamus sighed with a mix of amusement and irritation when I cut him off. It wasn't a sword before, Percy said coldly. Wasn't it like that before? I exclaimed. Stop talking. The so-called boss, bless the devil, interrupted me. My boss is about to arrive, and you must behave yourselves if you don't want me to order them killed. The centaur grinned with twisted teeth. Or him. He then suggested coldly. I think you all know him, my boss. I felt like I was turning pale. He couldn't return. Couldn't return? I wasn't sure. I'd heard the phrase anything is possible, and it always seemed like such an optimistic one. It had helped me through my darkest moments. Anything is possible so I can endure Timo. Anything is possible so I can handle ecstasis. And most importantly, anything is possible so we can defeat Voldemort. Anything is possible so Voldemort can come back. This was the first time I'd faced that phrase directed at me. Now, there would be an entire world of possibilities labeled as impossible. I even opened it to any of my enemies, including Voldemort himself. It was then that I first realized this phrase didn't apply exclusively to me, and that really broke me down. All that work from months ago, Voldemort came back in just a few months. It took us 7 years to finally bring him down since his first return. And now he's back in 2 months. What a summer. And I realized he might have gotten help. 2 worlds. The prophecy mentioned 2 realms. Could there be someone in the other world who would benefit from Voldemort's rise? Someone they could make a pact with, potentially destroying both worlds in the process. We could. And we were in big trouble if the other world in truth was inhabited by gods. The wizards weren't gods, and even if Voldemort weren't going to die, he wasn't either. If the other world was ruled by gods, what kind of power would we need to fight against? One we can't fight, whispered a voice in my head. Though my passion never lay in research or learning, I was pretty good at logic. If we could defeat Voldemort, we could do it again. They could beat their villain too. Together, we'd crush our respective enemies. But that didn't click with me. What if they exchanged forces? They were attacked by Voldemort, a wizard, and us, let's be honest to God. We couldn't. Nobody here on this side knew how to fight a god. And with demigods, nobody knew how to take down a wizard. Percy could have been a lifesaver if he hadn't lost his memory. And even though I had little faith that we'd come out of this war alive and risked sounding cliché, spat out, "You won't win."
Neither will el que no debe ser nombrado.
I made a face at how absurd it sounded using his nickname. But I couldn't use his real name. Couldn't. That would be asking too much. Almost like summoning destruction itself. In war, that was truly dangerous. Whoever spoke his name was found. And I didn't want him to find me. I gazed into the void and heard the hooves of the centaur as he departed, awaiting Voldemort's arrival. Seamus POV. I looked at Parvati carefully. She had turned pale and I was growing concerned. "Are you okay, Parv?" I asked with concern. Parvati blinked in surprise. "Well, yeah, just, how did you say my name?" He interrupted himself. Parvati, the most certain challenge I could muster. "No, that's not how it was," he corrected with a faint smile. I rolled my eyes, trying to act like I didn't care. "Parv?
Creo."
Parvati's peculiar smile lingered on her face for a few seconds before fading away. She then responded to my original question with a sigh. "I'm fine. I was just thinking about what it means for the return of the one, with the prophecy," he said softly. I made a face. I remembered those days when Snape later it was proven he was a spy and would betray Voldemort, but he was a good actor, was in charge of Hogwarts. It felt like being unprotected, as if any moment a Muggle destroyer or worse, Voldemort himself, could storm into the school. Harry wasn't there, leaving us without hope, but the fact that Ron and Hermione weren't there either made things worse in some way, yet somehow better too. On one hand, his absence could mean everyone was dead. If they were still alive, it might indicate they were preparing for Voldemort's downfall. Unfortunately, most people believed Harry was dead. "It'll all work out," I assured Parvati. Truth be told, I didn't believe it myself, and judging by her cynical look, she didn't either. "Really?" I insisted. Parvati smiled gently, as if she were soothing me. "Of course, Seamus. Everything will work out." Percy was being kind by ignoring us during the exchange while examining the floor. It was rock like the rest of the cave. Curiously, there wasn't any soil covering it. But the rock's irregularities made sitting on the floor uncomfortable. The entire floor was rock except for a tile. Well, I wasn't entirely sure since the whole surface was dark gray, but there was something different about this space. It was completely smooth, and if I had to bet, I'd say it wasn't made of rock. That it wasn't exactly a good hiding place, as it was obvious, but it might also have been meant to throw people off. Now that I think about it, Percy might not have been being kind. He was probably just examining the peculiar tile. "We're going out there," she whispered to us. I furrowed my brow and leaned forward to tell him it was obvious we were going out there. And maybe the computer door was just a trap. But then I realized what he was staring at wasn't that tile. He stared at the wall. Another gate? I wondered. Before I could react, I noticed a commotion on the entrance side to my right. We were at the cave's back, so we couldn't see who was causing it, but I had a bad feeling about it. Of course, that moment was one of the rare times when my instincts didn't fail me. Percy POV. To our right, the centaurs formed a line. For the first time, I noticed people too. I used all my willpower to keep my gaze from the wall. This way our plan would be exposed for everyone to see. So I waited for Parvati and Seamus to notice. If they did, we'd stay under their control much longer, letting them do whatever they wanted. But to get the plan off the ground, they needed to leave this place. I twisted my fingers until I could grab one end of the knot, and only when I relaxed my muscles did I realize how painful it was to force them that way. Of course, I was certain this pain couldn't compare to anything else I'd ever experienced. But that very certainty confused me. "How did you know that?" "We need to get out of here," I whispered excitedly to Seamus and Parvati. "No, really?
Ya lo sé.
Parvati and Seamus, respectively. I've got a plan, I announced, brushing aside their comments, but we need to get out of this. Got any ideas? Parvati wrinkled her nose. Last year we trained us to create magic without a wand, but nobody succeeded. And this year they didn't pick it up again, so you can't either. Should we give it a shot? I suggested with barely any conviction, making it sound like a question. Parvati hesitated for a moment, weighing her options as she tilted her head. Definitely, he said, still hesitating. That won't cause any harm, just an unimaginable disappointment. I was thinking, I told them, do wands and spells only channel magic, right? Parvati and Seamus looked at me cautiously but nodded. Then intense emotions could unleash magic too? Not in the sense of directing it, though. How to activate it, Parvati understood. Yes, I suppose so. Magic emanates from us, so that suggestion makes sense. That could release the magic, but we'd still need to channel it. Parvati began rambling, as if speaking aloud regular words would work. The suggestion is what makes normal spells work, making them seem more powerful than they actually are. Yeah, our language words should suffice. Parvati, Seamus grumbled, you know how I get confused when you start talking so fast and without any sense. Parvati rolled her eyes. They can tell the strings to let go of their hands, he suggested, or they can just think about it. Personally, I'll think about it because I feel a bit silly talking to strings. Have you tried this before? I teased him, teasing him with a playful question. Parvati, showing she had no sense of humor, shot me a killing gaze. Seamus coughed, and in my heart I thanked him. What are we going to do? He asked. I've got a plan, he declared. Don't untangle the strings until I tell you. Parvati made a face. I hope your plan works out, Seamus said. I was expecting the same. I had my doubts too. The cave wasn't particularly deep, but it took Voldemort quite some time to reach the level where our table was positioned, with us bound to it. General Rem congratulated Voldemort to Carlos. Apparently that wasn't his real name, with a smile that looked more like a grimace. He brought Percy Jackson here along with 2 others who were part of the prophecy. Voldemort came back to us. You and Percy Jackson. Titan. 2, 3, 4. You defeated 4 Titans, including the King of Titans. You should feel proud. Of course, you don't remember it, he added cheerfully. I looked at him with hatred. From what I knew, he was the one who had erased my memory, though I doubted it. Professor Haroldine had promised to return it to me, so I assumed she was the one who took it away. But you do. You must be unforgettable, I remarked sarcastically, though Voldemort didn't even bother to look at me. Parvati Patil and Seamus Finnegan. Not particularly outstanding, but they're part of the prophecy. Voldemort sighed. I have to kill them, kids. I need to stop them before you guys arrest me. Everyone knows that. But a shout interrupted Voldemort's irritating monologue. Now, a faint voice echoed from another room. The door could be seen slightly jutting against the wall where they had brought the hornless centaurs. Seamus POV. Before anyone could react to the aura, a Spanish phrase meaning now, a stamp came through that door. It was tricky because it was meant for one person, and the door was so small that everyone looked ridiculous as they bent down trying to squeeze through. They didn't carry their bows, but managed to hold them together with the strings tied to their wrists. The thick cords, which stung when brushing against skin, caused pain when striking other centaurs. Now there were other factors to consider. While Voldemort had swords and bows on his side, the other centaurs carried their own weapons. Now they'll slowly start ordering the strings to come loose, Percy muttered. We all did it in silence. Nobody particularly called out to speak with the strings. And surprisingly, the trick worked. I felt the strings tugging at my wrists as they untangled from my hands. I glanced at Percy, since Parvati was facing me and couldn't see his wrists either, while her own knots kept unraveling. In the blink of an eye, we were free. That's how it went. There was a war going on around us, so we stayed out of the way. Right now, Percy whispered to us, we're going to get to the computer door by Cat's Fur. Percy raised his hand, crouching low like Parvati and I, and pointed at the floor computer door. When we were talking to Voldemort, Parvati hissed and whispered, don't say it, which made Percy roll his eyes. The one of the centaurs bent down to stash our belongings there. The bad news is I don't know how to open the portal. Brilliant, Percy, Parvati remarked sarcastically. Well, a centaur darted right in front of me and I couldn't see it, Percy explained. Plus, it's just a hatch. You just pull it up to open it. That we'll see about that. We all made our way to the gatehouse, but we kept a close watch to avoid getting stepped on by the centaurs. Thanks to Merlin, they had reflexes and would spring away when we crossed paths. But they were so caught up in the battle that they never paused to think about what they just jumped over. We reached the gate and Percy opened it. Inside was a wooden box. I figured it was meant to protect the items hidden from the rocky surface of the hole they were in. Luckily, the box had no lock, so it opened easily. Inside were our wands. But Percy seemed to be missing something. At least that's what I thought when he started frantically searching the box. He even pulled it out from its place to check underneath. Percy, we need to go, Parvati urged urgently. But my pencil, Percy stammered. There are more pens, Percy, Parvati insisted. Percy's face changed, and he started feeling his pockets. When he found something, he let out a sigh of relief as he stopped searching. Here it is, she whispered. Parvati and I followed Percy to the wall's computer port, where Percy opened it. I don't know how, since it didn't open like a door, but vaguely saw him press 4 buttons at the corners of the panel. Percy invited us in by raising an arm and pointing toward the passageway. We entered, and Percy hurriedly closed the door as he was the last to go. It was easy, but I could tell Percy had a slight claustrophobia since he kept staring at the walls. Since the corridor wasn't that narrow, he went to Parvati and tried to push us along faster. What's going on? I asked. Nothing, just small spaces bother me, he replied. You know, ADHD. I nodded. When we were about 50 meters away, a light appeared. It had been visible before, but until now it had become more distinct. We're here, Parvati murmured. We were finally at the end. And in an unfamiliar spot halfway through the forest too. About Griffos and the men who turn to wolves. Chapter 21. About Griffos and the men who turn wolfish. Miranda POV. I love rain. Honestly, I'm crazy about the idea of dancing in the rain with some handsome guy. Or even better, a kiss under the drizzle. But when you've been walking for an hour after being kidnapped, the rain isn't exactly pleasant. It makes you shiver and gets on your nerves. I let out a loud, annoyed sigh as I pulled my jacket from the backpack. I wasn't going to do much. Just to soak up the cold and add some weight, since it was made of fabric rather than leather or a windbreaker. But I figured it was worth trying. I slipped on my jacket and looked ahead. We were right in front of the museum. It wasn't hard to find, since we were on the outskirts of Manhattan when we left Auntie M's Gnome's Emporium. We took directions from a kind old lady on the street, a pretty cliché look with her glasses and a purse as big as a world to ward off thieves. We were close enough, if you didn't count the walk we had to take to reach the museum. And now, an hour later, we were standing right in front of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I figured we were lucky to make it today, even before dark. Before dinner, I thought. Yeah, we're lucky. I kept mulling that over. While it would have been a bonus to arrive dry, it's a shame this doesn't seem to be our day. I let out a trembling sigh. We're here, I said. Yes, Ian replied. Here's the museum, I pointed out to them. Yes, Harry repeated. Don't you think I'm here, right? I asked. No, they said in unison. Let's wrap this up, I said, irritated by them. Those who had pinned their cynical bad mood on me, in my opinion. Together, the three of us climbed the stairs. The entire building was a deep beige, and I was a bit lost about what we were supposed to be looking for. What now? Ian asked. We're going to ask you, I suggested. I pointed out the woman behind the counter at the souvenir shop. Ian and Harry nodded, and we all headed over to her. Good morning, kids. What can I do for you? He asked with a sweet smile. We want to know where the Greek exhibition is, he mumbled. The employee Gina, as evidenced by the badge on her chest, raised an eyebrow and pulled out a brochure. She opened it and showed us the contents. The Greek exhibition is alongside the Roman one. From 150 to 160 are Roman artifacts, and from 161 to 172 are Greek ones. Any specific details? From the Muse, Ian interjected. Gina nodded. The Muse room is on the second floor here. Gina circled number 162 with her black pen. There's an elevator on the first floor. She raised a hand and gestured toward the living room to our left. Keep going straight until you reach a larger space. Then before entering that area, turn left. There's an elevator there that'll take you straight to the small muse room. Good luck. Thank you, Harry said. Nonsense, Gina replied with a smile. Together we headed to the exhibition. Was it number 162? Right? Ian asked. Yes, then we took the elevator up to the exhibition. I glanced at the map I'd grabbed from the counter. 172. Okay. Gina's directions led us to a rectangular cubicle with stairs and an elevator. Up to the elevator, I said. We found the elevator and stepped inside without any trouble. The cabin was right next to a water dispenser and some stairs, with the elevator on the left side where we entered. Once we're there, what are we supposed to do? Harry asked. Ian and I exchanged glances. I don't know, Ian replied. But starting with the muses was a smart move. If this keeps going like this, I said, we'll have to search the entire building. At least in the Greek exhibition area. But we'll take years to get there, Harry grumbled. You need to end this if you want your memories, Ian reminded Harry. Plus, we're saving the world too. It's always good when the world stays safe, right? I shot Ian a nasty look. Stop the comments from going off track, Ian, okay? No, I don't want to, he replied with a smile. I snorted in annoyance. You can't answer anyone. That's gonna get you into serious trouble soon, I said, frowning. Especially if you keep answering me. Ian rolled his eyes. Yes, already. Sure. He then made a face. Sorry. Ian POV. Miranda muttered something between stupid and idiot before the elevator doors opened. You're insulting me, Miranda exclaimed, raising her eyebrows. Shut up, La Prairie. Miranda was about to pounce on me, but Harry grabbed her forearm and held her back. Take it easy, he urged. Come on, let's get out of the elevator. Harry shot me a reproachful glance, which I met with an innocent smile. I didn't do anything, I said. Harry had clearly discovered the best way to handle me when he replied, Ignore me. To my delight, Miranda seemed incapable of doing that when she got angry. Yeah, I muttered under my breath, smiling as I crossed my hands behind my back. I can swear Miranda heard me and let out a threatening growl. Harry rolled his eyes and nudged her gently down the corridor. While I felt a twinge of jealousy, I touched her, but not me. I let out a silent sigh and shook my head. This isn't gonna happen, I told myself. The lounge was right at the elevator exit. We didn't even need to go through a door, we just stepped right out of the elevator. The room was tiny, absolutely minuscule. The cubicle measured at most 2 meters by 2 meters, and the only space occupied by the exhibition was a small display stand with a painting, partially obscured by a glass cube. We're here, Miranda said. You said that in front of the museum, I pointed out. Before Miranda could protest, Harry pointed out something inside the glass box. What's that? He asked. I moved closer to get a better look. I don't know, I whispered. There was a piece of paper there. It bore Greek symbols, and as they had told me, I should be able to read it. But I couldn't because I hadn't trained enough. What I understood was, here there's no lagoon. They must be lagoons to lagoons. The Louvre's lagoon looked something like this. Epsilon delta chi iota epsilon nu alpha iota.
Πρέπει πηγαίνω να Παρίσι. Μουσείο του Λούβρου.
What the hell is that saying there? Harry looked utterly exasperated. He wasn't some demigod, and if I had trouble understanding that, Harry couldn't grasp it even a fraction of the time. I don't know, I replied with frustration. Miranda only needed to glance at him to understand what he was saying. They're not here. They should go to Paris, he said, the Louvre Museum. Harry's eyebrows shot up, and I did the same. We don't know who wrote the note or if that person meant well, I observed. Harry vacillated. But that information matches what Anabeth gave us. And that's the hook. A good lie is always the closest thing to the truth, Miranda argued. What else can we do? This is the only clue we have, Harry said. Miranda suspirated. I suppose you're right. I'm right, I smiled. Miranda shot me a glare that made my whole body go cold. I wasn't talking to you. Well, you didn't specify who. Hey guys, calm down, we don't need to get too worked up. Harry stopped speaking.
Sam.
The faucet. I turned my head in different directions to figure out why Harry had brought up the topic. And I found it when I opened the window. In the window, the faucet was flying. But it couldn't fly properly, and its head was shrinking I don't have much time, Sam said. I had trouble hearing him clearly through the window, which muffled the sound, and partly because it was a lion with an eagle's head. What he said sounded almost like a roar. The faucet spoke. Miranda boasted. I pressed my lips shut to avoid a sarcastic retort, though I thought, no, really? Seeing Miranda was already staring at me like a madwoman. So I just rolled my eyes. We need to leave, Harry urged us urgently. Let's get the note out of the glass jar, Miranda corrected. We can go after the faucet now. Miranda, Harry grunted. Harry, Miranda replied. They kept staring, waiting for the other to look down. But neither did. So I stepped in. Since we're wasting time arguing, why don't I help Sam while you guys retrieve the note from the glass jar? I reasoned after a few seconds. All right, they murmured in unison. I'm going, I told Sam. Maybe I was losing my mind, hearing that faucet talk and how he couldn't hear me from outside the building. Far from the window, I shook my head. I'm pretty sure I'm going crazy. Maybe the whole situation was just a hallucination. I sighed. Then we'll just go with the flow of this hallucination, I said, trying to keep up with the madness. When I got down there, I chose the stairs to save time since the elevator took longer to go up. But the stairs were quicker to come down. I didn't expect Gina to be right in front of the stairs when I arrived. Can I help you? She asked gently. No, thanks, I said uncomfortably as I tried to move past him. Gina shut me out. Where are you going? Shall I accompany you to the exit? He offered. No thanks, I insisted with renewed vigor. I tried to walk past her again, but her hand wrapped around my arm. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt from the mestizo camp, so I could feel her nails pressing against my skin. Suddenly, she wasn't just the receptionist anymore. She was a monster, and I couldn't easily fight it. Let me go, I ordered as I drew my sword with the other arm, pressing the button and the blade snapped open. No, I didn't know what to do. An idea came to me, but it felt somehow inhuman. I wasn't sure if monsters could feel pain, and I felt like Gina's nails were stretching and sinking into my arm. It wasn't quick, but it hurt like hell. Without a second thought, I cut off her hand. Ah! Gina gasped. Damn! I ignored her words and thrust a dagger into her chest before she could react. Gina turned to golden dust. I made a grimace when I realized that if she hadn't been distracted by the pain, I wouldn't have had a chance at all. I got distracted when I heard a roar outside the museum.
Sam recalled.
I ran as fast as I could with the cut on my arm from Gina's nails. Though not very deep, I bent my arm because I didn't know what else to do. What's going on? I looked at the faucet. Sam was writhing on the floor, gradually taking on a humanoid form. My mind tried to wrap itself around the concept. The faucet was transforming into a human. His hair grew out, the feathers fell off his head. The fur vanished, replaced by skin. Fortunately, when he regained his human form, he was dressed in a dark blue trousers and a dark blue shirt. His hair was jet black, and his eyes glowed with deep azure hues. Hey there? I greeted, raising an eyebrow to hide my visible unease. Hello? The boy lying on the floor murmured weakly, Ian. I looked at him in surprise. How do you know my name? I asked him. Because Harry called you that. How did you know about Harry? I asked in shock. Sam, who had been the faucet earlier, shot me a glare that made me cringe. Frankly, I thought I'd heard him mumble that. Then,
Sam
shot me another irritated look. No, Reese, the strange gaze. Do you go by Reese? I asked him. Yes. So why did Harry call you Sam? Deep down inside, I was thrilled to see Reese Sam getting off their perch. Why can't an eagle just call someone by their name, right? I have two answers to that question, I said. First, what if the name is the sound it makes when someone asks you by your name? Second, were you a faucet? Wasn't you? Ian, what did you do, Ian? Miranda's shocked exclamation rang out. I made a face. And Sam? Harry asked. My name is Reese, Sam grumbled, explaining I used to be a faucet. Then you were Sam? Miranda asked, scanning him.
I'm Reese.
I smiled. Are you Sam? I snapped. Reese was growing increasingly irritated. Yes.
Harry exclaimed.
I guess I didn't want to think I'd been touching a boy instead of a faucet. And honestly, I wouldn't have wanted to either. We need to get out of here, Miranda said. Come on. We have to leave now. We need a place to sleep because unless we find a way to reach France today, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. We walked to the park right in front of the museum. I had no clue how we were going to get to Paris. That was like crossing into another continent. We'd have to cross the sea. But how on earth would we do that? Did they get the score? I asked. We need to check if there's any clue. Where's the Muse in Louvre? Is this some kind of joke? In fact, I'd go for the "it's a joke" line, Miranda said sarcastically. Hey, I whined. Sarcasm is my thing. Miranda rolled her eyes. We kept walking until we spotted the first coffee shop. Turns out we were completely clueless. It wasn't until 4 p.m. that we found a Starbucks. For hours of walking through downtown Manhattan, with people bumping into you and noise everywhere. Tired and annoyed. Yeah. Did they get the grade? I asked. No. How are we supposed to get to Paris? Harry asked as soon as we sat down at the cafe table, each of us sipping coffee, with Miranda holding a cup of tea. Straight to the point, huh? I remarked. Don't you think we should first resolve the issue of the extra passenger? Miranda challenged. The term passenger doesn't apply here, Miranda, Reese remarked. Miranda ignored him. We can't send for people on a search mission. The only time we've pulled this off successfully was in the labyrinth battle, but even then Percy Jackson and Annabeth Chase were part of that team. Plus Grover was there too. Who's the Lord of the Wild, you know? That's a special case. And let's not forget Tyson, the Cyclops. So I'm pretty sure that exception doesn't apply to us. Alright, we've already pulled this off before, right? I tried to cheer them up. We can do it ourselves. Actually, Reese muttered, if Harry is the equivalent of Percy in his world, then he should be able to do it too. Then how did you know that? Miranda snapped. Reese hesitated. I've been snooping around the camp for weeks, he explained, snapping some snippets of conversations. Miranda looked utterly confused. How did you get in? She asked anxiously. Reese made a face. The barriers were crumbling. That's how the dog from hell got in. Miranda's face showed a mix of worry and relief. That means we don't have a traitor, he explained to Harry and me, who were feeling a bit lost. But any monster can come in as long as they're strong enough. Harry made a face and shrugged his arm. His chances of beating Gina would have been worse if he'd been injured. Maybe I was just lucky. An idea popped into my head. Something obvious that made me feel stupid for not having thought of it earlier. And some nectar? Miranda, can you give me nectar? I asked, gesturing with my arm. Miranda raised her eyebrows in concern. Why didn't I see this before? He muttered, teeth chattering as he rummaged through his backpack. Here you go. Miranda handed me something that looked like a lemon bar. It's nectar. You can eat it all without getting burned, but take your time to taste it properly. If you start feeling feverish, I suggest you stop eating. After finishing our coffee, we all had a sandwich from the cafeteria for dinner before heading out. Miranda, Harry called out, standing in the open space of a park, scanning his surroundings. Did you bring a camping tent? He asked. I hated camping. The only time I ever went was when my dad took me about 10 years ago. Since he's been gone, I thought sarcastically. Honestly, it was a relief. This reality, which I'm not entirely sure isn't just my brain's creation. In boarding school, I thought about my parents, always about my parents. Now I have to save the world. Miranda and Harry set up the tent. I never wanted to go there, those bad memories. Now boarding school doesn't sound so terrible anymore. Our cave, our tree. Chapter 22. The exchange. Our cave, our tree. Percy POV. We set out. We'd been out for hours. Not a soul had crossed paths with us. Not a rabbit, not even a tiny insect. No, sir, there was nothing here, and I was certain it was the Dementors and Voldemort's fault. It was frustrating. The animals sensed danger and hid, and even Hogwarts itself felt the threat. But it couldn't hide. Couldn't act differently, speak the words they already suspect. Would cause a mass panic at Hogwarts. What are we going to do now? Who knows who's back? And this time Harry won't stop him. He'll take over the world and wipe out every last drop of Muggle blood. Even if they're in a wizard's house. Parvati was on the verge of tears. And though you might not believe it, what she said didn't calm me down at all. Seamus tried to comfort her clumsily. I can assure you that comforting wasn't his thing. Unfortunately for him, only partially because he liked Parvati. The moment Seamus put his hand on her shoulder, she wrapped her arms around his neck and he embraced me. Seamus looked at me pleading for help, but I just kept smiling and laughing to myself with amusement. It's been ages since I last laughed, ever since we narrowly escaped Voldemort's clutches. Seamus shot me a glare, and I shot him back an innocent smile. What are we going to do? Parvati asked, wiping away tears from her face and sniffing her nose. Keep looking, Seamus replied with a heavy heart, because that was the only thing we could do anyway. I don't see how 3 of us can take down an equal number of monsters, Parvati protested. Why an equal number? Because we have 0 clue how many there are. Let's face it, even demons couldn't handle Hydra. How could we possibly handle more monsters? Perth managed to take down the Dementor, Seamus said optimistically, but even I rolled my eyes. Seamus, Dementors are slow. And let me be serious, we can't handle a Dementor. Forget about an army of them.
Plus, Parvati, para, he pleaded softly.
Excuse me? It's depressing, Seamus added. Parvati rolled her eyes, but her ears turned crimson. I was thinking it out loud, he half justified. Stop it now, Seamus snapped, his voice trembling. I won't do it anymore, Parvati corrected, though there was a hint of sarcasm in her voice, indicating she was somewhat annoyed. I made a face. I waited for Seamus to miss it. He'd feel guilty and apologize, and he'd end up looking like a fool. I shook my head slightly to clear my head. I was walking along the branches. We'll need a place to wait, Seamus recalled. Yes, there are all kinds of monsters here. At the very least, we need a place to wait out here, Parvati added. I nodded in agreement with both of them. My head shot up and my eyes widened wide open. Map! I exclaimed. I pulled out the map from my backpack and opened it. As I read the words in the note, the map came into view. But it was different. What's that? Parvati asked. A map. But look at this. The map was no longer a Hogwarts map, it had become a forest map. It was enormous, several times larger than Hogwarts itself, and Hogwarts alone was already vast enough. Look at this tree. I pointed to a tree standing in the middle of the forest. The map didn't show it clearly, but it was outlined, so when you saw it, you'd get a vague idea that the tree was there. Waco. It's empty, Seamus remarked. I nodded in agreement. We already know where to go. But how do we get there? Parvati interjected. I checked the map, and when I spotted our names, I grinned like a total newbie. Here. I pointed to the spot where our names were written. Move a bit, Parvati, so we can figure out where we need to go. Parvati snorted low, but she did what I told her. Well, today our luck was at its lowest point, yes, but at least we knew where to go. We need to move forward. Right toward. I pointed in different directions until I was certain of the direction. Left. We'll be there in about 20 minutes. Parvati POV. 5 minutes after Percy told us which way to go, I asked, what time is it?
I'm hungry.
I suddenly had an idea. We haven't eaten anything all day. How did we not notice? Percy was distracted and looking around aimlessly, so it was Seamus who answered me. Not that I was bothered by it. I don't know. The adrenaline? Does adrenaline make you lose your appetite? Seamus shrugged.
No lo sé.
I paused for a moment. While I hadn't done well in herbology in previous years, I'd heard that Seamus was the class's top student after Neville, of course. But here's the thing, I couldn't read a map at all. Before I could speak, Percy said, Seamus, you and Parvati go find fences or whatever edible stuff we can find in the woods. Are you good with plants? Huh? Seamus nodded. Good, Percy murmured. Don't get separated from the path. Stay where they can see me. Can you spot dangerous plants, Seamus? Seamus smiled. I would have done the same if we were in familiar territory. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case right now. I have the book memorized. Percy returned the smile. It was forced and seemed tired, but Seamus was even more distracted than Percy, who apparently noticed everything except the obvious. So he didn't notice. Percy kept staring at the map. While we could locate ourselves since our names were listed on it, he looked at it with suspicion. I understood why. It was a magical object, possibly enchanted to lead us into a trap. I noticed it eerily resembled the map Harry had been carrying everywhere last year. Seamus led me to a bush. It had purple and red hedges with blue polka dots. "They're super cute," I said with a smile. As I reached out to grab one, Seamus nudged my hand. "Hey, you can't grab any of these barriers, Parvati," he said sternly. "We need to know which side of the plant is left first. Only then will we take the barriers." I didn't catch half of what he said, but I grasped the main point. "We can only grab the fence on the left side according to the bush." Seamus crouched down and got into position to check under the bush. He then pulled out one of the roots and left it in its original spot but positioned it vertically. "This is the left side of the plant," Seamus pointed out, gesturing toward the right side we were viewing from. "Would they poison us if they're the wrong ones?" I asked. "Yes. A swift and painless death. Instantaneous, as soon as you touch the fence's edge." "Are you sure these are the right ones?" I asked. "Well, 50%. I shot him a glare. He gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes. "According to the branches, yes, that's the right side, but we have a 5% margin of error." I made a face. "That's a lot." Seamus rolled his eyes. "No lo es." I kept my face straight. Seamus sighed and, before he could react, grabbed one of the barriers from his chosen side and stuffed it into his mouth. "Seamus? Seamus!" I cried out as his eyes went blank and he collapsed to the floor. Percy saw us, opened his eyes wide, and ran off in a flash. "What happened to him?" he asked, worried. "A poisoned fence." "Damn fool. You swore you knew how to pick the damn fences," I yelled at Seamus. Seamus started to sob? "No," he began, chuckling between teeth. Then his giggles turned into full-blown laughter. Relief rushed through me. Then came the fury. "Idiot Sazi." I couldn't find the words to describe how much of a fool Seamus was, so I gave him a shot in the arm. "Ow!" he groaned, rubbing his arm where I'd hit it. Percy reacted to Seamus's facade by glaring at him, then returned to studying the map. I crossed my arms and followed behind them. After a few attempts, Seamus transformed a branch into a basket, those woven branches you see in movies. He started stuffing it with fences, and when the basket became too small to hold all of them, he magically expanded it. Percy kept his eyes glued to the map and his surroundings, double-checking that everything matched up. Every now and then, he shot me and Seamus glances to make sure we were still here. Meanwhile, I started crafting a floral crown. I cut a flower from each shrub and added small white blossoms I found along the way. After finishing a ring of small white flowers, I interwove another circle of tiny white blossoms. This time, they were even smaller. It wasn't long before we reached the hollow tree. "We're here," Percy declared, spreading his arms toward the tree and leaving the map in one of his hands. I put on my floral crown. I saw Percy talking to the map, and for a moment I thought he'd gone mad. But then I figured maybe it was just some spell. Percy entered first, then Seamus, and finally me. It was a cave. Nobody had ever discovered this place. There was absolutely nothing inside. The floor was made of earth, and the roots made it look like you couldn't get in, though they let in patches of light between them. I transformed some leaves that were scattered around in sleeping bags, since I'm the one who's best suited for transformation classes. I settled into the spots where light streamed in, while the boys formed a triangle, our feet together, yet our heads facing different directions. He let out a heavy sigh. "We'll have to go back to school tomorrow," I grumbled with my eyes shut. "I know," said Seamus and Percy in unison. "We'll be in trouble," I added. "I know." This time Percy spoke alone. I turned to look at Seamus. He was lying face down, elbows outstretched, hands under his cheek. When he let out a low snore, I was certain he was asleep. I tried to fall asleep, but couldn't shake off that lingering unease. Sweat poured down my face as I felt trapped in this nightmare. The frustration just wouldn't let go. I had zero clue what we were dealing with. It seemed to be some Greek mythology-inspired magic ritual. Every time I closed my eyes, Voldemort's terrifying face would flash back like a broken record. My mind was racing and I couldn't sleep. There was nothing I could do because I knew absolutely nothing. I shifted my position while trying to find something else to focus on. "Percy," I whispered. "Are you asleep?" "No," he murmured, his eyes tightly shut. "Paris's dormito." "Well, I'm not." We fell silent. "Percy, tell me about Anabeth," I asked. Under the soft moonlight, I saw Percy raise his eyebrows. What do you want me to tell you about Anabeth? Yes, that should give me something to think about. Percy fell silent for a few seconds. For a moment I thought he'd doze off. But then he spoke up. She's blonde, with stormy gray eyes. We hadn't been together long when I disappeared. I don't know much more, he said, his voice carrying a faint smile. He had always liked Anabeth. When he remembered, he couldn't recall much about her. Hey, he gave her a light pat on the foot. We'll find it. Then we'll save the world. Percy let out a bitter laugh. No humor in it. I've saved the world multiple times before, he said with a sarcastic tone. Then he froze mid-sentence, muttering his words under his breath. After a moment of concentration, he let out a frustrated moan. His voice crackled with fury as he continued. I didn't know that. We fell silent, and after a few minutes, Percy dozed off. He began to mumble under his breath, and I listened in fascination. Anabeth, Miranda? Kronos is back. Voldemort, I must save them. Anabeth, I must save them. Percy POV. It was just a fleeting moment when I saw Anabeth in my dream. Nothing special. She was sleeping, but she kept writhing, like she was having a nightmare. I took a step toward her, but as soon as I did, the dream changed. In the past I felt it, but it was just a few hours at most. We were in Manhattan with 3 people. Their features were discernible, though not very clearly due to the darkness. There was a girl and 3 boys. One wore glasses, another was blonde, and the third had coffee-colored hair. The girl was blonde with her hair ends dyed green. Felt familiar, but I couldn't recall where. Miranda, the bespectacled boy, called out to the girl. Miranda, The girl asked, glancing at the blonde boy. She liked him. Did you bring a camping gear store? He asked. They set up the tent while the boy with chestnut hair kept watching them with curious eyes. They must save us, he thought aloud. Kronos is back. Kronos is back. The mere thought of that name sends shivers down my spine. I had no clue who he was, but I met him before losing my memory, and it wasn't good news as I could tell. Kronos is back. And so is Voldemort. Voldemort would help whoever Kronos defeats Miranda and the other 3, along with those they were with. Could it be that they knew Anabeth? The dream faded and slowed. The colors coiled around me, and suddenly I was no longer in Miranda's minicamp with her friends. Miranda. I kept trying to remember where that name felt familiar. The colors blended and merged, until everything turned gray. There was nothing left, yet I felt as if I were traveling at breakneck speed. My hair fluttered everywhere, but it wasn't long enough to reach my forehead except for the tips. The strands made static, making it hard to see clearly. Though there was nothing to do with it, everything was gray. Unlike the cave where moonlight alone kept out darkness, everything here appeared in shades of gray with a faint hint of its true hue. Here, however, everything was monochromatic and flat. I couldn't tell if what lay beyond was earth or sky, but I couldn't escape it either. I wasn't anywhere. Now I wasn't in the wilderness anymore. I was at a campsite, the kind where families go on vacation. There were cabins, but these were different. Each had its own symbol and unique appearance. And they had weapons. There were many people around me. They all looked at me pleadingly, and it seemed like they knew me, but among them, I only recognized Anabeth. Save us, Percy, they screamed. Choose. It didn't quite feel like a memory, but it wasn't exactly a dream either. Strangely enough, it felt like a dream's recollection. Everyone there seemed familiar, yet I couldn't recall their names or how I'd known them. I should have saved them, but I think I already had to. The decision they were asking for was already made. The colors of memory, to be honest, not many at all. The whole dream was colored, but faded, almost gray, wove back together like before, and everything turned gray again. But this time, my dream took me to something that actually happened. Anabeth was in bed. When I looked out the window, I saw the same camp as before, but it felt different. This time it was full night, not the late night of old. Only a few torches were lit outside, and nobody was out there. Anabeth shared her cabin with many others, but I couldn't force myself to look at them. All I could see was Anabeth. She appeared calm. Her hair was scattered across the pillow, with sheets tangled around her. She seemed to be having a restless dream, moving restlessly. Everything was moving fast, to be honest. Suddenly, it wasn't night anymore. The torches outside were gone, and people started appearing around the camp. From one of the cabins, I saw the glasses-wearing boy emerge from the first part of my dream. He encountered the blonde guy. This time I could see them more clearly, though not perfectly, as they were far away. The glasses-wearing boy had black hair and green eyes, while the blonde guy had blue eyes. They went to a cabin. When they exited the side of the cabin, the boys couldn't get in. Miranda left at the same time. Everyone was carrying a backpack. They must have disappeared from my sight, probably even from the camp. I had no clue where I was, but the camp meant everything to me. That was for sure. Meanwhile at the Mestizo camp. Chapter 23. Meanwhile at the Mestizo camp. Anabeth POV. The moment I woke up, I looked around my cabin. If my calculations were correct, and they always were, plus the movement I predicted was perfectly logical, Harry, Ian, and Miranda had already left Camp Mestizo just a few minutes ago. It didn't happen earlier because Harry and Ian were a bit lazy, and Miranda would have it harder to wake them up. It didn't happen later because they knew they had to go, and if it was too late, they'd catch them. I sighed. I wasn't entirely sure about letting them go on the search, but they were already gone. I couldn't stop them. We needed a search team to come out of the camp, and we didn't have one. I sat on my bed and massaged my temples. "Casey!" I exclaimed, trying to act like I was completely out of my mind. "Whoa!" she exclaimed, startled awake by the sudden awakening. The rest of the cabin let out grunts, even though they'd heard me scream earlier. "Go find Ian, Harry, and Miranda," I said, my voice trembling as I feigned uncertainty. I wouldn't fool anyone in my cabinho'd already guessed I'd suspected their escape, since they'd done the same thing and knew this whole thing was a scam. Casey shot me a nasty glare. Now she wasn't just pretending to be clueless about the whole scheme. She was actually getting involved in it herself. "I'm leaving now," he grunted. "I'll change before I go." I sighed softly and got dressed. I stepped out of the cabin. Most of Athena's crew had already left and issued search orders, following my unspoken instructions. Pretend we didn't let Harry, Ian, or Miranda slip away, then search the camp for them. I was wearing my mud shorts, a Campano Mestizo shirt, and sneakers. "You knew they'd escape," Malcolm accused. I bit my lip. I knew everything about the cabin. Why not ask someone I trust to verify it? Yes. I gave them the necessary information to ensure they wouldn't die during the attempt. "They were going out of the camp anyway," I apologized. Malcolm raised an eyebrow. "You know that's not the case. There's no way they could have outsmarted a security team if you decided to put it in place yourself," he said. He pursed his lips. "They're bringing Percy over," I said softly. Malcolm smiled tenderly. Sometimes he forgot that even though we were only half-brothers, spending so much time together made us feel like real siblings. "He has to come back," I added. "I know," Annie said, Malcolm said, giving me a half-hearted hug with one arm. I frowned. "Don't call me Annie," I shouted, but he'd already turned around and bolted away. I was annoyed. It was 11 in the morning when Tyler arrived, a 13-year-old boy from Apollo's cabin, fresh out of the world. "Grover's here," he gasped, panting as he ran over. "He says it's important you come." Panting, he added, "He's at the Grand House." He snorted. The moment I pinpointed the location, I bolted out. Ever since Percy vanished, Grover had been nowhere to be seen. He'd gone to track him down while also recruiting new campers. I stopped running the moment I stood before Grover and gave him a hug. "Hey," I greeted him. "What's the problem?" Grover looked nervous, scanning his surroundings as if expecting some monster to burst in at any moment. He might have heard about the incident with Harry's hellhound. Still, he couldn't decide whether the worst part was the barriers failing again or if there was still a traitor in the camp. Either way, the camp was no longer safe. "The barriers are failing," he declared nervously. "Just minutes ago, as we were approaching, we got attacked by a hellhound." "What?" I asked anxiously. "Are there any casualties?" "No," he admitted. "They were given ambrosia and now they're fine. But there's more to come." "Monsters or campers?" I asked. "Both. Since I left, there's been this whole wave of campers with marked up ages. Some before they turned 13, others who hit that milestone years ago. I think there's even one who's 15. Why didn't you bring them? I blurted out. Grover swallowed hard. We've received messages from the gods. They told us to wait a couple of weeks, but everyone got a message last night or this morning that we should bring them here right now. These messages are super subtle theory designed to make it look like they're trying to hide who sent them, but they actually reveal the sender's identity. But why, Harry? They wanted to avoid any contact with Harry, I concluded, and couldn't send their children while he remained here, nor could they take them out. That's why, in 2 weeks, not a single new demigod had arrived at the mixed camp except those brought by Nico, whereas before there used to be a constant influx of them. I ran a hand through my hair. How many are there? Grover thought for a few seconds. About 60 demigods. Exactly 64. I put my hand to my face. We'll need to do a lot of renovations, I said unnecessarily. Who are your people? I sighed. Rosalind, Jordan, and Caden. Rose is 13 and the daughter of Apollo. Jordan is 14 and the son of Aphrodite, while Caden is 14 and the son of Eris, she explained as we walked toward the infirmary. Around her were several Apollo's children, applying and removing bandages. How long do we have left before the rest of the satyrs and demigods arrive? I asked. I'd say 10 minutes, Grover replied cheerfully. What? I sobbed. Grover shrugged. In 5 minutes setting a new record, I managed to gather the heads of each cabin. Without giving them time to speak, I snapped. Take your new campers to the cabins as soon as you see them. I don't want this place packed with people. I went out and waited at the entrance of Camp Mestizo for the new campers. They arrived 3 minutes after I got there. Those weren't the 10 minutes Grover had promised me. The first group was chased by a hellhound. Not a small one. Not even the size of Mrs. O'Leary. It was larger than a Hummer. It was a kilometer behind them, but the dog would catch up soon, and let's be real, they couldn't handle it. Thankfully, they made it to the barrier safe, but the dog could still get in. The beast was strong enough to break through. Damn it, I grumbled and turned toward Clarice. She was here waiting for her campers too. Not by choice, of course. Clarice, bring your cabin and any other willing fighter. With a focused look on her face, Clarice nodded once before beginning to shout orders at her campers. We got rid of the dog without much trouble when campers started fighting with him. But whenever new campers arrived, usually in groups of 3 with the satyr's help, they'd be chased by a monster. Most came with injuries, some quite severe, so the whole camp sprang into action. The cottage of Athena was locked in fierce combat with the house of Ares, a rare occurrence. Thankfully, Talia had returned with explicit orders from Artemis to assist in the battle. I stationed the hunters high up where they could see the camp entrance clearly, ready to shoot arrows at the monsters. I trusted they wouldn't accidentally target any campers. Apollo's cabin was filled with the wounded many, but not seriously. Some could manage with a cup of nectar or a goblet of ambrosia, while others were in far worse shape. Twisted ribs and broken arms lay scattered across the ground. The satyrs were using their flutes to keep the monsters trapped in the vines. Pollux had joined the cabin of Demeter, who were patrolling the camp in search of someone to arrive at locations where Athena Ares equipment couldn't be distributed. Hermes' cabin was sneaking through the monsters, infiltrating their ranks. They were seasoned at this, constantly stealing stealthily. The children of Deimos and Phobos were guarding against any monster that might slip through the huts of Athena, Ares, or Demeter. The hut of Eris tried to distract any creature that could recognize them, so they wouldn't see the arrows from the hunters coming their way. Harmony's children cared for the injured, those in shock or at risk of psychological trauma. The cottage of Aphrodite tried to convince the wounded they'd recover soon with the help of ambrosia and nectar, but they still couldn't quite believe it. Hecate's cabin had been working to find a spell to reinforce the barriers, unsuccessful, but it was an advantage we hadn't had before. The children of Hypnos, thankfully not asleep, were crafting tiny balls containing sleep spells, which they carried to Hephaestus' workshop to incorporate into some arrows. The master craftsman was frantically making weapons as I ordered. These were urgently needed, I sensed. Nike's logos had been scattered everywhere, in every corner and nowhere at all. The Teak kids had done the same thing. The Knicks trained any new campers in excellent condition, 2/3 of the campers arriving, and that's just counting those who were cured with a little ambrosia. But the Knicks' cabin was the most suitable for teaching, aside from Athena's cabin. They had great patience and understood things, which gave them the ability to explain. Iris's children were battling on winged creatures with anything that flew and tried to cross the battlefield. They also blinded them with rainbows, making them easy prey. But this disrupted the Iris messages, leaving us virtually cut off from communication. Hadrian, Heather, and Nico roamed the battlefield, slaying monsters. Nico moved with astonishing ease, his shadow travels taking him everywhere. As soon as 6 o'clock struck, the monsters fled. I felt the desperate energy gnawing at my throat throughout the battle. I never imagined Percy would feel this way leading us all in the Battle of Manhattan. Like him, I was left without Chiron to guide me. No, he had gone to find his cousins. Just like him, we were in the midst of the battle, but it wasn't real. This was part of a plan. Someone had been waiting for Harry to leave, knowing the new demigods would only arrive after that. This was a vulnerable moment for us, as we didn't have our regular campers on board. When he left, and only when he left, I looked at the map from a distance to see where that tactic was and where we were positioned. They were planning another attack soon, and this was the perfect moment. More than half of the campers present weren't trained and needed protection. Among those who were trained, many were wounded. The barriers were failing, and there was nowhere else to go. I let out a trembling sigh. The conch sounded, and the campers rushed over newcomers and the wounded included. The injured carried crutches and plaster casts in their arms. They still had hours to spare and several jars of nectar left to heal properly. Unfortunately, our ambrosia supplies were nearly depleted, so the cabins of Apollo and Hecate were working together to find a replacement. I made my way to the dining hall pavilion and climbed onto the platform there. From this vantage point, I could see everyone. Strangely enough, despite the sheer number of new campers in one day, they were all called out whether before or after arriving. Every camper had bloodstains on their clothes. Bloodstains, you know? Because monsters don't bleed. Not all of them. Mine had a cut on my cheek, and damn it, it hurt, but it wasn't a serious wound, and there was no ambrosia available to heal something like that. Even asking for it would be selfish. Today we had an attack that nobody could have predicted, I announced. I couldn't reach Rachel today, but I know she would have alerted us if Shed sensed anything specific. I looked at Rachel. She was seated at the table where Chiron and Denisio were sitting, and as the oracle, she too was there. I just had a bad feeling, he apologized with regret, a forced smile. She knew it wasn't her fault, but she couldn't bring herself to smile. I want to tell you we did great today. It was a surprise attack where we weren't in numerical parity, but we managed to keep the camp standing. I bit my lower lip. Chiron isn't here. He went to fetch his cousins. A few chuckles spread through the pavilion as they thought about the ponies. Harry, Ian and Miranda have fled. Are they traitors? Matey asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Of course not.
Llewellyn exclaimed.
No, he retorted firmly. They went on a hunt, but without proper authorization. I bit my lip again. Honestly, I don't know what to do. This is just the first attack, and I reckon another will come within the next 24 hours. The defenses are weak, so the mighty monsters can slip through. The gods aren't responding. Good thing, Rachel exclaimed, leaping off the table and rushing to my side. Once there, she whispered in my ear just for me to hear. What a way to cut through the gloom. Guys, he called softly, we're going to make it happen. We pulled it off with the Battle of Manhattan, and we'll do it here too. But we had Percy at the Battle of Manhattan, Connor Stoll recalled with a wistful tone. My face turned as if I'd swallowed a lemon, but it went back to normal. Percy would come back unless he didn't, which would drive me nuts. He had to return. There's no version of the story where he leaves and never comes back. But this isn't a fairy tale, I reminded myself harshly. In real life, girls don't always get the guy and people die. Anabeth? Rachel called out. Tell us how many people came today. I glanced at her and then pulled a crumpled sheet from my back pocket. I jotted down notes about how many children each deity had sent today. A total of 64 demigods. More than half of the original number during the school term. Oh yes, I glanced at the leaf and cleared my throat. 5 of Aphrodite, 4 of Apollo, 5 of Ares, 5 of Athena. I managed a faint smile. 2 of Dionysus, 2 of Deimos, 2 of Demeter, 4 of Eris, 2 of Phoebus, 3 of Harmony, 4 of Hecate, 5 of Hephaestus, 6 of Hermes, 3 of Hypnos, 2 of Iris, 4 of Nike, 3 of Nyx, 3 of Tyche. That I gave them a smile, this time broad and sincere. I truly wish they had arrived at a better time, with fewer wounds and more preparedness for this world. Here they will learn to fight, and must do so swiftly, unfortunately. I saw the terrified faces of both newcomers and veterans. Everyone was scared, and I was included in that category. Before I could say anything more, an iris-shaped message appeared on one side of the platform. I stepped down from the platform to get a better look. On the other side of the message was a girl, beautiful, with caramel hair and almond-shaped eyes. I recognized her from one of the books I read about Titanomia. Calypso. I swallowed hard. She was more beautiful than I ever imagined. I must have called Percy to talk, yet I didn't even realize he was lost. Calypso Gruny. Athena's cabin watched me cautiously, yet with a playful edge. Like me, they'd deduced where Percy had been when he vanished. The house of Aphrodite, apparently cherishing that romantic legend and remembering it, gazed at me with knowing familiarity. I wasn't jealous. Not at all. It was just that Percy was mine. Know you? Calypso furrowed her brows slightly in thought, then smoothed her brow. Of course not. You must be Anabeth. She smiled at me. Did Percy tell you about me? Everyone in the camp who knew my story with Percy and had heard about Calypso shot me a knowing look. I tried hard not to blush. No. You're a legend, I stated coldly. Percy isn't here. I have absolutely no clue where he's at. I'll tell him to call you. I moved closer to fade the rainbow, but Calypso stopped me. I know Percy is lost. I also know you've just been attacked by monsters and that new campers have just arrived, he exclaimed. How do you know? I asked, my voice icy cold. Hermes told me this. I want to propose a solution to you all. Her face looked genuine, but he had trouble trusting her. Percy was the one she liked, and his father was a titan. Why do you want to help us? I asked. His gaze softened even more. The gods have granted me freedom, and it's only been a few weeks since they were at war. I want to help them. The monsters are back, but the demigods aren't. I believed in his reasoning, but I refused to accept his help. Yet I had to do it. There was no other way. What's it? I said calmly. The one you're offering us. I offer to use my island. Now I can decide who enters its waters, not the Moiras anymore. They can't do it as directly as before. They can come and I'll keep them safe from the monsters. This is crucial. The barriers will weaken and within 4 days, they'll cease to function completely. They won't exist anymore. It was a fair deal. If Agia didn't want to be found, she couldn't be located. But if Calypso lied to us, it would put us in a very damaging situation. It wasn't like we had no other choice but to trust. Besides, Ogygia was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. We could reach any place with just a few rafts. We could split up into groups. The entire pavilion stood raptively. She could hear the murmurs from every table, trying to explain what was happening to the newcomers. The name Percy Jackson kept being repeated, even at Ares' table. You couldn't leave it out without missing more than half of the story. Percy, I accept, I declared with firm resolve. The following night, I spent creating messages for Iris and my own cottage, calling each of the demigods who had left for the school term. We were going to need them. Meanwhile at Hogwarts, Chapter 24. Meanwhile at Hogwarts, Hermione POV, Ron. I pressed my finger against his ribs, trying to draw his attention. Ron. And he murmured, half asleep. They left school, I told him. Through the window I could see Parvati and Seamus, the first figure followed by the second. Moments later, Percy's shadow appeared, trailing them too. I couldn't tell if she was thrilled they'd finally decided to break the rules openly, or worried about their journey into the woods. Who? Ron grunted. My eyes were rolling. Okay, maybe he hadn't slept well last night, but he couldn't stay awake in class. It was our first class. He shouldn't have been dozing off. Percy, Seamus, and Parvati, fool, I replied. Where are you headed? He asked, sitting up from his position where his head was buried in his arms.
Al bosque, y whisperat.
Something to share, Miss Granger? No, sir, I murmured, lowering my head. Then be quiet, he ordered. I snorted. What was that? Nothing, I said quickly. I rolled my eyes the moment he turned around. The classes were a mix of fast-paced and slow-paced. I couldn't focus, still thinking that Percy might find Harry. But I couldn't. If the other world from the prophecy were so close, we'd have noticed by now. Plus, Percy needed to regain his memory before anything else. We were in Gryffindor's common room. I could see many people glancing around, with most of their eyes fixed on Percy. I caught sight of Neville and Ron approaching through the corner of my eye. If you want to copy my work, no, you can't. But if you need help, I can explain things to you, I said in a monotonous voice, my eyes glued to the parchment without lifting them. It's not that, Ron said in a strange tone. Neville has a question. The way he spoke was like someone trying to say something with hidden meaning. I lifted my gaze from the parchment, which was eagerly recruiting. I'm certain the hidden meaning must have something to do with chocolate frogs. Tell Hermione the question. Neville, where's Percy? Neville asked, his tone tinged with surprise. The same cautious look he gave Ron mirrored in his voice, as Neville kept scanning the boy warily. I didn't know what to say. Ron muttered to me from behind Neville. I rolled my eyes discreetly before glancing at Neville. He escaped from Hogwarts to the forest, I said without hesitation. Ron glared at me in fury. Neville nodded in understanding. He'd fought alongside Harry since their arrival at Hogwarts, so it made sense that he knew how to keep secrets and understood that sometimes rules needed to be broken. Though I still couldn't fully wrap my head around that. Hermione, Ron cried. I never thought you'd tell the truth. That's what I could have said. I smiled with a touch of amusement. Then why didn't you do it? Ron shot me a glare that froze me in place. I'm done talking to you, Ron declared with a serious tone. My eyes were rolling. I've been doing this way too much lately. Of course I am, I said. His lips curved upward, but he tried not to smile. Besides, I don't see the point in keeping it under wraps. They'll all find out when they return. What if they didn't want anyone to know? Ron suggested. His plan is terrible and oops, because we just told Neville, I replied, moving from my spot to the opposite sofa, then to the side where Ron was sitting. Well, let's face it, if you don't want to get caught, that's a pretty bad plan, Ron admitted. You said it yourself. You were the one who said that. I gave him a slap on the arm. We were leaving the common room when I went up to give Ron a hug and whispered in his ear. Come find me in the common room when your roommates are asleep. I got separated, and after a few seconds, I turned back to see if Ron had understood. When I looked at him, he gave me a slight nod. I went up to my room and got hit right as soon as I got there. Ow! I yelped. Lavender was sitting on top of me, her hands cradling my arms from both sides. What the hell are you doing? I snapped. Where's Parvati? He snapped. I saw Romilda lift her magazine to give us a peek. Apparently, she found it interesting, so she sat down, gazing at us, and placed the popcorn bowl beside her on her lap. I shot him a killing gaze, then transferred it with even greater force to Lavender. What the hell makes you think I know this? Crazy psycho. I snapped irritably. Lately he's been avoiding me since he left Percy here. Lavender snorted disdainfully, and Seamus too. But now I can't ask either Percy or Seamus, but since Percy's teaming up with you, you should know. And now he's disappearing with those two? He can't do that. So tell me, Hermione, don't call me Hermie, I demanded. Lavender shot me a glare. Hermie, where's Parvati? She asked softly. I won't tell you that, I smiled sweetly. I thought, mainly because I don't know exactly why, but even if I did, I wouldn't say it either. Ark, he grumbled. I let out a sharp cry and then looked at Lavender. Students and teachers will be here in 10 seconds, I told Lavender. You have two options. If you keep up with me, I'll tell them you attacked me, which could lead to expulsion or a year's delay at Hogwarts depending on the severity. If you don't follow me, I'll explain it as seeing a spider. It's ridiculous, yet believable.
He smiled to hear.
You can choose. Lavender shot me a glare and pulled off her clothes. I quickly jumped out of bed and scrambled onto the mattress. What happened? McGonagall asked with concern. I smiled, apologizing. I thought I saw a spider, I said apologetically. McGonagall shot me a suspicious glance. She was more than likely lying, crying over a spider? But left after that. A bad light on Lavender and Romilda. Lavender because she attacked me, Romilda because she didn't help. People these days. I turned off the lamp and pretended to sleep, pulling the blanket over me. Lavender stayed awake for a while longer, until Romilda finally finished her magazine before getting under the sheets herself. After making sure they were asleep, I removed the sheets from my body and slipped into my shoes. My eyes rolled. They hadn't even noticed I'd been sleeping in my uniform. And if they did notice, it didn't seem strange at all. I gently opened the door to our room and descended the stairs. Ron was in the living room, munching on chocolate frogs while lounging on the two-seater sofa with his legs crossed over the armrests. You must be joking, I whispered under my breath. I slapped Ron. What's the deal with you? I demanded. If McGonagall were to walk through here, she'd just have to look around the room to find you. I kept pounding the table each time I repeated the word. You're dead wrong. Watch out. Watch out. Ron grabbed my hands. Stop hitting me, he demanded in a whining tone. Are we going to go hunt down whatever you called me for? I nodded and we left Gryffindor. We walked through the corridors until I came across the wall I'd found last night. What do we do? Ron whispered, his voice slightly too loud. Shoo, I urged him. What do we do? He repeated in a slightly lower voice. I'm looking for a figure, I said as I ran my hands across the wall and stared intently at it. The bricks on the wall had this weird hue I noticed. It was like coffee mixed with black, purple and gray. I liked that color. Maybe I should get myself a dress in that same shade. It would be hard to find since it's not a common color. But I shook my head. Sometimes it felt like I had ADHD instead of Percy. But there were so many things to think about, so many possibilities. I kept watching the wall while moving sideways, keeping my fingertips pressed against it. I pulled out my wand and whispered, Lumos. Then I kept examining the wall. Hermione, Ron called out. Hey? I asked, not really paying attention. I think I found the figure. Ron's POV. Right above my nose, there was a small dragon sketch. It was just the outline with a few details to make it clear. The color was a very light blue. And was it starting to glow? Yes. It was glowing in the same color light blue. Hermione, are you seeing him? I stammered. I thought I saw her nodding in agreement. She came closer and said, yes. I found her yesterday, but McGonagall appeared before I could examine her closely or remember where she was. She explained, then ordered me firmly, don't touch anything. Hermione started rummaging through her bag until she pulled out a book. Then she began digging into it. If what she was trying to do was find instructions for opening a supposed secret door at Hogwarts, she'd be stuck with this all night. I couldn't hold back any longer, so I quickly raised my hand and pressed down on the figure before Hermione could stop me. Ron. Hermione cried out as soon as she saw what I'd done. The wall seemed to start opening a secret door, we gasped. But we weren't the only ones. Hermione and I exchanged alarmed glances. Hermione stayed put and jabbed the wall with his wand a couple times, causing it to close. Then I raised my wand, aimed at the source of the noise, and opened my mouth to cast a spell. But it wasn't from my direction where the light of the wand emerged, nor did I get a chance to cast any spells. Expelliarmus, shouted the person. With the light of the spell, we could see both the face of the caster and the face of the target. Draco Malfoy disarmed Lavender Brown. Hermione and I exchanged another glance and agreed to let Lavender escape. But we also made sure to stop Malfoy. I can tell you for sure Hermione is stronger than she seems, though it might also be the key I used. Hermione dashed toward Malfoy. Before he could react, she twisted his arm behind his back, so much so that moving it would cause excruciating pain. Ugh! Malfoy groaned in pain. You were spying on us. Of course not. I was out for a midnight stroll when you two happened to open that gorgeous door, he retorted sarcastically, but Hermione twisted her arm again. Arg! Answer, Malfoy, Hermione commanded, her voice threatening. She now held her arm behind her back and pointed the wand at his neck. Malfoy rolled his eyes but still answered. I was keeping an eye on them. I'd follow them around and step in if they needed help, he explained patiently. Yes, to curse us with forbidden spells, I grumbled. Hermione and Malfoy ignored me completely. And why would you do that? Hermione asked cautiously. Malfoy remained silent and made a face. Hermione pressed on. Answer. Malfoy let out a sigh. I want to show how grateful I am for what Potter did for me, he grumbled. The voice was barely audible, but I managed to articulate his words. I couldn't wrap my head around it, and apparently Hermione wasn't either. She kept casting suspicious glances at Malfoy. You could have said thank you, he observed suspiciously. Malfoy put on a disgusted face. I won't say thanks to Potter, Malfoy spat. The fool must have been having a rough time not calling Hermione bloodsuckers. Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation. She released Malfoy and stood up from the floor. With one hand brushing across his face, she used her other hand to play with his hair between her fingers. Get lost, Malfoy, he demanded in a careless tone. Malfoy looked slightly offended. Yes, Hermione POV. If Malfoy didn't leave the place quickly, we wouldn't be back inside for 2 nights. We had an astrology class where the teacher wanted to take us stargazing at night. Maybe we could sneak out of class. Or just say we fell asleep. Malfoy grunted as he stood up. I kept him in that position for about 2 minutes. It would hurt me too, but I had to neutralize him so he couldn't reach his wand. I shook my head slightly. I watched way too many spy movies during summer break. When he stood up, Malfoy shook off the dust from his trousers and shot me a glare that could have frozen time. I'm not leaving, he declared. I suppose it was implied to add with arrogance. Did you hear that? Ron asked, grabbing my arm. No, what was it? I asked curiously. Steps, Malfoy whispered. Malfoy widened his eyes and, before we could react, he grabbed Ron by the shoulder and me by the forearm, pulling us swiftly down to where the corridor bends. What do they do? I whispered as loudly as I dared. Ron widened his eyes and then let go of his Malfoy shoulder, coming to my side. He grabbed my wrist and pulled me in the same direction as Malfoy. Damn it, you think I deserve answers, right? Well, apparently not. Malfoy and Ron kept teasing me until we turned the corner. A few seconds later, I heard footsteps in the hallway where we were standing. Oh, I murmured with understanding. The light from the gas lantern Filch carried illuminated the area. We pressed ourselves against the wall to avoid the glare, leaving Ron staring at the corner while I couldn't see anything. Fortunately for us, Mrs. Norris wasn't around to be seen at all. Filch's movements were deliberate, making me feel like I was on edge. If he could just speed up. But then again, the tension of waiting for him to reach a position where he could see us meant he couldn't move fast enough to avoid noticing his surroundings. That last option seemed unreasonable, so I went with the first one. Unfortunately, when he walked past us like a turtle, he saw us. Run! Ron shouted at me. I didn't need to say it twice. Of course, I said. We turned around and ran toward the opposite end of the hallway where Filch was standing. Don't run. I'll call their bosses. I've seen those faces, exclaimed. Mrs. Norris suddenly appeared, dashing straight toward us. No, I shouted. Sometimes he asked me if cats had something against Ron. To test this theory, the cat immediately jumped right onto Ron's face. Ouch! He heard Malfoy mutter as the cat leaped onto Ron's face. I thought the same thing. I stopped to help Ron get rid of the cat, but before I could react, Malfoy had already bolted. I shot him a murderous glance over my shoulder and yanked the cat from Ron's grasp. Ow! Ron cried, rubbing his face with his hands. Hermione! She grumbled. I grabbed his arm with my hand and yanked it, urging him to run. Come on, Ron, Filch's coming. I whispered as loudly as I could. Don't run. I'll catch them. Mrs. Norris, watch out for them. Filch shouted behind us. We run faster, but of course that didn't work out. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the darkness of the front hall ahead of us. Professor McGonagall cast the Lumos spell, lighting a light at the tip of her wand. The glow illuminated both herself and Malfoy, whom she was gripping with ironclad grip on his arm. I shot Malfoy a glare, but he avoided my gaze. I figured at least I could feel it. What are you up doing at this hour of the night, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger? Mr. Malfoy? McGonagall pressed urgently. I glanced away from McGonagall. Her gaze was the most intense I'd ever seen, followed by Dumbledore and Harry's. The difference? Dumbledore's usually had a friendly look, while Harry's only got that intense stare when he's pissed off. McGonagall led us through the corridors to her office in Gryffindor House, where she cast the Dementor spell to prevent Malfoy from entering the premises later on. McGonagall's office was elegant and well-organized, but I wouldn't exactly call it cozy. The walls were dark red, and the furniture, desk, bookshelves, was made of dark wood, what I'd assumed was standard office furniture. The pieces featured dark red surfaces with decorative patterns stitched in lighter red thread. McGonagall's chair stood out as a high-backed, cushioned wine-colored chair that really made a statement. "Stay here," McGonagall snapped firmly. "Does anyone want to explain why they were wandering around the school at this hour?" "Go on," she added. "Fitch." "Oh yes, but will they make sure these snotty people? They'll get the punishment they deserve." "Filch," McGonagall cut him off. After Filch left, McGonagall leaned back against the chair's armrest. Strangely enough, even then she still maintained an impeccable posture. I glanced at Draco and nodded slightly, trying to keep him quiet. "Go on," McGonagall urged, interlocking her fingers in her lap. "Mire Ron. Tonight felt like a night that would drag on forever. Now we need to come up with some excuse." The City of Love. Chapter 25. The City of Love. Miranda POV. Surprisingly, buying tickets to Paris turned out to be a breeze. They didn't ask for passports or any identification, and we paid cash. Unless they went through the trouble of tracking us down and found our airport security cameras, they wouldn't have caught us. Everyone had their own backpack except Reese, and since we didn't have luggage, we could leave before the airport opened. "We're already in Paris," Harry said, confirming the obvious. "And we don't know French," Ian added with a negative tone. I glanced at Reese. I'd been silent throughout the journey, and it was a long one. You'd think they'd built special planes for non-stop flights. Maybe even a whole floor? A flying shopping mall. I shook my head slightly to clear my head. That sounded like something Ian would suggest. We walked to the spot where they exchange dollars or any other currency for euros. I can't recall the name now, and let's be real, I've got way more pressing things to think about. Like the end of the world. I leaned against the counter as Reese and Ian shoved each other behind me, with Harry trying to stop them. I spun around. "The eyes, are they under your charge?" the woman behind the counter asked, her French accent tinged with English fluency as she changed the dollars I handed her. We'd brought over half of what we needed, but no one knew how long we'd stay. According to the prophecy, there were only 3 days left before the punishment came, whatever that meant. The name didn't bode well for us. "They're my brothers," I moaned. The lie slipped out of my lips effortlessly. I hadn't planned what I said next except for the blonde boy. "He's my boyfriend. Unfortunately, he's got this 5-year-old complex." The woman, Katie, as her ID card showed, smiled warmly at me and wished me well with her French accent. "Good luck with your nanny job." Then she handed me the euros. I gave back the smile. "They should pay me for taking care of them, right?" "Thanks," I said. "No way, I'm having a good day," she replied. I kept the money in my backpack. I left some bills in the front pocket for easy access, but the rest was tucked at the bottom. I had made sure to check everything myself because I didn't trust Ian or Harry to do it. Neither of them was particularly organized. "Kids," I called them. "Kids," I repeated. "Kids. Kids." The boys grinned broadly, their faces lighting up with delight. Ian asked with a smile. "It's time to go," I said slowly and aloud, as if afraid they wouldn't understand. As if they were speaking another language. Idiom? Or were mentally retarded. He considered the second, not so much the first. Something strange happened right after we stepped out of the airport, though there were subtle clues leading up to it. "Does your back hurt, Reese?" he asked when I saw him clutching his back. As he listened, he lowered his hand to his back, but then grabbed his stomach with the other hand. "Or is it your stomach?" "I'll be there," he told me with a half-smile that resembled a wince. The doubt lingered in my mind as we reached the airport gates. Outside stretched an avenue flanked by the Sena River. It was breathtaking. Though I couldn't see its end, the river divided the city into 2 distinct halves. How fascinating. I wondered what it would be like to live right across from the Sena. Your mother telling you in the morning, Can you get some bread? And when crossing the bridge, you bring a baguette. You'd come back for slices of toast, cheese, and sandwiches. But that couldn't happen. My mother was a goddess, and I wasn't her favorite daughter, anyway. I wasn't Percy Jackson, the sole demigod of Poseidon, for now, and savior of Olympus. I wasn't Anabeth, who helped murder Percy Jackson and built Olympus. I wasn't Clarice, the dragon slayer among the few blessed by Ares. I was just one of many children of Demeter throughout history, destined to die in a blink for the gods. I pressed my lips together to hold back tears, knowing that in my mother's life, I was just a tiny ant destined to vanish like the wind. I'm not entirely sure if what happened next was luck. Let me be clear, I was distracted from my cynical thoughts, but honestly, I'd have kept thinking about that instead of what actually occurred. Rhys growled and hunched forward, his hand moving toward his stomach. Rhys, watch out! Rhys! Rhys! I shouted, reaching out to him. I tried to walk toward him, but he kept stopping me and stepping back with every step I took. I raised my hands and slowly moved backward a couple of steps, signaling I wasn't going to get closer. But he didn't stay away from the bridge's edge as I'd hoped he would. Rhys started convulsing, but instead of doing what any person normally would when convulsing, throwing onto the floor, threw toward the bridge. I doubt it was appropriate, but anyway. Don't worry, he grumbled before falling. A French woman walking a chihuahua. She looked like that snobbish lady you can't miss in French movies. I wondered if she was in one of those films. The woman wore a skirt below her knees in a color between pale pink and lilac. She had a white button-up blouse layered over a matching blazer. And a hat. I thought about checking if there were cameras filming me around for a moment. But then I got distracted. The woman let out a shrill scream again, just like in the movies, when she saw Rhys fall. Though not as dramatically as in the films. Also let out a cry when seeing Rhys fall. I leaned over the railing. He had fallen, and didn't get out. Not immediately, and with his convulsions, I doubted he could make it out on his own. One of the passing boats carried a man in his 20s who saw what happened. He fired a shot and went to fetch Rhys. When he left empty-handed. I was heartbroken, though I didn't know Rhys, he was coming to search for us, and he was going to help. My eyes started to well up with tears, but when Ian came over to comfort me, I pushed him away. We must keep the mission going. I hated how my voice was shaking. By Rhys. Harry and Ian nodded in silence. We must, before the police arrive. We approached the sidewalk in silence for Rhys while waiting for a taxi. Let me tell you something. That didn't work out. You probably knew this already, and honestly, I figured a taxi wouldn't come up to you and the driver would just open the door. Because that's not how it works. We had to call him. Unfortunately, I had zero experience with hailing taxis. None of the taxis will come for us unless we call them, Ian said, almost as if reading my mind. He had certainly hoped this wouldn't happen. I don't know how to hail a cab, Harry apologized, shrugging his shoulders. The atmosphere remained tense around Rhys, but we tried to act normal. Or rather, why not? Death could be avenged, and there was nothing we could do to save him. It was depressing. The only thing that had died, without leaving anything behind, as far as I knew. I blinked to wipe away the tears that had built up in my eyes. I shouldn't be crying. Rhys was a monster, only one who could become human. But it also had to be considered that perhaps he was a human who could or couldn't turn into a monster. In that case, it would be a human who had died. Both options were painful to contemplate when you think about it properly. Ian stepped forward and let out an awe-inspiring whistle. The kind that carries for miles through the streets, drowning out traffic noise. Though not nearly as dramatic as Percy's call to Blackjack, his quirky black Pegasus, which Percy always claimed wanted to be a donor, this sound was still extraordinary. How did you pull that off? I asked in surprise, raising my eyebrows. I lived in New York until I was 10, he replied, shrugging his shoulders with a sardonic smile on his face. I was surprised to find that taxis didn't have a standard color or model. The only sign was the Taxi Parisien displayed on the roof of the car. A grayish-blue minivan pulled up. Inside sat a man, not the typical mustache and striped sweater type. He looked around 20, handsome with a stubble from just a few days, bronze skin, like most here, and chestnut eyes. Americans? He asked with a grin, his French accent thick and strong. Suddenly, I was out of words, and the boys looked at me expecting an answer. After a few seconds, I somehow regained my ability to speak. What a lucky break. Sicilde. I mentally slapped myself in the face with my palm. Ian and Harry stared at me as if I had grown a third eye, and I felt lucky if the handsome Frenchman had done the same. So he didn't. He smiled at me like he knew exactly what had happened to me, which made me blush. I had one thing crystal clear. I wasn't going to let that French guy make fun of me no matter how cute he looked. He was way too old for me anyway. I crossed my arms and put on an insolent look as I stepped inside. Ian on the left, Harry on the right, and me in the middle. Up to the Louvre I snapped, quick. The man nodded and stepped away from the sidewalk. Ian POV. I'm not the most patient person. I can't just stare at a flower and stay entertained. I might find it pretty, but that doesn't make staring at something that never changes any less boring. I know this pales in comparison to peering out the window during my first time in Paris, but honestly, I find it downright dull. My knee started to give me a hard time since I had nothing else to do. Glancing down, I saw Miranda doing something similar, tapping her fingers against her knee, though she kept it more discreet. It hit me. Even though she didn't seem like it, she too had ADHD. How much longer until we get there? I grumbled. Miranda rolled her eyes. I don't know, Ian. I don't live in France, and I usually don't plan trips to places you haven't already planned to visit soon, he replied. I started bouncing in my seat. Ian, stop that. Miranda snapped, her teeth clenched. Why? You do the same thing, I pointed out. Miranda looked at her fingers in surprise. It's not the same, he snorted. Besides, I don't make noise or bother others. I noticed Harry was looking at us with a playful grin. It seemed we were having some fun together. Since you say making noise bothers people, why did you separate it from not bothering others if they could go together? I asked. Because I just felt like it. La Prairie, he grunted. The driver snorted a laugh. What? I asked irritably. Is your last name El Prado? The driver asked, trying to hold back a laugh. No, it's La Prairie, he retorted coldly, pretending he didn't know he was referring to his French translation. I knew my surname was French, but I'd never bothered to look it up for fear of being ridiculous. And so it is. In French, La Prairie means the meadow. Eh? Well, that's what La Prairie means in French, the driver retorted with his annoying French accent. I know. The driver wasn't about to respond, so the argument would have been over and done with. But Miranda just had to drop a comment anyway. I already knew how annoying my comments were for others. It's not like I'm gonna stop doing it. Then why did you fix it? Miranda asked with a mischievous smile. To pretend I didn't know what I was talking about, I replied with a smile. I hated getting beaten up in arguments, so I told the truth. Miranda might have expected me to make up a lie on the spot, but that doesn't work as well as just saying the truth without any excuses. Oh, murmured Miranda in a low voice. After 5 minutes, I couldn't take it anymore and started pounding the floor with my toes. The carpet absorbed the impact, so it wasn't very noticeable, but Miranda was getting annoyed. She began hitting the hard surface of the car's front seat with her toe. We were already pounding with such force and frequency that anyone would realize this was a competition. We're here, the driver suddenly shouted, unlocking the doors with a strange button at the front. Then he let out a sigh of relief and shot Miranda a disappointed glance, who, to my delight, ignored him completely. We quickly descend, and the Louvre comes into view before us. Miranda POV. I gazed at the Louvre's clear facade, where a pyramid-like structure stood. I turned toward the museum itself. By the entrance stood a statue of someone mounting a horse. I didn't bother reading the inscription. The Louvre Museum was wider than it was tall. At the center of its structure stood a gray dome, atop which flew the French flag. Wow, he murmured. Harry nodded. Sip, replicated Ian. We exchanged glances among ourselves, and within seconds, we were sprinting toward the entrance. Once inside, we hurried through the crowd to reach the reception desk. Or so we tried. Honestly, it felt like every tourist currently in France was gathered here. We pushed forward, but found a crowd gathered around the counter. There sat a woman with sun-kissed skin and dark hair in a French braid in an office suit. I expected anyone behind the counter to be on the verge of hysteria, but no one was. The receptionist was chatting on Messenger while keeping her eyes glued to the computer screen, answering questions that kept flying in from all directions. Most tourists spoke broken French or English. Occasionally there were Spanish, Italian, Russian, and other languages I couldn't recognize. When Ian started spouting random phrases in ancient Greek, I realized he was having a blast with this whole thing. The receptionist, who apparently spoke multiple languages, became intrigued as he managed to respond to any language.
Arnoumai na foroun esurosha aputeien exo.
Ian shouted. I refused to wear those shorts outside, he declared. I suppressed a laugh. Thelius Tyan Alethea? Darth Vader ain't the same as Luke Skywalker. Another laugh escaped me. Ian had said something like this in Greek. Want the truth? Darth Vader is Luke's father. I wondered if he'd pulled it from the internet or something, but dismissed the idea when I remembered he was a demigod and couldn't access the web. Shoo, 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 the receptionist whispered gently, waving her hand. Then she rose from her seat and leaned toward Ian. What language do you speak? She asked Ian. Ian stared blankly at her, clearly not understanding a single word of what she said. The receptionist cleared her throat and asked in perfect English, What language do you speak? English? Ian asked, deliberately making it sound like a question. No, no. That wasn't it, the woman retorted. Griego admitted. The woman raised an eyebrow. She probably suspected there was more to Ian's response, but she sat back down and shot us a sidelong glance. What do they need? He asked. The Greek exhibition, Harry replied. If there's a painting of the muses here, we'd love to see it, I added. The receptionist murmured. Take the spiral staircase up, then turn right and walk down 2 corridors to the main exhibition hall. If they don't get it, just go straight upstairs. There's another counter where they can explain things more clearly. We nodded and climbed the spiral staircase. Everything looked so elegant. I wished I could see it up close. After 10 steps, I grew tired of climbing stairs smaller than my feet, so I started scaling them 2 at a time, gripping the metal railing tightly. When we reached the upper floor, Ian asked, Did anyone catch what the receptionist said? I think there were 2 right-side aisles and 1 left-side aisle, and then you had to ask the receptionist for directions. I looked at him strangely. No, Ian corrected, we need to take a right-hand corridor and a front one. Then ask the receptionist there for directions. I noticed something strange about both of them. That's not how it works, folks. We need to turn right twice and then go straight ahead. If we get lost, just ask the receptionist for directions. Ian made a face. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm okay, he said. You don't even remember what you said just a second ago. Ian, how am I supposed to remember what someone else said? I muttered irritably. I'm a man of many talents, he claimed, shrugging his shoulders. Harry grinned between his teeth, and I managed to pull a playful grin onto my face. Chico, I corrected Ian. Ian gave a shrug. I think we should ask the receptionist. Does anyone want to make a bet on who's right about the path? I asked seemingly casually. 5 drachmas to prove I'm on the right track, declared Ian as he rummaged through his backpack, pulling out 5 drachmas from the side pocket. 5 for me, Harry said, pulling 5 drachmas from his pocket. I twisted my arm to pull 5 drachmas from the front pocket of my backpack. Unfortunately, since the bag was slung over my back, it couldn't reach the pocket. I took off the backpack and grabbed 5 drachmas from its front pocket. I pulled out a zippered pouch and stuffed the drachmas inside. Then I handed the pouch to Harry and Ian, who also stuffed their drachmas into the same spot. Ian leaned over the counter, while Harry and I stayed slightly behind. Then I leaned back against the counter myself, mimicking Ian's posture. A few seconds later, I felt Harry do the same. I was wondering how to get to the Muse exhibition, Ian said, feigning nonchalance. I can't help but laugh at myself for looking so ridiculous. It's good to know that, the receptionist murmured in response. She looked strikingly similar to the other one. Her hair was dark and loosely tied up, with a fringe at the front that didn't cover her eyes. The curly hair cascaded down her back. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the receptionist downstairs, likely her sister or cousin. The upstairs receptionist had a longer face than the downstairs one. While the other had only outlined eyes and red lips, the upstairs receptionist had golden eyeshadow and rosy lips. Besides his less amusing and more irritated demeanor, I noticed he was distracted when responding to Ian. He was completely absorbed in the computer screen, with 80% of his attention focused on it. Could you tell me how to get to the Muse exhibition? Ian asked more gently. What? The receptionist looked up from her computer and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was editing this text and got distracted." She apologized. "What did you ask? Where's the exhibition of the Muses?" Ian repeated monotonously. The receptionist's gaze had returned to the screen. 2 right-side corridors and 1 leading forward, he answered absent-mindedly, speaking of the proper explanation that the receptionist downstairs was speaking, obviously. "Oh," I shouted, slamming my fist into the air. I waved the bag in front of Ian and Harry's faces. "It's mine." Harry rolled his eyes, and Ian began snorting under his breath. I yanked him off my arm. "Come on, we've got important things to do." Like finding the Muse, I mentally added. Time and Storms, Chapter 26, Time and Storms, Parvati POV. Ugh, I'm such a fool. I heard Percy yelling. I was half asleep, so I tried to open my eyes. But when I saw light through my eyelids, I turned sideways to face away from the light and finally managed to open them. When I finally opened my eyes, I was greeted by a scene of myself. Percy was still spouting nasty things about himself. So I got up from where I was on the floor. "Ow!" I yelped, my hands shooting toward my throbbing neck. "What happened?" Percy asked, his voice steadying slightly from my earlier worry. "I'm glad to know I'm still useful." "Yeah, it's just that I twisted my neck while sleeping," I told Percy as I kept massaging my neck. "Ow," I mumbled. "Look at Percy. Why did you call me stupid?" My gaze shifted to the wall. I could swear there were cracks there. My eyes widened. "Percy, did you throw your fist at the wall?" I exclaimed in shock. Percy made a face and shrugged his shoulders. "Maybe a little," he mumbled under his breath. I rolled my eyes in frustration. "You can't just bang your head against the wall," I grumbled. My eyes swept across the tree cave. Seamus was pressed against the wall, his back flush with the surface and hands resting beneath his cheek. He looked like some little kid dozing off. I smiled tenderly at the sight. "Like it, huh?" Percy asked softly, a small smile playing on his lips. "What? No way," I snapped. Percy's eyes lit up with playful mischief. "You keep arguing with him and giving him the cold shoulder when you think nobody's watching," he explained while shrugging his shoulders. They were cross signals, but Percy made a face. "I think Anabeth felt the same way about me," he added with a wistful tone. My gaze drifted to a change of subject. My eyes lingered on his knuckles. Once again I felt my vision widen. "Percy," I gasped, "your knuckles are bleeding." Percy made another face and stared at his knuckles. He stretched out his fingers and examined them. "Ah yes," he murmured. "Everything has been right before us all this time," he exclaimed, glancing at me, then nodded. "More than just before use it's beneath us," he corrected himself. "Tell me what you're talking about," I demanded in a whiny tone. Percy gave me a half-smile. "We need to get back to Hogwarts," he said, waking Seamus. "I don't know anything about plants, we haven't eaten yet, and I need to go to the bathroom." He spoke as he emerged from the cave, using his arms to push himself out. I wrinkled my nose. "I didn't need to know that," I muttered. Percy rolled his eyes. I got caught by Seamus and started tickling him. Knowing I had easy targets, I figured why not take advantage of that. But to my surprise, Seamus didn't wake up as soon as I began tickling him. He just wriggled inside the sleeping bag. To my disappointment, to be honest. "Seamus," I whispered. "Seamus," I repeated. "Hey." I gently moved Seamus's shoulder, trying to rouse him. "I don't want to wake up," Seamus moaned, half asleep. He rolled over onto his side until facing the wall. His dark blonde locks covered his eyes, so I gently pulled them away with my hand. Seamus was handsome, and no matter how much of a fool I seemed or how much we argued, I liked him. "Seamus, a little thief," I exclaimed, trying to sound scared. I knew Seamus was proud of never having been doused by a thief, but I couldn't figure out why. It's not like thieves rock people every day, right? Ah, what? Where? Seamus exclaimed, springing up from his seat and scanning the area to make sure there wasn't a single mole around. I was laughing my head off. Of course, Seamus woke up for a little mischief. This was odd. There's not a single mole here, Seamus boasted, glaring at me accusingly. Nop, I admitted, joking with the priest. He smiled sweetly at me. Seamus frowned at me. Then why did you scream, little brat? I had hoped he'd noticed, but apparently he didn't. I looked at him with skepticism. To wake you up. Neither Percy nor I know how to install fences, we haven't had breakfast, and Percy won't tell me why, but we need to head back to Hogwarts, I told him. Seamus sighed and ran his fingers through his hair, disoriented. Let's go through the barriers, he invited with a smile. With a quick nudge, Seamus bent down to grab the basket as he passed by. Here we'll put up the edible barriers. I glanced at it with a puzzled look. Edible? Are we going to install non-edible barriers? I asked him skeptically. Why would Seamus need toxic barriers more than just to poison someone? What was his plan? Just in case, he assured. Just in case, I repeated as we stepped out. I held the basket of branches while Seamus bent down to inspect the shrubs, then pulled out the fence panels from the right spot. Though Seamus turned away, the path remained visible, so I followed him. He looked utterly amazed. Look at this, he whispered excitedly. This is the crown rose, he explained, gently stroking the plant. It looked like an ordinary rose, pale pink with hints of blue and purple at the tips. So beautiful and exotic, he added. This hollow one. It contains enough rose water to fill an average-sized vase. That's a lot, I exclaimed in surprise. Seamus nodded and cut 9 flowers, placing them on the fence panels in the basket. He looked at me. It's time to go back, I nervously said when Seamus kept staring at me without uttering a word. Seamus seemed to be going into a trance. Oh right. We're back with Percy, he grunted. I kept my eyes on him cautiously as we walked back. He seemed slightly annoyed. When we returned, Percy wasn't where we'd expected him to be. We found him, but he wasn't alone. Hello, Professor McGonagall, he said aloud, staring at us with wide eyes and warning us to leave. He discreetly pressed his hand against us. He let out a vocalization. You already said hello, Jackson. I know you warned Patil and Finnegan to leave. Here, boys, Professor McGonagall commanded firmly. I'm sorry, Percy apologized, putting on a sheepish face. All right, I muttered as I returned. They must return to Hogwarts now, McGonagall ordered. They heard about the girl with the 2-color eyes. The barriers are failing and they're planning an attack soon. Why did they leave knowing this? McGonagall was genuinely intrigued. The prophecy said I had to do it. It also said Parvati and Seamus should be with me, Percy finally admitted, shrugging his shoulders. And didn't they realize the game was set in Hogwarts instead of the forest, where wizards and witches actually live? I didn't think about that, Percy admitted. But the monsters, the problems... His voice cracked almost imperceptibly. Then he cleared his throat. They'd lead me to Anabeth, he concluded. Understandable, McGonagall said coldly. It's time to return to Hogwarts. I have something planned for you. They hadn't asked permission to leave, and Gryffindor would lose 20 points. What? I sobbed. We needed to find the dragon, and I knew we didn't have much time left to complete the search. Maybe 2 days? I didn't think that was all we had to do. What were we supposed to do with the dragon? We've got work to do, Percy protested, having come to the same conclusion as I had. Return to school today, McGonagall demanded before vanishing. No, she hadn't disappeared. She had never been there. All that remained was dissolving into a cloud of smoke, leaving no trace behind. How do you do that? Seamus asked naturally. Who wouldn't? I'm not sure if it was McGonagall who spoke to us, Percy admitted without hesitation. What do you mean by that? I asked. I mean, McGonagall wouldn't have been able to appear here, let alone vanish into the mist. The mirror left me stunned. It had been. It's true, Seamus confirmed, glancing at him in surprise. What? I'm paying attention in class during spellcasting lessons. Is this your world? I asked Percy cautiously. He hesitated before responding. I think so. I believe it was Professor Haroldines' work, Percy finally admitted, reluctantly. Why do you say that? Seamus asked cautiously. If Percy hadn't mentioned it, there must be a reason. That was the conclusion Seamus had reached. I had a dream, Percy admitted. You didn't say that, did you? I guessed. No, he admitted. I didn't know what to do with him. Dreams are just dreams. He's not really living them, and there's no hidden message in them. Actually, I quickly corrected him. Dreams carry messages from the subconscious. It's a shame most people can't remember their dreams. Like I said, Percy continued, giving me an irritated look. In my dream, I saw a cabin. It was beautiful. The theme seemed to be under the sea, he added sarcastically. There was a letter, he said softly, with my name written on it. His face and tone hardened. Then Professor Haroldine appeared, saying she couldn't open it until she completed the mission. Are you saying Professor Haroldine is part of your world? Seamus asked, testing the waters. I wanted to give Percy a sarcastic response, but instead, I just nodded slightly. Professor Haroldine, it made sense. Why did nobody ever ask how the previous defense against the dark arts teacher had vanished? No one questioned Haroldine of Seuss. That was suspicious. We'd been walking for 15 minutes while chatting. As we walked, I kept thinking about Professor Haroldine. I couldn't understand how that clue had slipped my mind. Seamus, I believed Ron, but Hermione, how could she have missed it? She knew Lupin was a werewolf before anyone else did. What was different about Professor Haroldine? Oh yes, she was from another world. Keep your eyes on Percy. Haroldine by Seuss, Haroldine by Seuss, Seuss's Haroldine. But I'm such a fool. A wave of such primal frustration hit me that I could literally punch my palm against my forehead. Before I could open my mouth to share my discovery of his world with Percy, Seamus exclaimed, "We're here!" He pointed toward the forest's edge ahead. As Seamus had said, right before us stood a clearing that would later become Hogwarts. I always compared Hogwarts to a castle, not a palace, as I knew those were for royalty, nor a fortress, which seemed too crude to me. A castle. It was a middle ground. For defense. But Hogwarts, however imposing it looked, was also beautiful. It was like coming home. A grand, lavish mansion. We're here, Percy sighed, quickening his pace. Notice how Hogwarts looked different. It was darker. The grass appeared more somber, and the tree trunks seemed to be black rather than brown. Hogwarts had this giant gray cloud, but it looked more like fog than a proper cloud. What happened? Seamus murmured, his voice tinged with concern. Percy gazed intently at the sky, specifically the sun. He raised a hand to point at the sun. Look, he shouted over the wind that suddenly coiled around us. Someone's manipulating time, or at least the sun, judging by how it looked. The sun had an erratic rhythm. He raced forward at lightning speed, cutting noon from 5 seconds away. But then, he came to a sudden halt. There was no time left. He stopped. It was morning and everyone was in class. So when we entered Hogwarts and walked through the corridors, there was nothing and nobody around. What surprised us was when a message suddenly rang out throughout the entire school. All to the dining hall. This is an emergency. Gather there with your wands in a defensive formation, within easy reach. McGonagall's voice whispered in my ear, a spell echoing in my ear. The students rushed out of the hall. Notice how everyone was scared and looking around nervously. We got swept up in the crowd all the way to Hogwarts dining hall. It's the time magic, Percy realized. Everyone noticed the sun wasn't acting like it normally. Maybe the clocks aren't ticking as they should, I added. We walked into the cafeteria and found the entire Hogwarts community there. While I suppose Hogwarts wouldn't have many people in a Muggle school, it felt like an overwhelming crowd when we arrived. I calculated there were at least 100 students in each grade, which meant Hogwarts had 800 students in total. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had the largest student populations, while Slytherin and Gryffindor had smaller numbers. The differences weren't that significant anyway. Everyone looked nervous, even the teachers, staring around with a slightly paranoid air. The professors were seated at their desks, just like every other student. I scanned the teacher's desk. Dumbledore was missing. I nearly had a panic attack when I noticed. Dumbledore had always supported us. So where was he now? Professor McGonagall cleared her throat and stepped forward. As some of you may have noticed, McGonagall began, Dumbledore isn't here right now. I don't know where he is, and we can't count on his help. McGonagall looked visibly shaken by Dumbledore's disappearance. However, as you may have noticed, time is fickle. Just moments ago, it came to a complete standstill, and we suspect someone's got their hands on it. I want every child under 14 to hide in the safety vault. The heads of the house will take them. Hagrid will bring Gryffindor's kids. Since Dumbledore is unavailable during a crisis, I am stepping in as director and can't handle it myself. From age 15 onward, they can choose whether to stay here and fight or descend into the safety vault. Don't feel pressured by your peers or this choice. It's their life they're risking, and nobody owns theirs. McGonagall sent the students calm glances that surprisingly inspired peace. I knew she'd be an excellent headmistress. When McGonagall noticed us, she frowned. Except for Parvati Patil, Seamus Finnegan, and Percy Jackson. Let's all go down to the vault with the rest of the crew. Now, teachers. The crowd dispersed and gathered at the dining hall entrance, while teachers tried to calmly organize the children. The boys were the ones exiting through the doors, with the older students staying behind. Surprisingly, no one over 15 years old except the teachers was seen in the dome area. It was a different situation. The wizards were against something unknown. I assumed they would remain united unless someone offered Slytherins decent treatment. I want to help, Percy declared with conviction and enthusiasm. I made a face. He wouldn't let me off the hook so easily. They went without permission, McGonagall stated coldly. They can't be trusted to follow orders, and that could cost us our lives. Percy, Hermione exclaimed as she dashed toward us. She collided with Percy in a tight embrace, which he returned with a small smile on his face and a blush across his cheeks. Ron was running after her, looking visibly relieved. Suddenly, Percy's expression shifted. I noticed with surprise, a strong resolve. You stay here, Granger. And you too, Weasley. McGonagall warned them. What? Hermione gasped. I want to go with Percy. No, you're more needed here. Besides, I suspect they'll try to help him escape. Stay here, McGonagall finally said before turning around and walking away. Hermione shot us an apologetic glance for her inability to do anything, then pulled Ron aside to keep up with McGonagall. Good luck, she whispered softly to us before departing. I let out a sigh and turned to look at them. Seamus and Percy seemed to share a secret, their eyes meeting as if they were ready to reveal it to me, though their gazes held different tones. Seamus had a wild grin, while Percy's smile was more reserved and intimate. There's a secret passage, Seamus told me with a grin, his voice carrying the weight of a confidant. Where's he? I asked, my voice tinged with playful teasing at their behavior. Seamus made a face. I don't know, he grumbled. I do? Percy interjected with sufficient authority. He fell silent with a smile, as if waiting for someone to ask about the location. I almost smiled back. Percy could be intense at times, but he always had a way of lightening the mood. If this wasn't proof of that, he wouldn't know what else it could be. McGonagall made sure we descended into the vault indirectly. She subtly guided us while we chatted, leading us toward the crowd in the vault. So we got swept along by them. We were against the tide. Ow! Seamus groaned as someone shoved him. I rolled my eyes and kept a close watch on Percy, keeping him within my peripheral vision to make sure neither of them slipped away from my sight. I have no clue how we're going to make it out of here, Percy muttered helplessly, scanning the crowd around him. I got an idea, I told them. Is it? Seamus asked. We need to get to the left side of the crowd, he explained, and when they turn right, we stay in our spot and step out of the line. Both took the lead, signaling they were ready to go. Percy, Seamus, and I made our way to the left bank of the row. Once we got there, staying put turned out to be easy. We got nudged occasionally, but everything went smoothly. When we reached a sharp right turn, we stopped moving altogether. No one noticed we'd stopped following them. Percy led us through the corridors of Hogwarts. I had walked these same paths countless times over the years, yet they never seemed so desolate. The shadows were so deep, the corners darker still, but, strangely enough, they held a glimmer of light. They definitely seemed to be under a spell. I felt like I was dizzy, and the corridors would warp before my eyes and around me, but I wasn't actually dizzy, and the corridors didn't warp. "Did you hear about the secret passage Percy mentioned?" I whispered to Seamus. I knew Percy had overheard us, but his eyes kept darting around the room. It was a bit unsettling, wasn't it? I had come to realize that much of my world was like this. Remember when Hermione told Percy that? Seamus answered effortlessly. We were walking at a steady pace, but Percy suddenly quickened his pace. We had no choice but to keep up with him. If we fell behind, we wouldn't know where the passageway was anymore. Percy led us to the observatory tower. We couldn't climb up. Percy reached a corner with a maze of passageways. A few meters ahead, he stopped. I figured he'd reached his destination by counting steps. He kept muttering numbers as we walked, and there was nothing special about the place. When I reached the wall panel and saw Percy crouching down to waist level, I realized the wall itself was nothing special, until Percy slid his finger toward it and found a figure. It seemed unbelievable that he hadn't noticed it before. Now that I was there, it seemed to glow. It shimmered with turquoise, that color you could never quite tell if it was green or blue. When Percy pressed down the dragon-shaped figure, simple yet magnificent, a meter-wide section of wall, floor to ceiling, gave way. Dust cascaded through the cracks as the door swung open. We were in the Dragon's Cave. The Muses, Chapter 27. The Muses, Miranda POV. I couldn't tell you what I expected on the other side of the door. It could have been a message from the Muse, a earthly paradise, or even a deserted room. The first possibility was easy to guess according to the search pattern. As for the second option, were they the Muses? They deserved a place. Paradise seemed like the perfect home for them. The third choice was due to that terrible luck that kept haunting us. At no point did I ever expect that we would actually find the Muses on the other side of the doors. Just think about it. The odds were stacked against us in this quest. And so was our luck. Damn it, even the gods. None of them bothered to communicate. And when my mother finally did, it was just empty warnings. No substance whatsoever. I just had this crazy urge to yawn with disgust at the thought. But it wasn't like that. When we stepped through the doors, there was a table. It was formal, round, with a hollow circle in the center. Formal. Undoubtedly, it bears little resemblance to its occupants. I couldn't properly list them all as it was a round table discussion, but the closest one, the first, stood tallest in my view. Everyone was seated, so height-related matters were mere conjectures. The first person was the tallest. She had bronze skin and dark hair. Her eyes were a warm caramel hue, exuding an exotic charm. Her features were long and graceful. Her disheveled hair certainly detracted from elegance, though disheveled would be too mild a description. Maybe descontrolado would be a better fit for it. The second woman had a slightly low and wide figure, yet still maintained impeccable proportions. She wore a tasteful dress with wide straps and an empire neckline, unlike the previous one who wore a bandeau top that exposed her stomach and a long, flowing skirt. Her hair was short, reaching chin level. The same features as the previous woman, except hers were slightly shorter. The third figure was slender like a rod. Her hair was twisted into a braid and held up, causing wispy strands to stick out over her head. She wore white clothes, but her appearance suggested someone who would rather wear black. A chain hung from her tight jeans waistband, stretching from her left hip to right. Her blouse was crumpled with glittering thread details, and a white leather jacket dangled over her shoulders. The fourth one was petite, the kind of dwarf-like type. When I saw her, I even noticed her ear tips were slightly pointed. She wore a cute short white dress with a plush fabric skirt and a low neckline that flattered her better since her chest wasn't particularly large. A pearl bracelet adorned her wrist. The fifth lady had long hair that reached the beginning of her back. Her hair was silky smooth and well-groomed. She wore slightly slit eyes and a short skirt in white, matching the rest of her outfit. Beneath a white lace blouse, she wore a tank top in white. The sixth woman wore a draped blouse and designer jeans. Beneath her knee-length skirt, I could see her heels were the tallest I'd ever seen in my life. She sported multiple silver bracelets on her wrists. Her hair was styled into a high ponytail that swept elegantly down her back. The seventh child was 12 years old. I never imagined an immortal being would choose to look like a 12-year-old. Maybe Artemisa did, but she had her reasons. The girl wore loose jeans, a t-shirt, and a fabric jacket, all in that classic white, I knew the other two. The first was the receptionist on the first floor, a language expert with a playful vibe. The second had elegant makeup and a cold demeanor. I suppose it shouldn't have been a real surprise to find them here, given their resemblance and the fact that they seemed to be everywhere in the museum, yet they were. What truly surprised me was discovering them here. I let out a soft sigh through my lips. Honestly, I should have paid more attention to the details. "I'm glad you guys made it," said the receptionist from the floor below her, as I like to call her. "Ocho, who are you?" Harry asked cautiously. "I think you already know." Ocho smiled. Harry's POV. I knew it. They were the muses. No doubt about it. 9 stunning women, all strikingly similar, waiting for us at what's called the world's most important museum. And the woman knew my name. They were clearly the muses. They're the muses. My voice emerged softly. In other places, my voice would remain inaudible, but this was a parlor. The parlor had the best acoustics I'd ever heard. You could whisper from one side of the room, and whoever was on the opposite side would hear it with astonishing clarity. The room had mosaic walls. These were the kind you'd expect to see on the floor, not the walls. They were white with speckled glimmers. The floor was white and velvet-like. It looked brushed, so I figured they'd done that. The ceiling was the real showstopper. It featured an ornamental design, though you couldn't really make it out. Everything was in varying shades of white. Bone white, fluorescent white, pure white. It looked better than it sounded. The table was a different story altogether. Unlike the rest of the room and the guests' outfits in the living area, the table wasn't white. It had this lovely chocolate brown hue and was made of wood. The chairs were crafted from the same material. Note that not only were their clothing and their facial features slightly different, their sitting postures also differed. Some sat with legs crossed, others with ankles crossed, one in a kneeling position and another with a leg resting on the armrest. They were strikingly similar, yet their postures clearly differed. Not entirely, and some might have been more alike, but there were 9 of them. How close could 9 people be, even if they were siblings? Here's an interesting detail. All the women wore bracelets, some differently, but bracelets nonetheless. One wore it around her neck with a cord. 2 had bracelets on their right wrists. 3 wore theirs on the collar of their blouse. 4 wore theirs in the right hip buckle of their pants. 5 wore theirs on their left wrists. 6 had bracelets at the base of their horsehair skirts. 7 wore them hanging, hooked around their necks and shirt sleeves. 8 and 9 carry them in their dolls. "We are the muses," Dos confirmed. All the muses rose from their seats and looked at us. Though initially seeming distant given the crowd, they were clearly protecting each other. The muses cast calculating glances at us, studying us with icy detachment. They crossed their arms and kept their legs spread wide at shoulder height. "Who are you?" Siete snapped with disdain. It was strange for a 12-year-old girl to look so mature and dangerous. "Ugh," Ocho said, pulling her sideways. "Don't worry. We were waiting for you, Talia." 9 told Talia, also known as 7. "Is that true?" he warned, his eyes snapping shut instantly. As far as I could see, only 5 faces were on our side. But I was content. They were the majority. 2, 3, 4, 8, and 9. Not all, but definitely the overwhelming majority. Those 5 looked at us with acceptance and relief. The other 4 with disdain but acceptance. What could be done? "We were expecting them," Cease said. But she added with enthusiasm. But in no way was it out of impatience. 4 struck his arm. 3 pierced him with their gaze, but 2, 8, and 9 ignored him. The rest nodded, echoing 6's opinion. All of us were watching her. Miranda POV. "We don't know what we're doing here," I muttered. Harry and Ian shot me reproachful glances at my sudden inability to keep my mouth shut. Truth be told, I was tempted to slap myself in the face. I did it mentally. It was expected. Cease spat disdainfully. "Exactly," he continued in a gentle voice. because prophecies are incredibly cryptic. Don't you think Polymnia? Polymnia, aka Cease, rolled his eyes. With arms crossed, he leaned over one leg. His face perfectly embodied what Quattro had said. It was obviously too cryptic for them, or something along those lines. Can we get some ether? Harry stammered. Ian shot us an irritated glare, and Harry turned to Ian and me with a pleading look. Honestly, I understood. The muses were downright intimidating together, especially when some of them stared at us like we were their shoe polish. Yes, that awful thing. Kid, we won't give them ether like that, Doe said, looking at us disapprovingly. I thought he was on our side. You must prove that you deserve the ether. I understand they're planning to use it for selfish reasons, Cleo, Cinco whispered. She was the one we liked more than any of the others. It was disappointing that she'd been among the first to boycott us. Two, apparently named Cleo, shot Cinco a cold glance. How coincidental that it benefits us all. Cleo snapped at Cinco, whose name was Melpomene. He glanced at her 3 times and muttered sarcastically, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. It's simple, little sister. He recovers his memories. Percy Jackson does the same through his own methods. Once both have their memories, they can merge into 2 separate groups. I hope you don't want me to delete it, though it might take a while. Erito, he warned in a threatening tone to Uno a Trace, also known as Erito. Calliope? Erito replied with an indifferent tone. As a response to Uno's warning, clearly, she was the muse Calliope. Urania Ocho Anuv urgently called out. I'm going Terps, she retorted. I figured 9 was Urania and 8 was Terpsichore, based on the pseudonym Urania used. Welcome, said Quattro, standing between us and his sisters, nervously glancing back in the direction they were heading. I'm Euterpe, he added with a friendly half-smile, though his sisters still kept their eyes on her. Cleo and Urania, the more reasonable and elegant one, stepped forward, hands clasped together. We know their names, Ian said softly. He guessed that while it wasn't the most typical thing to say when you know someone, it was better than what Harry and I had said. Very well, Euterpe continued, nodding his head. I hope you didn't think we were going to give you ether like that, Urania said softly. Of course they believed it, Urania. They're the very demigods we're talking about. Calliope snorted. Name a single century when no demigods came to ask us for ether. You know all too well that every single time was an emergency. Terpsichore's counterattack. They only come every 500 years. They hardly bother us at all. 2 times in a millennium is indeed small compared to the gods or Chiron. Chiron lives in the camp and enjoys it. You should learn to do it too, Calliope said Euterpe. Semidiv gods never stay more than 2 days, Erito added. Some of us have more important things to do, Talia snapped at Erito. Erito smiled at him deliberately sweetly. How can we restore our 12-year-old appearance to at least the level of puberty? No, you're confusing yourself. That's just you. Talia wore a look that could be compared to someone who just sucked on a lemon. Clivia, she wailed, her voice trembling with sobs, while the other muses snickered and laughed. Cleo wiped a smile from her face, while Euterpe locked eyes with us, holding back laughter. Talia has a little issue. She used to be able to control the age of her appearance, but ever since that problem with Apollo and Midas, well, she voted for Midas. That was a mistake. Euterpe apologized to her sister. She wasn't really paying attention. She raised her hand without checking who she was voting for. Apollo realized it was a mistake. He'd been quite relaxed before anyway. He chuckled and let it slide. Euterpe made a face. But he punished Talia by keeping her looking like a 12-year-old girl indefinitely. I'd be deeply grateful if you wouldn't bring this up with strangers, Talia muttered sharply. They're no strangers. Erito snorted. Talia was about to retort when Cleo stopped her, raising her hand to stop them from opening their mouths. This isn't the right time or place for discussion, Cleo declared clearly. First off, we've got guests here, and secondly, we need to get down to business with the challenge and ceremony. Erito and Talia snorted and crossed their arms, frowning. They kept quiet when Cleo demanded it. Follow me, Urania urged, gesturing toward us with encouraging gestures. She led us to a door she hadn't noticed before. It stood at the far right corner of the room's rear wall. True to expectations, the door was white, made of wood with matching decorative patterns. A mu marked the entrance, corresponding to the Greek letter M. It was also called me. The room across the door could only be described as exquisite. It featured high bronze-colored walls adorned with matching columns, while certain details like torch holders were gilded. The floor was carpeted in burgundy, with round tables scattered throughout the space. Each table held pristine white tablecloths, surrounded by wine-red armchairs. At the center of the table stood a candle. The entire room was lit by candles with not a single window. At the far end stood a stage pressed against the wall, featuring a wooden floor. The red velvet curtains that concealed it were neatly tucked away. It was exquisite. Behind us, the muses entered. As before, 5 of them watched us with encouragement while the other 4 looked at us with disdain but also resignation. Except Calliope, who only glanced at us with disdain. I feel so welcome, I thought sarcastically. The muses beckoned us to take our seats as Clivia, Tharpiscore, and Urania stepped behind the stage, while Aratus and Euterpe went to open the curtain on either side. Calliope, Melpomene, and Polymnia went to take seats at one of the final tables, while Talaiho seemed close to Terpsichorephalode behind her. Ian was the first to sit down. I sat beside him, unconsciously leaning toward his seat. On my other side stood Harry, who kept scanning the muses' table with suspicious eyes. The curtains rustled with the sound of strings and friction as Erato and Euterpe pulled them aside. Moments later, Clivia, Theodosic, and Urania emerged from behind. While the first 2 settled at the muses' table with Erato and Euterpe, Urania stepped across the room, her shoes clattered as she climbed the stairs. A couple of minutes later, Urania returned. "Watch the video, girls," he said, then cast a watchful gaze at the muses. "And don't interrupt me." 4 rolled their eyes, 3 turned their heads defensively, and 1 nodded in agreement. "I think you can guess who made that happen." Urania turned the remote control backward, and then the projector started playing a movie. "Look back." A projector. That was what Urania had brought along. A projector for watching movies or videos like in a cinema. And then the movie began. "What is ether?" The question was written in white on black on the screen. A slightly muffled male voice repeated the question. "What is ether?" The voice asked. As she spoke, the words that followed began to appear on the screen in elegant cursive script. "Ether is the 5th element." The projector revealed a glass container holding a white substance. It resembled milk but emitted a phosphorescent glow with subtle green and blue hues. Sparks occasionally flickered from the vessel. "The ether can be liquid," the voice said, "or solid." The screen displayed a rock of the same color and characteristics as the liquid in the previous image's glass, with a bit of rock dust beside it. "It's also gaseous," the voice added, "as a dark space gradually became contaminated by ether gas, or it can behave like fire." The last image, in a way, was the most striking. They were white flames. Some flames carried a blue hue, others turquoise, and still others green. But the most striking were the white ones, pure white with occasional sparks shimmering around them. The ether aids the body in addressing its needs, whether it's a broken arm, physical ailments, or mental issues like amnesia. Another advantage of the ether for demigods, being compared to ambrosia and nectar, is that it can be consumed by both gods and mortals. In 45 BC, Apollo, famous god of medicine, music, and poetry, classified it as harmless to demigods. A scene appeared on screen showing Apollo in a white lab coat staring at a test tube he was holding with tweezers. The image was comical because it was obvious they had taken the photo while Apollo was fully aware of his surroundings and actively trying to avoid looking into the camera. As mentioned earlier, ether is entirely digestible by any living organism and aids in development for those who consume it. However, like all things, it also has its limitations. Unlucky. Fortunately, ether isn't that bad. The ether has the same effect on a person's behavior as the person would experience when consuming alcohol. For example, if someone acts happy and optimistic when drinking alcohol, they'll likely behave similarly when consuming ether. If what makes them cry until they're completely dry-eyed, the same thing will happen with ether. Unfortunately, ether is addictive. If consumed without restraint, one may develop a life-threatening dependence on it. Should the substance be removed, the individual would die within 24 to 36 hours. The gods would revoke their ether supply, as constant and excessive use could grant immortality to an individual even without divine consent. Currently, it is revered by the Muses and only used in times of utmost necessity. When the movie ended, Terpsichore jumped up from his seat and waved his hand enthusiastically at us. "Here," he exclaimed, then turned around and slipped out through another door.
El pasadizo.
Chapter 28.
El pasadizo.
Percy POV. First thing that hit me was the obvious. It was pitch dark. I couldn't help but think we were literally walking into the dragon's mouth. Thankfully, the atmosphere wasn't gloomy and damp, just dark and dry, so I didn't believe we were inside a dragon's mouth. Fortunately, the passageway had torches and torch holders on the walls. I grabbed the torch from the nearest holder near the entrance and cast a spell with my wand. Using that torch to ignite the rest. Does anyone else feel a knot in their stomach? Seamus asked nervously, his eyes darting around frantically. Me. A male voice came from somewhere along the front of the tunnel. Maldage pressed against my breath and I hurled a death mace toward the tunnel's darkness. It didn't help much. My wand had no clue where to point, but at least it lit up the tunnel to spot the intruder. Draco Malfoy. Just my luck. Malfoy smiled apologetically at us. Then his expression turned more serious. I really want to help, he declared. And you think we should trust you? Parvati asked sarcastically yet kindly. Malfoy decided to play Parvati's trick. "'Kay. Yeah," confirmed Malfoy. "I don't think so," I interjected. Malfoy took a deep breath. "I appreciate what he did for me," she murmured softly, "but I won't go near Harry to tell him. That would make me feel like a failure." Well, someone had a pride as big as the world. Great pride, huh, Malfoy? Parvati snapped, mirroring my thoughts. I decided the best thing I could do was help the wizards in any future crisis. Malfoy continued, completely ignoring Parvati, which made her frown.